Thank you so much, Ms. Rushanti. Now I would like to invite Mr. S.P. Bandhusegara to introduce our guest of honor.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. It is an honor to have this opportunity to introduce our guest of honor, Mr. Aryasila Wickramanayake. Let me brief his journey throughout this sector. Mr. Aryasila Wickramanayake is the founder of Master Divers Private Limited in 1978, which is the first diving and salvage company in Sri Lanka that owns and operates ships. He also the founder of Palwatha Dairy Industries Private Limited in 2007, which produces a wide range of dairy products, including milk powder, butter, and as well as with an animal feed factory. Not only that, his industry's involvement goes back to 1997. He proposed about Port of Hambantota in 1997 and convenient government of Sri Lanka to develop a port in Hambantota. And today, it is one of the largest investment in Sri Lanka. He is presently contributing his experience with both these companies, Masters Divers Private Limited and Palwatha Dairy Industries, as a chairman. And also he has been the chairman of Maubima Lanka Foundation since 2007. Further, he is currently working as a director of Aitken Expense Plantation Management Limited from 2000. And he has been the director of Bogawantala Plantation since 1998. Also, he has been the director of Palwatha Sugar Industries since 2002. Further, he was a member of Ceylon Shipping Corporation Board from 2007 to 2015. Apart from that, he was also the chairman of National Livestock Development Board from 2001 to 2007. His academic sector contribution began in 2002 as a council member of University of Ruhuna. He was a council member of Uvavellas University from 2008 to 2011. Further, he has been a council member of Ocean University of Sri Lanka since 2008 to present. Most importantly, now he shares his vital experience with UGC as a standing committee member on agriculture, veterinary medicine, and animal sciences since 2015. Dear sir, I cordially invite you to share your experience with us at our fourth National Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2023. Sir, it's all to you and thank you very much.
You can hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for all the things that you said and regarding agriculture technology and rural sciences, which I mean, speak on rural sciences. I thought it's science is science. But anyway, when you say rural sciences, you are limiting yourself to a waterway and a paddy field somewhere. I don't think it's the people who are sitting in city are consuming what all these professors were talking about and producing food for the city dwellers. I think all are being fed by agriculture scientists and agriculturists and agricultural farmers and the machinery that they use. All that is fine. And with the short time that I've got to tell you, basically, we are consuming $1,850 million worth of food annually, including onion, chilies, dry fish, potatoes to sugar and milk. To stop them now, as we did in the past, we will be 1,850 million richer every year, and we can pay our debts. And we have been one of the largest wheat consumers and imported milk consumers for many years. Fortunately, now we are in it. Now Palwatha has the largest production capacity or the only production capacity of 30 to 40 tons of milk powder daily and 5-6 tons of butter every day, and ghee, milk, liquid milk, name it, whatever in dairy is we are almost self-sufficient, and now we are exporting butter. And within the next year or so, we should be exporting milk powder as well. So we can go out for export industry in all these items, including sugar. I've been involved in 10 years. I was owning Parvata Sugar, and government suddenly came and took it over when I made the country self-sufficient in alcohol. They were wanting alcohol and they took it over. And they're supposed to give it back to me now, and we can make the country self-sufficient in sugar in 2 years. Nothing more that you need, because there are 4 plantations in the country, and that is good enough for us to make the country self-sufficient. We are also canning fish local in our own waterways, water tanks that we have all over the country, and breed fish there and can them. And export the fish that we spend a lot of money and go out to sea, and sea fish, most of it can be exported and earn foreign exchange, which we are at the moment doing, but we import still 70,000 tons of canned fish every year, and we can make all that locally in our tanks and make the country self-sufficient, and also to export. And we all young undergraduates who are into fish breeding industry in many of our universities, they can get involved, and we have been doing that. We have been training people. We have got the money, we want to start on it, and the government is still not coming with the land and on facilities that we don't need any money, only need them to just do it. And they prefer to import and there's foreign exchange, and without allowing us to do it locally and provide hundreds of thousands of employment. I think currently we are producing almost 100% requirement of oil milk, which was 150 million liters 10 years back. Today is over 650 million, 4 times larger the production, and we keep on increasing it. Similarly, we have gone into coconut industry now, and we are also trying to export coconut oil, virgin coconut oil, milk coconut powder. All that is to be done and being done now. And this country can be self-sufficient. And the time that I was going to school, dollar was rupee was much stronger than. Now, if you see the roadside petrol station, when it was European petrol station, it was 89 cents a gallon of petrol. So you can imagine today 4.25 liters of fuel is thousands, and it was 89 cents. So you can think what the dollar value was then. So I'm still telling we can go back to that. We are supposed to give this country back to our children in that standard, because we messed up the country and we have to put it right before it's too late. So I'm appealing to all of us. I will not much time to talk to you. I can talk for hours, but I'm saying the canning of fish, we should immediately start, breed them in our lakes and feed them, and then can them and export, consume that 70,000 tons locally and export the excess, like what we have done for milk. And we can do the same thing with sugar. Will be self-sufficient. Alcohol, we have excess and we have to export, or use for petrol. We have been using as ethanol as fuel for vehicles, and in India and other countries they use certain percentage of ethanol as fuel. If you have too much to drink, then you can make it as ethanol. So I'm saying something that we all those learned, educated people who are listening to me at this moment, think different. This is our country, and it's not to run away from this country. Be here. And you know, Dr. Ray Vijayawardena invented the hand tractor in this country, and there was no taker to use it. And they also sent it to Japan. And so these industries, we don't need those, what you call the booth, the huge machinery. 30% of the yield is thrown out to the paddy field. It's far too big for us. We don't need them. We have so much, we have millions of people, say school children. I've been saying this, and I want to say that there are at least 5 million school children who are not sitting O level and A level in the schools, and we can use them to harvest and plant paddy. Even we want to do maize. And during the holidays, the season, our holiday should be not the English holidays or the winter season or the summer 3 months, that we can have that into several Jala and Maha seasons and cultivate it and use these children, pay them some money, give them, let them have a party on it and let them enjoy it, and then get us some money or gene to be given to them, fortunately, and as we did in the past. So this country can do so many. There's 5 billion children who can spare two or three a week, twice a year, and get this harvesting done. And so we don't need this huge machinery which you have to import parts from all over the world. And there's no harm done. We are going and doing various exercises at gym, and we can use this at the gym as an exercise for enjoyment, outing for children, and do that. And in Japan, they do that. In Japan, people go and plant it with the rubber. So they walk in the few months. You can see if you go to Japan, on the pavement, they grow rice because they have only 3 months to do that. So they plant everywhere and they are not consuming any imported food. And they do everything, all the shortage with rice and a piece of cabbage leaf is what you shortage that you get. I'm seriously appealing to all of us, let's get together and do this, and we are here to lead in front. We don't need your money, we need your willingness to work with we senior people, get this country self-sufficient in milk, sugar, onion, chilies, potatoes. If you need potatoes, you can get local potatoes, which is called inala, and all that. And there's 168 different grains in this country. Whole of Europe only has maize, soya, and wheat. That's only 3 grains that they have. And you were talking big about it. Come on, we have 168 different grains in this country. And how many types of yams is there? There's enough carbohydrate. We name it carbohydrate, protein, and fat without naming the grain type. It's carbohydrate, protein, and fat what you have. And whichever the way you make it that way. So some people are saying, no, you have to have so much maize, so much of yeast, wheat, so much of soya. These are 3 grains and fruits. It's apple and grapes that you have. Maybe a bit of berries. Those are the only 3 or 4 fruits that you have in the Western world. And they are going and studying there and coming back and tell, these are the fruits. You give a squirrel a grape or an apple and see whether they bite. They don't even look at it. There are enough spare sweet fruits in this country. So I'm trying to tell you, I'm not running down any other country. I'm saying each country has their own benefits and own weather. We have all the rivers, 2 monsoons, bringing water down, 12 hours of sunlight. And to use the solar power, which our grandmothers used to dry our food, and store it in the attic, and use it for the low season. And we never had shortage of food in this country. Numbers of people have gone up. Yes, we have got the technology, and now we are producing for 22 million. When I was a kid, it would have been 8 or 10 million people. Yes, we are still eating. But we don't have to import any. We have to produce it here and save this dollar for this country. And I'm very, very sure of what I'm saying. We have done it, experienced, and no one else in this country can tell as much as I'm now 74 years, and I've been at least 50 years working. I've been going underwater and making dollars for the country. And the dollars that I've saved have been used for these agriculture industries, like buying sugarcane, sugar plantation, starting my own dairy industry, first and only dairy spray dry powder plants in the country, at 3 of them. I'm starting the 4th one now. So if we all of us are giving hundreds of thousands of children, young graduates employed, and it's appealing to those young children who are studying. Work with us, and we are not looking for anything else but to get this country to stand on its 2 feet, and then not to be a country that is borrowing money from anyone else, which we never did in the past. Thank you very much. I don't want to take too much time. I've got given 10 minutes. I think I'm almost there. Thank you for everyone for inviting me to cover give my bit of ideas that I could say. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your valuable experience to share with us, sir. With that to end and give gratitude for all, I would like to have the Secretary of 4th National Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2023, Mr. HKRS Kumara, to give the vote of thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, respected staff members, dear students, good morning, everyone. On behalf of organizing committee, it's my privilege and honor to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for joining us here today at 4th National Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences. This symposium will provide a platform for the exchange of knowledge, ideas, and experiences in the field of agriculture and food technology. It wouldn't have been possible without the support and contribution of numerous individuals and organizations. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to our esteemed keynote speakers, Professor Buddhi Marambage, Professor Rajiv Bhatt, and our guest of honor, Mr. Aryasila Vikramanayaka, who have graciously shared their expertise, insight, and research findings with us. Their enlightening presentation and speeches have broadened our horizons and stimulated our intellectual curiosity. We are truly grateful for their valuable contribution to this symposium. A special note of appreciation goes to our respected Vice Chancellor, Senior Professor H.D. Karunaratna, the Vice Chancellor of University of Colombo. Although he could not be physically present at this symposium, however, we are truly honored to have received his recorded speech. His unwavering support and commitment to our cause have been truly exceptional. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to the director of our institute, head of the departments, for their supports and guidance throughout the planning and execution of this event. Their visions and leadership have greatly contributed to the success of this symposium. To the Senior Assistant Registrar, Assistant Bursar, and entire team of non-academic staff, I extend my sincere thanks for your exceptional dedication, outstanding support, and unwavering comment. We are immensely grateful for your invaluable efforts. I would also like to express my heartfelt thanks to our dedicated academic and non-academic staff who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the smooth functioning of this event. Their hard work, dedication, and attention to detail have been invaluable in creating seamless experience for all the participants. We are deeply grateful for the financial assistance and resources provided by our sponsors. Their sponsorships has allowed us to bring together leading experts, researchers, and practitioners in this field. Last but certainly not least, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to the students who have been a pillar of support throughout this journey. Your enthusiasm, energy, and active participation have truly made this symposium a vibrant and memorable event. We are immensely proud of your contributions. At the end, I would like to extend my gratitude to each and every one of you present here today. Your presence, expertise, and engagement would be made this symposium a resounding success. We hope that knowledge share connection makes experience gain during this event will continue have a lasting impact in the field of agriculture and food technology. Thank you once again, and we look forward to your continued support and participation in future endeavors. Before conclude my speech, I want to remind this. Now we have to reach the end of inauguration session, but I want to remind, I would like to invite all of you to continue to remain with us because after this we are going to start our technical session. Thank you very much once again.
And the same party. You all are welcome to the technical session 1 for production and protection practices. The fourth national symposium on application of transport. We have an exciting lineup of presentation and discussions to share for you. First of all, I'm prepared to. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests and esteemed participants. You all are welcome to the technical session 1 for production and protection practices of the fourth national symposium on agrotechnology and rural science. We have an exciting lineup of presentations and discussions to share for you. First of all, I'm prepared to introduce our session chair, Dr. Nsatrs. Dr. Nsatrs is senior lecturer and head of the Department of Agrotechnology, UCIRA. Who has received a research recognition in the field of agrotechnology.
Recording in progress.
Dr. Nsatrs is deeply committed to the fostering intellectual discussion, collaboration, and driving advancement in co-production and protection practices. My dear madam, the session is over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chatura. Today we are going to start our first session. It's crop production and protection practices. This session is including two sections, session 1A and session 1B. This is the session 1A. There are 6 presentations, research presentations. We are going to share your the presentation on overexpression of rice BBX13 gene in BG 250 Sri Lankan rice variety towards the development of Okay, very sorry for the technical issue happened. Again, very sorry for the technical issue happened. And again, we are going for the session, crop production and protection practices, session 1A. And this session consists of 6 presentations and valuable research findings. And I would like to welcome our panel members, Mr. Hasanaka Rohandira and Mr. Supun Bandusekara. And first presentation is overexpression of rice BBX13 gene in BG250 Sri Lankan rice variety towards the development of abiotic stress-resistant rice. The presenter is KGWW Bandara, and I would like to invite KGWW Bandara to share your thoughts throughout the session.
Good morning, I am Vatsala Bandara. My presentation is on overexpression of rice BBX13 gene in BG250 Sri Lankan rice variety towards the development of abiotic stress-resistant rice. BBOX proteins are subgroup of regulatory proteins present in plants. OSBBX13 contains 2 BBOX domains in the N-terminus. It's a functional ortholog of well-studied Arabidopsis BBX21 protein. Overall objective of the project was to overexpress OSBBX13 in Sri Lankan ultra-short duration rice variety BG250 towards the development of abiotic stress tolerance in rice. This is the research methodology. First, full-length CDS of rice BBX13 gene was cloned in Picambia 1303 plant expression vector. Then, the recombinant construct was transformed into agrobacteria by freeze-thaw method. This gel picture shows the expected band size obtained for poly-PCR carried out using the transgene specific primers. Then, the transgene was introduced into agrobacteria into rice by agrobacteria-mediated intra-intra transformation method. Vector without the transgene was also transformed into rice to be used as the control plants. This gel picture shows the PCR carried out for genomic DNA extracted from transgenic plants and vector control plants. Here you can see the mature T0 transgenic plants, vector control plants, and wild-type plants. Phenotypic analysis of the T0 transgenic plants revealed that the growth and development of transgenic plants were similar to that of wild-type plants. Copy number of the transgene was determined using real-time quantitative PCR. According to the qPCR results, T0 transgenic lines 1, 8, 14, and 18 showed the single integration of the transgene. Segregation ratios of OSBBX13 in T1 transgenic lines were determined using hygromycin. T1 transgenic lines 1, 8, and 14 showed the T2-1 segregation ratio. Therefore, these transgenic lines were selected to obtain homozygous generation. Relative transcript levels of OSBBX13 in T2 transgenic lines were also determined by real-time quantitative PCR. This is the reverse transcriptase quantitative real-time PCR. Primer amplification efficiencies of OSBBX13 gene was 91.2 and actin gene was 94.5. Therefore, these two primer pairs were used for the reverse transcriptase qPCR. There was an increase in the expression level of OSBBX13 in transgenic lines T28 and T214 by 2.6 and 1.9-fold respectively compared to the control plants. Conclusion: successfully established in-plantar transformation method for developing BG250 rice transgenic plants. OSBBX13 T1 transgenic lines showing 3:1 segregation also contain single copy of the transgene as calculated by the real-time PCR. Results showed an increase in the expression level of OSBBX13 on transgenic lines T28, T214 by 2.6 and 1.9 fold respectively compared to the control plants. Therefore, T2 transgenic lines T28 and T214 can be used for salinity and drought stress response analysis. Future prospects are investigation of T2 transgenic plants for salinity stress treatment and drought stress responses. I would like to acknowledge the financial assistance given by the University of Colombo Research Grant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Bandara, for your nice research findings. And I think it's very important to have transgenic plants for such kind of abiotic stress resistant. And now the presentation is all open for the discussion.
Yes, Ms. Bandara, thank you very much for sharing that your findings with this symposium. I have one thing to clarify from you, that what are the abiotic stress factors you have considered?
After developing the transgenic plant, we are going to check the transgenic plant for drought and salinity stress tolerance.
It means that you have considered drought and salinity only.
Salinity, yes.
Okay. What are the factors you have considered to select that BJ 250? There are many varieties relevant for this question as well. So, what are the factors you consider to select this variety?
That means by selecting to select the BJ 250.
Yeah, definitely yes.
That's the main thing is the it's a short maturity period is very short, so we have to get T2 and T3 generation. So its maturity period is like 85 days. So during the short period of time, we can get T2, T3 generations. That's the main thing. So by selecting other plant varieties, it takes some time to get the generations.
Yeah, thank you very much. This means that you can make a few trials within a short time period.
Yes,
no?
yes.
Okay, then thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Bandara. And
Thank
I
you very
hope
much.
you can introduce this transgenic abiotic strain tolerance plant in future for the field trials and
Yes.
introduce for the farming community in Sri Lanka. Okay,
Yes.
congratulate for your research.
Thank you very much.
And okay, we will move to the second presentation now. That's a review study. I read the perspective on crop production and crop protection, a review. It's a presentation and research by HBD Kaushalya. And I would like to invite HTB Kaushalya to present the valuable findings of the research.
Welcome to my research presentation. Today I'm going to present Ayurveda perspective, Vuksha Ayurveda on crop production and crop protection, a review. These are my contents. The ancient Indian medical system, also known as Ayurveda, is based on ancient writings that rely on natural and holistic approach to physical and mental health. The ancient science of plant life is known as Vuksha Ayurveda. All tree species and their healthy growth and productivity are addressed by Vuksha Ayurveda. There are 12 major subjects discussed under the Vuksha Ayurveda. These are the 12 subjects. My objective is to review on Ayurveda system of medicine for crop production and crop protection. The study was carried out as a review study. Data was collected from Ayurveda authentic texts, previously published research papers and journal articles. I will discuss the results under following topics. According to the water content and plantation supportive nature, soil can be categorized into three: Sadharana Desha, Anupadesha, and Jangala Desha. Here you can see their description. Apart from that, another two soil classification mentioned in Vuksha Ayurveda based on Panchamahabhuta and Rasa. Acharya Charaka states that the soil has a significant impact on quality of Aushadha and Ahara Dravya. Vuksha Ayurveda comprehensively described the methods of germination basis of use part with the examples. Here you can see the part used for the germination with examples. Grafting can be done into two ways. Cutting of one plant is either inserted on the root or stem of another plant. Graft should be smeared with cow dung. Transplanting plants should be smeared from root to top with ghee, sesame oil, honey, ushira, vidanga, milk, and cow dung. Various acharyas give description of process of planting in a broad manner. Here you can see Surapala Vuksha Ayurveda, Kashyapiya Bruhat Samhita, and Agni Purna mention about the size of pit, best interval between two pits, and quality of a good pits. The manure prepared from the combination of the fat and flesh of bull mixed with water, milk, and stored underground is called Kunupa Chala or Ayurveda fertilizer. Here you can see various recipes for Kunupa Jala. Vuksha Ayurveda mentioned about time for watering according to the season and the maturation of the plant. Apart from that, Vuksha Ayurveda mentioned about measures to control weeds. Cut branches of arka are kept at the entrance of the rain water channel. Cactus milk is poured into the water inlet of the paddy field to control the pests and insects in the paddy field. The diseases affecting the plants can be grouped into two, exogenous and endogenous. Here you can see the endogenous diseases which are caused by the vitiation of three doshas with the features of the disease and the treatment. Here you can see the exogenous diseases, the diseases caused by the external causes with their treatments. Type of the soil, qualities of the reaper, planetary position, and the season taken into the consideration in Vuksha Ayurveda during the harvesting crop. Here you can see the qualities of a good storehouse. Vuksha Ayurveda mentions special recipes for flowering in all season, seedless fruits, dwarf varieties, and to prevent flower and fruit drop. Here you can see their recipes. Let's move to the discussion. Vuksha Ayurveda contains a number of effective plantation remedies that are inexpensive, natural, and chemical-free. Numerous techniques were provided by Vuksha Ayurveda in order to conserve the environment by maintaining the quality of soil and water. Finally, let's move to the conclusion. The integration of traditional systems with modern sciences and technology should be symbiosis without losing their own core fundamentals, and such transitional approach could possibly provide a solution for sustainable deliverance of quality assured plant-based products. These are my references. Thank you.
very interesting topic today and share your review study with us. And now the presentation is open for the discussion. And I would like to get clarification from you that you mentioned that this Ruksha Ayurveda is using for crop production and crop protection. And I think it's somewhat common for crop protection. And we heard some applications applying, but it's not common for applying in Sri Lanka for crop production. Are there any examples, the recently applying practices for crop production?
Actually, I go through the several research papers, but most of those research papers are carried out in India, not in Sri Lanka. I think lack of exposure of this Ruksha Ayurveda to Sri Lanka is the cause for that. I think it should be conducted in future to prove this authentic and holistic medicine to the future generation and to protect the global economy.
Yes, I think that's very important that that concept, if we can apply for the crop production also in Sri Lankan conditions also.
Yes, Dr. Kaushal, yeah, one thing to clarify that, Sri Lanka and India situation are most same, climate conditions and some other factors are mostly same, and also Ruksha Ayurveda is practiced in India very well. According to you, what are the possibilities to adapt this system to this country to increase the national production in agriculture?
Actually, Ruksha Ayurveda widely mentioned about all the aspect of plant species and crop production as well as treatment for the disease. Ayurveda consider plant as and Ayurveda consider that plant and the human composed with same elements. We call it as Pancha Mahabhuta. So we can easily easily adapt this knowledge to Sri Lanka because all the climatic conditions are somewhat same in Sri Lanka, but the problem is the lack of exposure. Actually, we have to conduct much scientific research to introduce this knowledge to world and Sri Lanka especially, because the most of the measures which have taken in the Ruksha Ayurveda is cost effective and eco-friendly and very easy methods that can introduce.
Yes, okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the nice presentation. And next, we will move to the third presentation of this session today. And that's partial variations of start and peak time of spikelet opening of selected rice varieties, their grain sterility, harvest index, and yield. The presenter is YMSHIU De Silva. And we would like to invite De Silva to present valuable findings throughout the session.
Hello, I am Dan Dianga. I am working Rice Research and Development Institute, Bakalagade. My topic is serial variation of started and peak time of spikelet opening of selected rice varieties and their grain stability, harvest index, and yield. In introduction, IPCC has revealed that global will be harder in 2030. In Sri Lanka, dry and intermediate zone highly vulnerable to climate change. And dry and intermediate zones consist districts as Polonnaruwa, Ampara, Anuradhapura, Hambantota, and Mannar. They are the high potential areas for rice. So it can be source spikelette-induced steroid in future climate. Rice pollen could be become sterile while synchronizing the spikelet opening time greater than 35 Celsius temperature and 75 to 85% humidity. Spikelet opening of rice enhanced by temperature and solar radiation, but negative impact on vapor pressure deficit. In Japan, using IR64, a variety developed called EMF3. It has early flowering gene. Objective of my research was to compare the stability of spikelet opening times and environmental interaction of tested varieties. As the methodology, a multi-location field trial was conducted in 2021 yellow season in Ambalantota, Bathalapad, Samanture, and Bombolo regions. This location have different soils and varied agroclimatic conditions. I have selected 5 rice varieties called BG358, BG347, BG11802, IR64, and EMF. The design of my research was randomized complete block design with 3 replicates, and the plot size was 18 square meter. All the cultural practices such as feeding, fertilizer application, irrigation was done according to the recommendation of Department of Agriculture, Sri Lanka. The collected data were at flowering stage, flowering opening time, peak flowering time, and flowering end time. At physiological maturity stage, 10 panicle for grain filling, 3 hills for harvest index, and finally plot yield. All the data were analyzed using statistical software. Those are the pictures of my research in Bathalapad. Those are the pictures for Bombol and Manar. Here are the results and discussion. According to table 1, it revealed that flowering opening time among the varieties, location, and the interaction between location into varieties were significantly different. The earliest time shows in EMF and others are significantly later than the EMF. Table 2 revealed that grain sterility across the location and the varieties. Highest grain sterility shows in BG802. Lowest grain sterility shows in IR64 and EMF. When consider the grain yield, highest grain yield shows in all area BG11802, but the lowest grain yield shows in all area EMF and IR64. In further details, harvest index of all varieties varied from 0.38 to 0.68. Depending on the location and varieties. Samantura recorded the lowest harvest index, meanwhile Ambalantara recorded the highest harvest index and as well as the yield. Correlation analysis explained that the start time of spikelet opening significantly correlate with yield and the peak spikelet opening time. According to the AMM analysis, IR64 and EMF variety highly stable among the locations. And when considering the IR64 and EMF, EMF is the most stable variety. In my conclusion, IR64 EMF have stable firing behavior. So we can use the IR64 EMF for our breeding procedure. Here are my references, and thank
you. Thank you very much, Mr. Silva, for your valuable research findings in the rice breeding field. And now the presentation is open for the discussion.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation, Dr. Silva. I hope can you hear me? Thank you very much for your nice presentation. And I would like to clarify that you have mentioned that there is a effect from special variation on spikelet opening. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It is correct.
So it is somewhat obvious that it was affected for the yield and the yield index and all those things. How you can explain and justify how that effect on special variation on the spikelet opening? How you justify that one? What would be the more reason for that one?
So in our flowering, pollens are very sensitive to the temperature. When the temperature goes up to 35 Celsius or below 24 Celsius, pollens become sterile. When the pollens become sterile, grain filling rate is very low. So the yield become very low. That's why I am saying is flowering time and the yield, and there is a correlation with flowering time and yield.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Silva, for your nice presentation.
Thank you, madam.
Recording in progress.
Have a great day to you all. Today I am very pleased to present my research title here, that is assessing the efficacy of 3G solution to control the onion leaf-eating caterpillars in cluster onion at Tirane Kilinochi, Sri Lanka. Those are my research contents. As we all know, the red onion is playing a very important role in the Sri Lankan diet. Pest attack is considered as the main obstacle in the production of onion. The two pests which can damage the onion called as the onion caterpillars. Those are Spodoptera exiguo and Spodoptera litura. 3G solution is organic pesticide which is very safer to use on plants as well as planting environment because the solution is produced by only the natural plant extract. Those are garlic, green chili and ginger extract. Onion is very important cash crop for the local farmers. But the thing is, leaf-eating caterpillars are making huge economic losses for the agricultural land because they are having wide host range. Most of the farmers are using chemical insecticide, but they are using exceeding level from the recommended level because they are did not adapted to the organic pest management. May the inorganic pesticides give the quick response. But the problem is, small-scale farmers are economically suffering to buy the expensive chemicals. But the 3G solution is made by low-cost technology with local materials. So here, this research study recommends the 3G solution as an organic pesticide to control the onion leaf-eating caterpillars in cluster onion. So this is my research objective, to control the onion leaf-eating caterpillars by using 3G solution as an insecticide. The research study was conducted at Regional Agriculture Research and Development Center, Kilinochi, during Maha season. Those are the raw materials I used. For the treatment, I used 4 different concentration of 3G solution in one is control plot. Experiment comprised in RCBD arrangement with 5 treatments with 3 replicants. The research data are calculated by SAS software. Totally 81 meters squared of land was prepared for onion cultivation. This is the photographs about the planting material selection. This is about the bulk treatments. This is about the field management. And the fertilization was done by according to the recommendation of Department of Agriculture. For the preparation of 3G pesticide, peeled garlic was soaked in kerosene overnight. Then the next day of the morning, peeled garlic, green chili and ginger. Those are ground well with little amount of water. Then the 3G mixture is filtered well and the different concentration of 3G solution was prepared by diluting with water for the treatment. The application was done within 2 weeks of interval. After the onion leaf development, number of pests and number of damaged plants were recorded in daily basis. The onion was harvested during the proper harvesting period. So here we can discuss about the analyzed data of both pest, Litura and Exigua. The graph revealed 4 treatment with low pest population, and this is significantly different from other treatments where we used 10% of 3G solution. So here we can say using the higher concentration of 3G solution reduce the pest population considerably. Here also the graph showing lowest damaged plant count in treatment 4 because the lowest pest attack is occurred here. Here the higher yield is recorded in treatment 4 because previous slides also we showed low number of pest population and low number of damaged plants were recorded in this 4th treatment. So the results of low pest attack is lead to increase the bulk weight. So finally we can conclude from this experiment that using the 3G solution as an organic insecticide reduce the pest population as well as the number of damaged plants in the treatments where we used higher concentration than the control treatments. And the 3G solution is environmentally friendly and low-cost technology as well. Use of this botanical 3G extract can improve the plant productivity by reducing the pest problem in onion. Thank you.
And I think it's very much important to have this kind of botanical extracts and botanical applications to control pest attacks. And we need to scientifically test those solutions. And now we have to present in scientific forums and we can introduce those things to the farming community from these research. Okay, then presentation is now open for the discussion.
Okay, thank you, Miss. Thanks for sharing your findings with us. My perception is that how you introduce the caterpillars to your plants, or you have keep that your plants until the caterpillars come and do their work. What is the procedure you have followed?
Yes, during my after the planting, after I think 2 weeks when a plant leaves the development, then I count the caterpillars in each by day, day by day. Before that, before the application, the caterpillar population I counted.
It means you didn't introduce that caterpillars. You have allowed them to come to your field, no?
Yeah.
Okay. Then second one is that did you? Yeah, thank you. Did you make any cost analysis of the system? Because you have composed some things to have these 3G solutions, no? Hello?
I couldn't hear, sir.
Okay, now it's okay, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then did you make any cost analysis of the
Hello?
production?
Yeah, sir. Cost analysis means hello. 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 Am I audible, sir? Am I audible, sir?
Okay, very sorry for the technical issue happened. And again, we will move to the previous research that assesses in the efficacy of 3D solution to control onion caterpillars. We are discussing on that.
Oh, Miss, can you hear me now? Okay, did you do any cost analysis in relevant to that your 3G solution application preparations as well? Let's move.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Jaya Bavaturi Tarania. And thank you for your valuable research and research findings. And next, we will move to the fifth presentation of this session. That's effect of lantana camera leaf extract on the cowpea weevil. We will invite the presenter Y. Ketsia to present the findings of the research. And we would like to invite the presenter.
Good morning, everyone. I am Ketsia from Faculty of Agriculture, Eastern University, Sri Lanka. My topic was effect of Lantana camera leaf extract on the cowpea weevil collector bridges maculatus. These are contents. Introduction. Cowpea vigna unguiculata belongs to family Fabaceae. It is the significant leguminous grain in Africa, parts of America, and Asia. It has ability to fix nitrogen, and it is good source of protein, carbohydrate, fat, vitamin, and phosphorus. Cowpea was cultivated worldwide production of 6.5 billion metric ton and 80% of the production, especially from West Africa. In Sri Lanka, between these 2 years, production was 11,000 to 13,000 metric ton per hectare during the Jala and Naha season. Problem statement: during the field and storage time, Calachobridges causes severe yield loss. It's leading to the significant loss in seed pit germination viability and the market value of the crop. So, to control the Calachobridges maculatus, usage of pesticide is crucial, but chemical increase the problems to humans. These problems overcome by the replacement of the synthetic pesticide with natural compounds. Biopesticides derived from the plants got momentum because of their efficacy, biodegradability, and less toxicity. Mansuri et al. Described Lantana camera extract, important ingredient in the suppression of the plant disease and pest, and so repellent activity against most store pest. These are selected different types of the Lantana camera. Objective effect to examine the effect of different types of the Lantana camera leaf extract on the cowpea weevil. Materials and method. All methods are followed under the laboratory conditions. Collection of the planting material and preparation of the leaf powder. Clean fresh leaves, airtight, grinded and sieved, then stored in the airtight container. Then preparation, extraction through the oxalate apparatus, then filtration, then kept in the airtight containers, then condensation by using the auto-rotary evaporator. Mass culturing of the Calachobridges maculatus in situ mass here by using the Ahmadital method with some modification. Effect of the Lantana camera leaf extract as seed protectant against Calachobridges maculatus. 30 grams of the cowpea seeds were thoroughly soaked by each extraction. Treated seeds were airtight. In the 30 grams of the treated cowpea seeds plus 10 unsexed Calachobridges maculatus adults. This is the layout of the experimental design. These are the treatments. Treatment T1 to T3 describes seeds treated with the orange flower type Lantana camera leaf extract by using the 15% of methanol diethylated distilled water as a solvent. Treatment T4 to T6 describes seeds treated with the pink flower type Lantana camera leaf extract by using the 15% of methanol diethylated distilled water as a solvent. This is the control treatment. Parameters taken from the above experimental rate, adult of the released Calachobridges maculatus and number of the F1 adults emerged. Statistical analysis collected were analyzed by using the SAS software. Means were separated by using the Tankard multiple range state at 5% significant. Results and discussion. Mortality percentage 6 days after the treatment, 100% of mortality in treatment T1, T2, T4, T5, where seeds are treated with the orange flower type Lantana camera leaf, orange and pink flower type Lantana camera leaf extract by using the methanol and the diethylida as the solvent. These results evidenced by the mortality of Calachobridges maculatus dependent on the bioefficacies of the botanicals, and botanicals with the higher aromatic compounds produce more pest mortality. Adult emergence percentage, 3rd week after the treatment, minimum number of the adults emerge from the treatment T1. Here, seeds are treated with the orange flower type Lantana camera leaf extract by using the methanol solvent. These results also supported by the egg mortality and the failure to catch on the seeds treated with the extract, and physical properties which cause the changes in the surface tension and the oxygen tension within the eggs. So conclusion, this study described 100% of the mortality of Calachobridges maculatus just 6 days after the treatment in the orange and pink flower type Lantana camera leaf extract by using the methanol and diethylamide as the solvent, and seed treated with the methanolic extract of the Lantana camera exhibited low percentage of the newly emerged insect compared to control, and all of the findings show that the orange types of the Lantana camera leaf extract more effective against Calachobridges maculatus than the pink type of each extraction. These are the suggestions for the future studies. These are the references. Thank you. Excuse me, madam. I didn't hear your voice.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Right, okay. Thank you very much for your nice presentation. And
Thank you.
according to your findings and according to the literature that you have gone through, what could be the active ingredient which is available in lantana, to have such a kind of effect on insect?
Yes, there are phytochemical, alkaloid, flavonoid, and terpenoid. Alkaloid, especially the lanthanum is the alkaloid, and terpenoid triterpene, and the flavonoid is the lactanocyte.
Okay, so then that means according to your research, that means the effect of same lantana plant with the different flower color has an effect on weevil differently, right? Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello, sir.
Did you get my question? I'm asking that
No,
that
sir.
means the insect affected by the lantana plant, which are developed from different flower color.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that means there is a. So that means what is the geographical area that you have collected this lantana plant?
In the Ampara district, Olivia Attapalam area.
All right. Okay. So my suggestion, small suggestion, if when you are going to extend this research further, you better to collect from different locations as well for your research aspect, because these kind of chemicals are vary according to the geographical areas as well. So if you are willing to extend this research for further, so you better to focus on that as well, right? That's it. That is only my suggestion, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sorry, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we will move to the last presentation of this session, session 1A. And this is a study of effectiveness of plant botanicals on maize weevil control. The presenter is KD Vijay Singha. And I would like to invite Vijay Singha to present the valuable findings of this research.
Good morning, all. Here I would like to present about the research topic on study the effectiveness of plant botanicals on maize weevil control. We are from the National Institute of Post-Harvest Management. First of all, we will have a small introduction about the topic. Maize is the second most important cereal crop grown in Sri Lanka. It is used for human food as well as animal feed. Crop has cultivated around 30,000 hectares and local consumption is around 200,000 metric tons annually. There are major two issues occur in the cultivation and the storage. Major storage problem is the pest and disease attack. In Sri Lanka, the most commonly available maize storage pests are maize weevil, rice weevil, and granary weevil. For the control of these insects, farmers are mostly using the synthetic pesticide, but due to the negative health impacts on the human health, nowadays researchers are focusing on the botanicals. So the objective of this research is to identify the effect of plant botanicals to control the maize weevil. We will move to the methodology. During our research, we did the research under two experimentations. In the first experiment, to identify the collected insects from the maize samples. In the second experiment, identify the suitable plant botanicals to control the maize weevil. Here we use 4 plant botanicals under 3 concentrations. Belly leaves, citrus leaves, Asamodagan seeds, and the annona leaves were used as the plant botanicals, and 1%, 2.5%, and 5% used as the concentrations. The observation, we observed 3 storage pests, maize weevil, granary weevil, and the red flower beetle. Finally, I would like to explain about our results and discussions. The moisture percentage and the germination percentage of the treated samples did not show significant difference among the treatments. In the weight loss, lower weight loss was observed in the Annona 2.5% sample, and the grain damage, lower grain damage was observed in the Annona samples, citrus samples, and the Asamodagan samples. But during the trial, we observed the strong odor from the Asamodagan treated samples and from the citrus treated samples. So finally, we conclude that the Annona in 2.5 concentration and Annona in 5% concentration is suitable botanicals for the control of maize weevil among the selected botanicals. Thank you.
What is the best plant botanics for this maize weevil management, no? So when you go for the application, I mean that practical application of the field, what could be the constraints, problems or limitation you could face or farmers could be faced in future?
We can't hear
we
you.
can't hear you. It's still no in audio.
Please unmute your mic. Okay, I think now okay.
It's suggesting her. Still we are not able to hear you. Could you please unmute your phone microphone? Some technical issue has happened, no?
Yeah, we cannot hear.
Okay, actually, I think you can hear me, although you are not able to speak clearly in our side. Yeah, okay, that when you go for that practical application of your findings, that you have to think about what are the availability of that raw material you have selected as the first most efficient botanics, no? So, and also in second space that you have to go for that the farmers' attitude evaluations, whether they are willing to do such kind of things and what are the constraints that could come from their side as well. So those kind of factors you may consider when developing this kind of botanics is very important finding, definitely yes. But when you go for the application in the practical manner, there are many limitations could come and you have to raise some solution in this regards. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. This is the concluding remarks of session number 1, section A. And I think we discussed a lot of research findings in the areas of plant breeding, especially rice breeding, and also more the applications of botanicals in pest and disease control, and as well as Ayurvedic applications for crop production and crop protection. Actually, I think you all got a lot of research findings, and we would like to invite all the presenters to continue this research into the field level and apply for the farming community. And we have to apply those findings in the grassroots level farming community. So I would like to congratulate all the presenters of this session, and I would like to thank panel members, Mr. Hasanaka Rohanadira and Mr. Subban Sekar also. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we have reached the end of the first half of the technical session 1. At this moment, I'm thankful for all our esteemed panelists, Dr. Nsatrs, Mr. Hasanaka Rohanadira, and Mr. Subban Bandusekara for sharing your wisdom, expertise with today. And furthermore, we extend our heartfelt thanks for all the dedicated researchers for presenting your outstanding research. Your valuable contribution have made this symposium more impactful. Good luck for your future research career. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second half of the technical session 1 for production and protection practices. We have an exciting continuing of discussion and lineup for you. Without further delay, it's my great honor to introduce Dr. Shankati Gunadilekar, the session chair of the second half of session number 1. Dr. Gunadilekar is the head of the Department of Technology at UCR. He is one of the senior lecturers at UCR who is well known as expert of the field of production, who is deeply committed to the promoting sustainable and innovative techniques in crop cultivation related to food security and environmental sustainability. We are privileged to have Dr. Shankati Gunadilekar today for this session. Yes, sir, the session is over to you.
Okay, good morning. We are now, without delaying the further, we are going to start our the next session, that is crop production and protection practices. So that I think we have around six presentations. So then I think the first presenter is Mr. Karunaratne. I think he's the press presenter. That is growth, yield, and economics performances of Brassica orilens. That is the botanical name. Botanies under the protected house in low country wet zone of Sri Lanka, as affected by artificial light supplementation and split application of Albert fertilizer solutions. We are welcome Mr. Karunaratne to present the presentation.
Our research topic is growth, yield, and economic performances of Brassica oleracea variety botrytis under the protected house in the low country wet zone of Sri Lanka, as affected by artificial light supplementation and split application of Albert fertilizer solution. This is the flow of content. Modern high-tech protected houses are occupied with favorable growing environment for crops. But still in Sri Lanka, cauliflower-like crops are more popular in up and mid-country. Therefore, there is an urgent need to introduce protected farming to no country wet zone to reduce high transport costs, to reduce farm to fork distance, and reduce post-harvest losses. Even though Sri Lanka has a tropical environment, in certain agroclimatical zones, including low country wet zone, the duration and the intensity of sunlight are varied considerably due to clouds and rains. So photosynthesis is suppressed and yield is also decreased. So such a condition, artificial light supplementation is helped to reduce the fluctuation of the photosynthesis cycle under protected house conditions. Another problem in protected farming is inappropriate use of fertilizers. So ultimately, crop productivity and quality both are reduced. Therefore, the objective of the study is to investigate the effect of artificial light supplementation and split application of Albert solution on growth, yield, and economic performances of cauliflower under protected house condition in low country wet zone. These are the main steps followed throughout the experimental period. 2 protected houses were used to conduct the experiment. Cauliflower variety white flash was grown under hydroponic conditions. An automation system was used to monitor the lux level inside the protected house. LED 60-watt lights were used as artificial lighting source. The lighting system was applied to one protected house and another protected house was conducted under natural condition. The light was placed 1 foot above the top of the plant and the lighting system was functioned from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. when lux level was less than 3000 lux. This is the fertilization schedule for 2 and 3 splits applications. Therefore, the experimental design is 2-factor factorial CRD with 5 replicates. So these were the 4 treatment combinations according to design. Then growth parameters were collected at 2 weeks interval and yield parameters were collected at the harvesting. After that, data were analyzed using ANOVA and means were separated using Duncan new multiple range test at 5% level probability. Now let's move to results and discussion part. First, growth parameters. There was no significant interaction between artificial light supplementation and split application for all growth parameters. But when we consider about plant height, artificial light supplementation was significantly increased the plant height. Then artificial light supplementation and 3 splits application were significantly and individually increased the number of leaves in cauliflower. Leaf area was also significantly and individually enhanced by artificial light supplementation and 3 splits application. Next, move to yield parameters. Same as growth parameters, there was no significant interaction between artificial light and a split application. But when we consider about diameter of cut, artificial light supplementation and 3 splits application will separately increase the diameter. Weight of the curd was also significantly higher in artificial light supplementation and 3 splits application respectively. Plant weight also showed same pattern. Therefore, according to the results, maintaining consistent light intensity during the daytime was vital to boost crop production, especially in cauliflower. Also, our results reveal that dividing the plant nutrient requirement into some splits increased the plant nutrient use efficiency and ultimately increased the crop productivity. Let's move to the next interesting part of the study, benefit-cost ratio. According to the results of benefit-cost ratio, artificial light supplementation and a treat split application was the most economically feasible treatment option to grow cauliflower. At last, the conclusion. The study suggests that artificial light supplementation using LED bulbs and a split application of Albert solution individually enhance the growth and yield of cauliflower under protected house condition in low country weight zone of Sri Lanka. And then the economic feasibility analysis of protected housing for cauliflower revealed that artificial light supplementation and third split application of fertilizer exhibit the highest benefit cost ratio. But however, the economic viability of the system can be enhanced through the incorporation of solar powered artificial light supplementation and implementation of vertical growing systems. These are the references, and thank you.
Okay, Ms. Karazu, thank you for your presentation. Now a presentation is open for the discussion. I think, hope you can hear us well.
Yes, sir. I can hear you well.
Okay. I would like to ask my first question. Actually, that is because I found that you have very long title for your research. Actually, in the research, title should be short and sweet. It's very difficult to read in myself even because of the longest title. But in your research, you did actually that you checked the artificial light as well as Albert solution effect, that two effect for the growth of the plant, what you are saying. So then how do you analyze the light effect? But I found that you are analyzing the lux or something like that. But in light even we have a different type of light. Mean the white light, it can be divided into 7 colors. So that most important in light for the photosynthesis is blue and red. So that if you are providing the artificial light, if you can provide that you can get more yield. That is what I actually some future research as well. If you are checking it, but other light is not much necessary. So did you check those kind of things?
This is a sub-experiment of the total studies. This was started at the COVID period, and due to the financial issue, we have to go for the white light and only for the 60 watt. If you, according to the results, we reveal that if you use more than 60 watt, I mean, so if we can use 100 watts, we can get we can increase the production, and then. Exactly, we have to use blue and red light, but the cost is the problem. That's the limitation.
Okay.
And for cauliflower-like crops, we can use the vertical system other than going for horizontal. In the protected houses, we mainly focus on the space or the area, the production per area. So cauliflower-like crops, we suggest that you use the vertical system, not the horizontal systems, because from one plant, we can only get one curd. It's about 500 grams like that, no? For 1 kilogram, we can get only in our harvest, we get 450 rupee. It's not like bell pepper, salad, cucumber.
Okay.
Okay, one suggestion in addition to that, Dr. Gunatila's comment that you know that you have checked that LED light. I think normal color you have tested, no?
Yes,
so
yes,
next
sir.
time, if you want to go to further investigation, it's better to compare that LED with colors and also the CFL lights. Okay, the more research findings goes with the CFL because it can stimulate that the growth and the yield as well. So those are suggestions when you go for the next. If you have another sub level of this research as a continuation, you can check with the CFL as well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for suggestion.
Any further question? Okay, I think there are no further questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. I
Thank you,
think
sir.
hope you can do the future research using that different light colors. Okay,
Yes,
thank you very
thank
much.
you, sir. Thank you for suggestion.
Okay, we can move to next presenter. That is actually effect of split application of organic fertilizer, Jeevamurtha, on growth and yield of radish. That is the presenter name, A.M.M. Sun Soon.
Good morning to all. Today I will explain about split application of Jeevamrita on growth and yield of radish. Nowadays, organic fertilizer has more attention than chemical fertilizer because organic fertilizer improve the soil microbial activities, water holding capacity, soil texture, soil structure. Then chemical fertilizer is lead to the toxicity due to the longer uses of chemical fertilizer. In this research, major role of this organic fertilizer is Jeevamrita, which is rich in beneficial microorganisms. The response variety is radish variety. It is popular root vegetable variety, short growth cycle. This research mainly two objectives. One is to evaluate the effect of split application of Jeevamrita. The other one is to select the appropriate split application of Jeevamrita. This research mainly focuses on organic fertilizer such as poultry manure, goat manure, cow dung, vermicompost. We all know poultry manure has more nitrogen content than other fertilizer. The organic fertilizer act as eco-friendly and improve the soil fertility and provide the essential nutrients. This research finding contribute to select the application method and providing evidence-based recommendation farmers and researchers. This research mechanism can find the suitable nutrition management strategies. Research was held on January to April in the crop farm Eastern University. The suitable variety for low country dry zone is Bira Lorabu, using sandy soil with 5 treatment and 20 replication under the complete randomized design. Major role in this experiment is Jeevamrita, which is prepared using cow dung, cow urine, jaggery, pulse powder, and the agronomic practices are there: soil preparation, seed planting, watering. I use SAS and Minitab to analyze the growth and yield parameters. One of I face challenges is maintain the environmental factor in the uniformity level, such as relative humidity and environmental temperature. We can see the founding result in these results. Overall, T4 treatment is overcome the other treatments. These are the growth parameters. These are the yield parameters, fresh weights. This experiment found the most sensible and responsible treatment is T4 treatment, which is contain 10 tons compost and 500 liters of Jeevamrita per hectare as a base cell. After 10 days, 20 days planting, we have to again apply 500 liters. Good morning to all. Today I will explain about split application of Jeevamrita on growth and yield of
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay. Actually, the presentation, it's not totally played, but anyhow, we understand what is inside that your presentation. So then you are going to do the application of Jeevamrita the yield performance. So then how do you analyze the yield? If you can explain briefly, it's better. Yield performance.
Yes, sir. The main yield is tuberous roots. It is around 1 meter. It is longer, around 1 to 2 meters. The main effect is in the Jivamrita is root affection. These roots improve their quality and taste. Mainly, it is a salad vegetable. So I can measure the tuberous root length and diameter and find the most affected treatment.
So did you compare with some other fertilizer?
Yes, first treatment is control treatment. It is a chemical fertilizer, recommended chemical fertilizer. Then other is a Jivamrita plus compost.
So then if you compare with the compost, Jivamurta and chemical fertilizer, that in comparison to 3, the Jivamurta is the best according to your results.
Yes, first one is Jivamrita and second one is chemical fertilizer. In the Jivamrita treatment T4 include the 10 ton hectare of compost and 500 liter of Jivamrita.
Okay. Okay. So let's open for the discussion. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. I would like to ask.
Thank you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Thank you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So my question is that you know that when we are going to field application of these new some kind of organic compounds, some limitation that we can face, especially when we are farmers, especially regarding to the raw material. So is there any kind of suggestions from your side how you commercialize so applying the field condition these kind of products?
Sorry, sir. Voice is not clear.
What is your thoughts on commercializing these kind of products? Are there any limitations or what is your thoughts on that?
Hello, sir. Hear me, sir?
Can't you hear me?
Can you hear me, sir?
Did you get my question?
Hello?
Did you get my question? Can't you hear?
Yes, sir. Yes. Now, okay. Now, okay.
Okay. My question is that when you are going to commercialize this kind of product, what are the limitations that you could face?
Organic fertilizer is more suitable nowadays. Chemical fertilizer lead to toxicity in the soil. Organic fertilizer improves soil and takes quality, etc.
Activity might have these chemical things when we are using overdose. Like we are follow the recommendation that is not that much a problem, right? So when we are using it as a overdose, that might be a problem. So the question was that actually these some kind of thing require some amount of organic compounds in higher amount, like the bulk range, right? So in that case, how you can find out those things and either further. So we better to compare the cost ratio as well. So when we are comparing those things, how much of cost that we need to bear with this kind of thing. So my suggestion is that you better to extend this one to up to the cost benefit ratio as well. So then it will be much easier to understand about the possibility of field application as well. So that is my
Okay, thank you very much. I think as is suggested, it's better. You have to check its applicability of your fertilizer. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we move to the next presentation. That is morphological characterization of turmeric in Gampaha and Kalutara district in Sri Lanka. The presenter is Ms. KG Kapetiarachi.
Good morning all. I am Kasumi Kapetiarachi here to present research findings on morphological characterization of turmeric in Gampaha and Kalutara district, Sri Lanka. So let's move to the presentation. You all know the phenotype is a set of observable characteristics of plants such as its size, shape, and also the behavior during the growth. Phenotypic variability is a combination of genotype variability and the environment factors. These environment factors can be climatic change, different stress condition like. So the morphological characterization, it is important to describe the plant phenotypic variability. So let's see about this plant, turmeric, Curcuma longa. It is a plant belongs to the family Nsatrs, and it is a valuable spice crop grown in Asian countries, and also it can be found in Sri Lanka in the wet and intermediate zone. And it has several uses like as a spice and also food additive, and also for the extract, for the oils and the oleoresins. So let's see the problem of this study. As I mentioned, it is a valuable spice crop grown in Sri Lanka. Although it is a valuable crop, there are lack of studies on the morphological characterization. Therefore, it is timely need to find the morphological characters of this plant. So let's see about the objective of this study, to study the morphological characters of Curcuma longa in Kalutara and Gampaha district, Sri Lanka. With this objective, we have conducted the methodology. Here the sample selection. First, we have selected 3 divisional secretariat division. After selected divisional secretariat division, 4 Gram-Nirdhari divisions were randomly selected. After that, snowball sampling techniques were used to select the sample from the Gram-Nirdhari divisions. In the data collection, quantitative data and the qualitative data were gathered. For the quantitative data, the numerical measurements were taken. After data gathering, the data were analyzed using the Minitab statistical software. So let's see about the results in this study. So here in this study, we have found some variation in the qualitative characters. First, let's see what are those variations. In the variation of the leaf effects, normally, Curcuma longa has acute leaf effects. We have found 3 accession with the variation of the leaf effects. You can see here short endpoint and the long endpoint of these leaf effects. So this variation from first one, this is from the Attanagalla area, and this one from the Gampaha area, and this is from the Minuangod area. And also in the Kalutara district, we have found some variation of the leaf effects. This one from the Mathugama area, and this one from the Horana, and this is from the Valalavite area. Other than the leaf effects variation, we have found leaf-based variation. Curcuma longa has cuneate leaf base. We have found 2 accession with the variation in the Gampaha district. This is from the Attanagalla and this is from the Minuangod. In Kalutara district, we have found 3 accession with the variation. This one from the Mathugama, and this one from the Horana, and this one from the Valalavite. Other than the leaf variation, we have found variation in the inflorescence colors. You can see here in these pictures, these are the inflorescence color variation in the Gampaha district, and this image is from the Kalutara district. Other than that, in the rhizome also we have found qualitative variation. You can see here, these are the variation. The inner color of the rhizome show the variation. So further analysis, we have done the cluster analysis for the qualitative characters. You can see here, this is the dendrogram from the Gampaha district. Under the 44% similarity index, you can see here the 3 clusters were here. And also in the Kalutara district, 44.5 similarity index, you can see here, there is 3 clusters we can identify. And let's see about the quantitative characters. In this table, you can see the Gampaha district table. These are the quantitative characters. You can see here, these are the mean value of the different quantitative characters like inflorescence length, leaf length, width, and also the plant characters and the rhizome characters. And these are the characters from the Kalutara district. Also, you can see here, these are the mean value. For the analysis, we have used the cluster analysis for the quantitative characters. You can see here, this is the dendrogram for the Gampaha district. In the Gampaha district, under the 44.5 similarity index, you can see here 6 main clusters, and also from the Kalutara district, you can see here there are 9 clusters. So these normally in these clusters, normally the 8 accession in the near locations are in the similar clusters. So this is the comparison between the quantitative characters of Kalutara and the Gampaha district. According to the analysis of the t-test, you can see there is no significant difference between the 2 districts. So with that, we can conclude that there were variation of the quantitative and the qualitative characters of the Gampaha and Kalutara district, and there is no significant difference between the 2 districts. So this, normally this attempt will be valuable for the future breeders and the future research. So these are the references of this study. And thank you all.
Turmeric. Turmeric has a different varieties. In Gampaha district as well as Kalutara, did you check the same variety or different variety?
In Sri Lanka, there are a large number of varieties locally grown, but it is not identified. Most of the varieties not identified, and also there are some imported varieties like Manchal, Madurasi, but I have selected not commercially grown level. This is normally from the home garden. That varieties are not identified, sir.
Okay, I think that because of that, there are some definitely there are some morphological characteristics. Another is, yes, how do you analyze the color?
Using a color chart, sir.
Okay, only the Mansell color chart.
Yes, sir.
It's better, I think, if you use some colorimeter, then you can get a good result rather than using the Mansell color chart. For
Okay,
this
sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Arachi, for your nice findings. I have one question that you have indicated that you have conducted research on Gampaha and Kalutara districts only. Are there any special reasons to conduct this research in those 2 districts?
Yes, sir. In Sri Lanka, normally mainly in the wet zone and the intermediate zone, this turmeric is mainly grown. So within that, Gampaha and Kalutara also a major district. So this is ongoing research. In this level, I have only completed up to Kalutara and Gampaha. And in the future, I hope to complete other districts also.
Yes, definitely. Because that Uva province and also some districts in southern province, they are cultivating in a commercial level of this turmeric culture. So your next step would be possible to extend that your cultivate research area to scattered of the country. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Further question? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kadaparachi, for your presentation. And it's better to extend your research to other districts also, especially intermediate zone, other places in Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, now we move to the next presentation. That is effect of different root inducing agent on cutting propagations of tea. That presentation is conducting LM Ripnas.
Good day to you all. I'm here to represent my research team to present our research findings on the topic of effects of different root-inducing agents on cutting propagation of tea. These are the contents of my presentation. Let's move to a brief introduction regarding this topic. Mostly semi-mature cuttings are used for large-scale propagation of tea. Normal cuttings without any treatment of plant growth regulators are also difficult for rooting. There are several alternative hormones widely used to propagate the cuttings of tea. So there are usage of natural rooting substances, which is a non-chemical method of propagation and a cheaper alternative to the synthetic rooting hormones. In addition, there are organic rooting substances that can be used as a rooting hormone, which can reduce the synthetic hormone usage and improve the rooting without chemicals. As per the previous findings, various natural substances like cinnamon powder, honey, coconut water, aloe vera, which has the root induction ability and also antibacterial, antifungal properties, are also considered as the ideal for rooting of cuttings. Let's move to the research problem. In commercial cultivations, vegetative propagation through rooting of cuttings is common, and IBA-based rooting hormone is often used. So there is a need for non-chemical alternatives in those cultivations. So the organic rooting substances are becoming increasingly important. The findings on rootings of cuttings using aloe vera gel, coconut water, king coconut water, honey, charcoal mixture, vinegar, potato juice, and cinnamon powder are there. But there are very less number of scientific researchers which related to the tea cutting propagation. So there is a need to select the most effective naturally available, which can give the rapid and high quality root formation of cuttings of tea is very much important. Considering this, an experiment was conducted to investigate the effectiveness of different root-inducing agents on the propagation of tea cuttings. Let's move to the materials and methods. So the experiment was conducted in a special project nursery belonging to Tea Smallholdings Development Authority in Pascoda, Nsatrs. So this is a treatment structure. There were 6 treatment and 4 replications. Each replication contained 10 plants. So the treatments were water, aloe vera gel, coconut water, honey and charcoal mixture, potato juice, and commercially available root hormone. Those experiments was designed as the CRD manner. Single node cuttings were separated and a slanted cut was made using a sharp knife, and cuttings were dropped into a container containing water until they are ready to plant. So when the cuttings are ready to plant, the bottom cut end was dipped in the different root-inducing agents according to our treatment. So pots with the size of 7-inch and 15-inch width and height and width were filled with the topsoil, and the cuttings were pushed down into the medium by keeping the bud node just above the soil line. Thereafter, the plants were kept under the shaded condition. So cutting survival percentage, rooting percentage, sprouting percentage, root number, root length, root fresh weight was recorded, and the collected data were analyzed using SAS statistical software, and the treatment means were compared using DMRT at 5% significance level. Let's move to the results and discussion part of this research. There were significant differences between the treatments on survival percentage. Higher survival percentage were observed in the cuttings treated with rooting hormone and also coconut water. Those were followed by aloe vera gel and honey charcoal mixture. Lowest survival percentage of the cuttings were observed in the control treatments, which we have applied water as a treatment. So it was found that there were significant differences between the treatments on rooting percentage. Highest value in rooting percentage during the 4th week was observed in the cuttings applied with rooting hormone, but later the application of aloe vera and coconut water and also rooting hormone showed not significant high values. The lowest value in rooting was observed in the control treatment. According to the previous findings, coconut water is reported to have primary type of auxin, in example, indole-3 acetic acid, which was already present in the plant. Aloe also has been reported to contain hormones between auxins and gibberellins, which can promote the growth in plants. Further, it is confirmed that aloe is to having phytohormones and nutrients like DA3, IAA, IBA, and other types of nutrients. So these images are indicating the rooting performance at 6th week after planting. So let's move to the sprouting percentage. A significant difference was observed among treatments on sprouting percentage during 4th and 6th week of planting. Higher values in sprouting were observed in the root hormone application and cuttings treated with the coconut water. Those were followed by the application of aloe vera gel, honey and charcoal mixture, and also potato juice. Lowest or no sprouting was observed in the control treatment. So this is regarding the number of root. It was found that there were significant differences among the applied treatments on number of roots. Beta values were observed in coconut water, honey and charcoal mixture, and also rooting hormone. Previous findings suggested that there were a number of more number of roots on coconut water treatment than standard rooting hormone application. Further, studies suggested that the treatment with aloe is having more number of primary roots than coconut water and IBA. And also, there was significant difference between the treatments on root length. The highest root length was observed in the application of root hormone, and it was followed by coconut water and aloe vera gel. Aloe vera gel has IAA, and it could be used as an alternative hormone. And also, aloe vera gel contains growth hormones like gibberellin, salicylic acid, which can promote the growth of the plant. The study on a propagation found that coconut water extract had the best induction of root and development, and also which had the highest root length compared to the standard rooting hormone. So based on the present finding, it was observed that application of alternative rooting hormones on tea cutting showed superior values in most of the measured variables. Further, application of coconut water and aloe vera gel also showed no significant values in rooting hormone in most of the measured variables. Hence, it can be concluded that coconut water and aloe vera gel can have the capacity to be used as the alternative to IBA-based rooting hormone in organic tea cultivations. These are the few references I have used, and thank you very much.
It's identified the coconut water is the best as a yes, as a propagation material. So then
Yes.
what is the availability of coconut water? Now the coconut water is exporting, they use for making a vinegar. So many, there are so many demand for the coconut water.
Yes, so that will be the one of the major drawback in this kind of researches. Anyhow, so once we are moving for the organic based production, so we should find out the raw materials needed for this kind of activities, so practices.
I think it's better to find out some similar solution similar to the coconut water. That will be, I think, best solution.
Yes, that's also maybe possible. So further researchers are needed to find out the alternative materials for those coconut water structures. So we can go for a deep analysis on those coconut water and comparative studies to be done to find out the alternative ones.
Thank you.
I would like to ask what is the scientific base that you have to select these different kinds of treatment, especially. Can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you.
So what was the scientific base to select these treatment, different kind of treatment?
Okay, so it is based on the previous findings and published articles and published works done by previous researchers. So on different types of crops. So that those findings are tallied to the tea cuttings and applied for this experiment.
So have you studied on different concentration values of these coconut? You mentioned that you have used 100%.
Yes. So since it is a first and most initial study, so I have tried only the 100% of those solutions. So I think so as a continuation of this experiment, this type of experiment, so I will try on different type of concentration for these each and every treatments. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I think there are no further questions. So
Okay,
thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay.
Okay, we can move to the next presentation. That is growth, yield, and nitrogen use, effective efficiency of maize crop as affected by different source of nitrogen, fertilizer, and soil amendments. That presentation will be done by S.A.P. Nelka.
Good morning to all. I am Nelka Srivanasinghe. My research topic is effect of different sources of nitrogen fertilizer and soil amendments for growth and yield performances of chia maize under dry zone conditions. Maize is a commercially cultivated crop in many districts in Sri Lanka, mainly cultivated in Anuradhapura, Badulla, Monarangalle, Matale, Patitlo and Hambantota area. Depletion of soil organic matter and plant nutrients lead to a reduction in soil fertility and productivity. Nitrogen is crucial for crop yield, especially in cereal crops. Nitrogen can be added to the soil in a various methods such as organic manure, synthetic fertilizer, symbiotic fixation, and atmospheric deposition. Also, nitrogen can be lost from the cropland due to the leaching effect, emission of gases, and remove with runoff water. Previous studies showed that site-specific fertilizer and organic amendment combinations were sustained and improved the soil fertility and yield. Another study shows the fertilizer nitrogen recovery depends on the crop, environmental conditions, and management technology. It ranges from 35% to 65% for cereal around the world. Problem justification. Although farmers are using nitrogen fertilizers for their cropland, sometimes it gives low agronomical environmental losses. Loss of nitrogen fertilizer is caused for adding more fertilizer for croplands, higher cost of production, and bad effects on environment. Therefore, it is important to study the effect of utilization of nitrogen fertilizers with different soil amendments for Siamese in dry zone conditions. Objective. General objective is to study the effect of different sources of nitrogen fertilizers with various soil amendments for Siamese under dry zone conditions. Specific objective. First one is to study the effect of treatments on growth and yield of Siamese, to identify the best fertilizer combination for better growth performances of Siamese, to identify the best fertilizer combination for better yield performance of Siamese. Methodology. When experiment was conducted under UCR's farmland, the crop is a Siamese, the variety is 808. Research was conducted under factorial complete randomized design with 5 replicas. 3 different nitrogen fertilizers were used with the control, and 3 different soil amendments were used with the control. Nitrogen fertilizer sources used are urea, ammonium biphosphate, ammonium sulfate, and soil amendments were cow dung, paddy husk charcoal, and coconut shell charcoal. These are the treatments. There were 16 treatments were used for this experiment, and fertilizer, all the fertilizer applications were done at the recommendation of Department of Agriculture in Sri Lanka for the maize crop. Basal resin, top resin were done according to that, and organic manure also added according to the Department of recommendation. Soil will mix well and fill the polythene bags and get the average phosphate to calculation of the fertilizer requirement. Then the topsoil and inorganic fertilizer and soil amendments are mixed together well and fill all the bags according to the design. Then the seeds are planted, observation and data collection was done, and top dressing added to the pots after 4 weeks. It also according to agriculture recommendation. Then after maturity, obtain the parameters and then get our parameters measured: plant height, number of leaves, plant fresh and dry weight, and yield, fresh weight, and fruit weight. These are some pictures taken during the experiment from seedlings up to the mature level. This is at the maturity level. In the present discussion, according to the results, the plant height was shown a significant difference between the treatments. The highest mean value of plant height was obtained by T7 treatment. In the plant, fresh weight as affected by all the treatments, mean value of plant fresh weight were obtained by T9 treatment, that is ammonium by plus cow dung combination. Then the fresh weight of above ground biomass affected by various treatments. The significantly highest mean value of plant of above ground biomass was obtained in 7 treatments, that is ammonium sulfate plus coconut shell charcoal treatment. Fruit fresh rate as affected by various treatments. Fruit fresh rate also has shown a significant difference between treatments. The significantly highest mean value of fruit rate was obtained by T9 treatment, that is again ammonium biphosphate plus cow dung combination. In the plant dry weight as affected by various treatments, plant dry weight also show a significant difference between the treatments. The significantly highest mean value of plant dry weight was obtained by T9 treatments, that is ammonium biphosphate plus cow dung treatment. Then, fresh rate of the yield as affected by various treatments. Fresh rate of the yield also show a significant difference according to the results. The significantly highest mean value of pod weight was obtained by T7 treatment, that is ammonium sulfate plus coconut shell charcoal combination. This is the conclusion of the research. Ammonium biphosphate and cow dung combination increase both plant fresh and dry weight of chia maize. Ammonium biphosphate and cow dung combination is better for developing a good root system of chia maize. Ammonium sulfate and coconut shell charcoal combination increase the above ground biomass of chia maize. So ammonium sulfate and coconut shell charcoal combination is better for getting a high yield of chia maize under dry zone condition. These are the references. Thank you for your kind cooperation. Thank you very much.
And that presentation now is open for the discussion. I have one question to ask from you. Actually, that is, I think you did the research in I think not in the field. I mean that it is from the pot. Did you, if you are sometime if the result may be changed in the field, do you have idea to conduct that research? I think it must be. I think. So, what is your opinion regarding that matter?
Yes, sir. This is basically this research was done to identify the best treatments, and we can now we can go for the field and practice this again. And with the results, actually, my suggestion is to improve the treatments and do the research again.
Yes, I think it's better because if we are going to the real field, we require to analyze the real condition, then only we can apply it. Sometimes that nutrient level can be varied in the real soil. Okay, thank you.
Sir. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nelka. I have one. You have set a few nitrogen fertilizers, of the chance.
Yeah, sir, are you asking the fertilizer selection or fertilizer requirement selection?
Yeah, fertilizers.
Okay. Here I use the ammonium sulfate and ammonium sulfate fertilizer. When we get in requirement, we have to do an assumption because in the field, this is a pot trial. So when we do it in the field, we are assuming 10 centimeter depth, 1 hectare soil, having a 2 into 10 to the power 6 kilogram of bulk of soil. According to that, we have to take the average pot weight according to our pot size. Then based on that, we have to calculate the each fertilizer requirement of urea, ammonium sulfate and ammonium biphosphate. After that, we have to calculate the nitrogen amount getting from each. Based on that, we have to we have to prepare the schedule for the fertilizer application.
Okay, accept.
For all the US nitrogen, TSP and MOP all.
Those all are weight basis, no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any further question? Okay. If there are no further questions, thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Nelka.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, we are moving to the next presentation, that is effect of plugging methods on efficiency of plugin, yield and quality of tea. That presentation will be conducted SL Navaratna.
Good morning, I'm Supipi Navaratna and I'm going to present our research finding on effect of plugging method on efficiency of plugging, yield and quality of tea. Tea is a perennial crop used as a beverage by many people in the world. Today, Sri Lankan tea industry plays a major role in the global tea industry. Plugging is the most labor-intensive and the most expensive field operation in the traditional average labor requirement per hectare is 10 to 12 pluggers per day. There are so many challenges in tea harvesting stage, such as low plugging efficiency, lack of skilled pluggers, low land labor ratio, and also the high production cost due to high plugging cost. Due to that reasons, most of the people who are engaged in the tea plantation industry, they are introducing different plugging method related to the machinery plugging. So we are going to study on that, and according to that, we plan our find the effect of plugging method on efficiency of plugging and culture. The experiment was conducted in the field at Lepe Estate in Madras. Randomized complete design was selected as the experimental design with treatment and replicate. The treatment one was manual plugging, treatment 2 was machine plugging, and treatment 3 was shear plugging. The data were collected with 5 parameters such as requirement for plugging, plugging round, yield, leaf standard, and also the cost. Collected data were analyzed by using ANOVA, and the treatments are compared using Dannett multiple range test. This is the most important part of our research. So result and discussion. Effect of different plugging method on plugging round. So the machine plugging method was significantly extend their plugging round around 2 weeks interval. So effect of different plugging method on time requirement for plugging. So the method was significantly decreasing their time requirement for plugging with comparatively other 2 methods. Effect of different plugging method on yield. So in here, we can clearly observe the machine plugging method was significantly increased the yield of their plugging round with comparatively other 2 methods. Different plugging method of best quality leaves. So in here, after collecting the yield, we categorize those leaves for the 3 qualities, such as best quality leaves, below best quality leaves, and also the poor quality leaves. So in here, first we analyze it, how many number of leaves can be obtaining through different plugging methods. So for the best leaf, the manual plugging method is comparatively significantly increased their best quality number of leaves other than shear plugging and machinery plugging. So the machine plugging method was significantly increasing their best quality leaf number with comparatively other 2. And finally, poor quality leaves number significantly increasing the machine plugging method with comparatively other 2. So the total cost of harvest also finally be calculated for the 100 kilogram of tea leaves. In here, we clearly explaining to you about the manual plugging. We have to spend 4,000 rupees, and for the machine plugging, we have to spend 3,000 rupees, and shear plucking we have to spend 3,500 rupees. According to the result, we can conclude that the machine plucking showed significant effect on less time requirement for plucking. Machine plucking also showed the significantly highest yield compared to other two plucking method, and the significantly higher amount of best quality tea leaves can be harvested by the manual plucking. And finally, higher total cost incurred for manual plucking, followed by shear plucking and machine plucking. So those are the references, and thank you very much for kind cooperation regarding our study.
Ms. Navaratna. Now the presentation is open for the discussion. Now, actually, that I have one question. In plucking, especially actually that the quality of the tea is mainly dependent on plucking. I remember that the plucking bud and first leaf and second leaf is plucking that 3 leaves is the best. But still, we don't find any optimized machine in Sri Lanka to identify these things. So that the machine is available, but it pluck everything in top of the branch. So that yield is increased, but I'm 100% sure the quality is decreased. What is your opinion about that? Did you measure that quality as well as that yield?
Yes, sir. In this study, it's a preliminary study, so we need to introduce the machineries to the small holding tea industry. So the small holding farmers are always the small holding tea industry is always getting some challenges about the find out labor. So and also the cost of the labor. So due to that reasons, we are introducing some machine shear plucking likewise things to the small holding farmers, and exactly as you said, sir, yes. So by the machines, according to our finding, also reveal that. So the quality of the leaves going down, and also the normal best quality is 2.5 leaf length, but with the shear plucking and also the machinery plucking somewhat differ it, and it is the thing we can observe during our study. This is the preliminary study, and according to that, we can suggest us to the small holders in the tea industry to, if they have provisions to do the manual plucking, it is the best with comparatively other machine plucking, shear plucking, sir. So that's true.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Navaratna. You said that you work with the small holders, no?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, do you have any suggestions for them based on your conclusion and you have what you have found in your research?
Yeah. As I mentioned, so our research basically going to have some opportunity or have some way to introduce in the machinery method. So for the small holders to reduce their cost of production, actually. So because of as our cost analysis, most of the highest cost going for the manual plucking. So. But our suggestion was, if the tea plantation is less than 1 hectare, likewise, so we suggested to go for the manual plucking. So, but with the big land, that means the increase in the more than 1 hectare, likewise, land area. So we can go for the machine plucking or shear plucking, but the thing is, we realized the problem is the quality of the leaves. So it will be going down with going the machinery, using the machine for the tea plucking.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Navaratna, sharing your knowledge with us.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Yes, we know that in tea plucking, we require to optimize machine. Still, the machine is not optimized. It can be optimized. Okay.
Excellent.
So now we completed the session, and we completed research. We here we presented, and now I would like to make the conclude remark about that presentation. so that all presentation related to the growth performance as well as some improvement of that yield and fertilizer application, this kind of research and more characteristic searching of some crops. So related to this kind of research in presented here. I think all applied research, and we can apply this research into the field, and we can definitely enhance our agriculture production. And with the enhancement as well as the yield enhancement, and accordingly we can make a good yield, and we can make a foreign exchange to our country. So then that under the concluded remark, I would like to thank for this present and for this seminar series, Mr. Supun as well as Mr. Rohanadira for their valuable contribution. Okay, thank you very much, and have a nice day.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of the technical session 1. At this moment, I am thankful to all the panelists and dedicated research for enlightening this occasion. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to session number 2 of Theories and Aquaculture. Today, it's my privilege to introduce our esteemed chairperson of this session, Dr. Dimuthu Dhammika Vikramanayaka. He is a highly accomplished individual with an impressive educational background and extensive experience in the field of animal biotechnology, has made significant contribution to the scientific community. Dr. Dimuthu holds an impressive educational background, having obtained a PhD in animal biotechnology from Graduate School of Konkuk University, South Korea. He completed a Master of Science in Animal and Biotechnology from the same institution and holds a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture with a specialization in livestock production from Sabarkand University. And he currently serving as a lecturer at the Department of Livestock Production of the Sabarkand University. Furthermore, Dr. Dimuthu has contributed significantly to the scientific community through his previous roles, including that of research assistant at the South Korea. He also served as an assistant lecturer and demonstrator at the Department of Livestock Production at Sabarkand University, and he published several research articles in reputed journals and conferences and more. So, dear sir, the session is over to you.
Can you hear me, Mr. Rifnas?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Thank you very much for the introduction about myself, Mr. Rifnas. And you all are warmly welcome for the 4th National Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Science organized by the Colombo University. And then also I would like to welcome Mr. AJMCM Sirivardhana and Mr. HKRS Kumar, that's the colleagues as the session, the panel members. Since we are running out with the time and the far behind the scheduled time, so then I would like to start the session without wasting my time. So then under this section of the livestock fisheries and aquaculture, there are nearly 10 candidates are waiting for the presentations or they present their findings. So then in different scenarios and different the fields. So then I would like to invite the first presenter, Mr. Thanusan. So then Thanusan. So then his the presentation, the research title is the evaluation of nutritional characteristics of silage from CO3, CO5, red napier and super napier among dairy farms in Kilnochi district, Sri Lanka. So then I would like to invite Mr. Thanusan to present your finding.
Nutritional, ladies and gentlemen, now I'm going to present my research presentation on topic called nutrition evaluation of silage from promising border grasses in Kilnochi district, Sri Lanka. This slide shows the research flow, background study, research problem, objective, material and method, result and discussion, conclusion and future scopes. Background study: silage is a forage crop residue to agricultural and industrial byproduct preserved by the acid, either artificially added or the produced by the natural preservation in the absence of the air is the biggest enemy. Silage production. Nowadays, availability of the good quality animal feed is very important in the dairy sector, especially in Sri Lanka. Compare the hay production, silage increasing the potential yield of the nutrient from available land, decreasing the feed cost and lowers harvest losses, obtain increase in the forage quality. Importance of silage. Silage can be stored up to more years, provide the energy necessary to maintain body conditions and energy necessary for each cow to reach the milk production potential. Plant can be harvested at the optimal pace of the development, and they are the efficiency used by the livestock. Reduction of the nutritional losses, which in hay production around the 30% dry matter, but for silage below the 10%. It is highly palatable. It eliminates the wastage of the less favored part of the fresh product like the stem, because the animal consume their plant. Research problem. Under this research, main target in especially dry zone. The dry zone uh, availability of the good quality silage and silage availability is very poor. Main objective to conserve the digestible fiber, protein and energy into the forage and maintain the protein from the can be utilized efficiently by the ruminant animal. Analysis of the newly cultivated Indian red napier and CO5 grasses in northern part of Sri Lanka and napier grasses to evaluate the microbial quality. Material and method. I did research in my university laboratory and collect the sample from Makarankulam area. Time duration 2022 22 February to June. Major step involved in this study: harvesting of proper matured grasses, silage preparation, proximate physiochemical microbial analysis, data analysis, determination of the silage quality, silage preparation. This slide shows the procedure of the silage preparation. Firstly, matured forage was harvested, forage were wilted, added the permanent substrate for ensile, chopped the forage into short line before the ensile. Forage was compacted as a tightly, silage bag was sealed airtightly, bag was kept under the proper environment. This slide shows the silage preparation procedure, treatment formulation. Silage. This slide shows the silage sample, proximate analysis, moisture, ash, pattern, protein, fiber. This equipment use the proximate analysis, physiochemical properties, pH and color. Statistical analysis, CRD, SS and SAS and Duncan multiple range test. Result and discussion. Firstly, moisture. Compare with other silage, CO3, CO5, NAP, super napier. CO5 have a higher moisture content. Compare with other silage sample, higher protein content in CO5 silage sample. Compare with other silage, higher fiber content in super napier. Compare with other CO3, CO5, red napier and super napier, higher fat content in red napier silage sample. Physiochemical properties. Under physiochemical properties, pH compare with other silage samples, CO5 have a higher pH content. This slide shows the color variation of each for silage sample. Microbial composition of the napier grasses silage: lactic acid bacteria, anaerobic bacteria, mold and yeast. Overall quality of the quality estimation, compare with the other silage samples, CO5 and red napier have overall quality, good quality for the silage. Conclusion: according to my study, CO5 grasses have the high moisture content and pH compared with other silage. High protein fiber content was recorded super napier grasses. Microbial qualities of all silage sample was satisfied the requirement of the SLS standard. Futures was producing good quality silage and enhance the milk production among the smallholder dairy farmers northern part of Sri Lanka. Feeding trial with goat, sheep and cattle have the continue with the preserved silage. These are the reference. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Tanusan, for your findings and presentation. So now presentation is open for the discussion. Right, Mr. Tanusan. So then I will start the questions time. Right. So then in your the presentations, one of your objective is the the determination of the digestibility. But once you the continuation with the study, so then did you pay attention to evaluate the digestibility of your final product? So what did you mean by the digestibility? Actually, you have done a nice work, but one of your objective is that the assessing the digestibility of the silage. So then, but I could not find some evidence to assess the digestibility of the final product. Of course, you have done the chemical or the physiochemical analysis, but could you explain how did you assess the digestibility?
We supply the silage for the animal, so then they have to ability to absorb the nutrition from their body, and
yeah. Could you explain how did you assess the absorption pattern, or did you perform the in vitro or in vivo method?
Yeah. So basically focus this research for the newly cultivated and the Pachon and the red Napier. So milk production, observe the milk production after the give the silage for the animal, compare with other CO5, the Pachon and red Napier, this animal higher milk production.
Okay, Mr. Dhanusan, because why I ask this question is that, for an example, you know that the guinea egg grasses. So then, if we do the physiochemical analysis, of course, we can find the high quality, the high amount of the nitrogen or the food protein or the food fiber. But once we feed the clone 13, the guinea egg grasses, so then its digestibility is very low, and then the productivity, or for an example, milk production drastically goes down of the animal. So then that's why I question that the physiochemical, the properties are quite differ with the digestible factor, because I just wanted to highlight that. And then based on your findings, then can you conclude that how this kind of the variations are built up with these different varieties according to idea? So what would be the reason?
I think they are the hybrid varieties they are producing the development way.
Yeah, actually the hybrid mean that it has much more soluble carbohydrate. For an example, the Pachon and the Super Napier like the varieties, they have the high amount of the digestible carbohydrate. So then easily these forage materials undergo for the microbial fermentation. So that will end up with the nice silage production or the anaerobic fermentation, and also it contain high amount of the nitrogen. So then it means that the CN ratio of the product is quite well balanced. Right?
Because I found some problem. The Pachon compared with other grasses, the cultivation problem in dry zone, but have higher nutrition protein value. The cultivation problem in dry zone.
Yes, the Pachon is developed for the high yielding. Even though it's high yielding variety, it is just suitable for the watery condition. So it should it need quite a watery condition, as well as some organic manure like the facilities or the fertilizer. It's not much suitable for the dry zone area compared to the other crop varieties. So then, thank you very much, Mr. Townsend. So then, is there any other questions from the audience? Right. So then, since the time is over, and thank you very much, Mr. Townsend, for your presentation.
Thank you.
And then the next presenter is Mr. MDLP Jayatilaka, and in his the finding is that the study the growth performances post larvae of local butter catfish. A study in under the different stocking densities in cement tanks. So then I would like to invite MDLP Jayatilaka to present your findings.
Hello everyone. Today I am going to publish my research. My research topic is study the growth performance post larvae of local butter catfish under different stocking density in cement tank. Introduction. Butter catfish. This fish endemic in Asian country. This fish have to more problem, high cannibalism effect, difficult to grow intensively. That reason this research very important. Objective, find the best possible stocking density for cultivation of vermiculated fish in cement tank. Specific objective, study the growth performance of butter catfish and study the survival rate of butter catfish. Method, we are going to first collect two good male and female fish that most affect our research. That reason we want to get good PL, we are going to select good male and female fish. Common injection, they are using to 0.5 milliliter for 1 kilogram LNRH hormone used to every male and female fish. Cage preparation, this cage used to breeding time that helped collect to PL fish. This breeding time I am using to 2 male and 1 female fish. Tank preparation, you can see these photos. I am using two polythene bunches and 2 PVC pipe. Same size tank I am using. Used to 7 treatment and re-replicate. One tank have to 126 liters. Introduction to fish tank. Every 7 treatment and re-replicate. Counting and introduce to fish in that tank. Cover to tank. Use my research using the every tank cover to shade net. That reason to help to reduce light. That most important to reduce the cannibalism effect. I am using the treatment at 3 replicate and data collection time. Take the length and weight. Every tank, every 7 days, I am take the data and use to one tank use 16 fish in the one time. Result discussion. You can see this red box. This is the favorable good stocking density. Length higher into treatment 3 and the treatment 7. The treatment 7 density is very high. Weight also good in treatment 3 and low into treatment 7. Condition factor. This condition factor is very low. That is very good. You can see treatment 3 condition factor very low. Stability 0.75 PL to 1 liter. As showing the higher length. You can see this graph. Treatment 3 is higher length to treatment 3. Weight also higher into treatment 3 and low into treatment 7. Discussion. Firstly, tell this research more problem. This fish have a higher cannibalism effect. That reduced to I am used to some method using provide the hidden place used to polythene bunches and PVC pipe. Recommended feed. Night time every 3 hours I am put the feed and daytime every 2 hours and supply to feed this fish and tank covering. light reduce this fish cannibalism effect we are can to reduce. Conclusion, this research, data collection, data analysis, and last we are trying to determine good stoking density treatment treat and low stoking density, higher density treatment saver, they have a higher cannibalism effect. Density increase, cannibalism effect also increase. It's my reference. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Jayatilaka, for your nice the presentation. So then now presentation is open for the discussion. Right, Mr. Jayatilaka. Right. So I will ask one question from you. So then, based on your study, you have found that the 0.75 stoking density is the best. So then, in terms of the which basis, or the mean the fish performances or the economic basis?
What's that? I can't.
Based on your the finding, you have found that the 0.75 stoking density is the ideal density, the stoking density for the butter catfish cultivation in the cemented tanks, right? So then the findings is the suitable for in which the terms. So I mean the fish performances or the economic basis.
Economic basis is very important, sir. But the reason intensely that calculation this fish that density is very good. But reason intensely growth time one place we can to growth some number of fish that more help using the water and other things we can to manage.
Right. So then, because when we consider the economic basis, so then we have to consider about the stoking density, because without with very low cost, we have to earn more money, no? So that's why I asked that this finding is the relevance to the either fish performances or the its economic the aspects, right? So then, and other things is for my interest. So then, what will happen after the post-larval stage? So then, do we have to the culture in the open tank or the restricted tanks when it comes to the butterfish? Because there is still cannibalism, no?
Yeah, so sometimes they are very difficult to cultivation intensely. That natural environmental that's very good, but have to in place that's normal things. But intensely we are used cement tank. They haven't in place. Then sometimes any fish attack that other fish can't know in that reason we are prone to provide other materials that's good for cultivation. Is our product.
Yes, it means that somehow modification of this cemented tanks might give the more beneficial for the intensive cultivations, I think.
Yeah.
Like the accumulation or the creating some hidden phases and then other things, no? Right.
Yeah.
Because this is your finding is very nice, because this is a very the potential the fish species for our the fish consumption or the local the people, right? So then, so I think your finding is very nice. So then, what is your suggestions for the commercial application?
So suggestion yes, anyone can to do this research can to change. Then in place can change and can do density also. When anyone can change my density and others. Sometimes I am using the in place polythene bunches and PVC. Anyone can use plant and rocks that type. Change their thing and to
Okay, Mr. Jayatilaka, I understand. Right. Thank you very much. So then, are there any the question from the audience?
Yes, Mr. Jaitilak, I have one question about your presentation. According to your presentation, you have tested different fish stocking density.
Yeah.
Can you mention what was the reasons to select these stocking densities for your experiment?
Yes, that I select to change in the density, that low density and high density. That want to cover the every density numbers as low density and high density. That reason to select that density.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Jaitilak, for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Right. So then, we would like to invite the next presenter, Mr. The RMS Ratnayaka. So then his the research title is the prevalence of the gastrointestinal parasites in free-range goats, the Kapahakers, study in Mihintai veterinary divisions of Anuradhapura district. So then I would like to invite Mr. Ratnayaka to present your finding.
Have a good day to all. I am going to present my research work on prevalence of gastrointestinal parasite in free-range goats, study in Mihintale Veterinary Division of Anuradhapura district. Here is the content of my presentation. Okay, let's see introduction. When considering the goat farming, it is one of the major economic concepts of the rural areas in Sri Lanka. Most farmers are fed their goats in extensive and semi-intensive way. Therefore, they are indiscriminately exposed to various pathogens and parasites. Among that parasites, that gastrointestinal parasite, which means nematode infection, is a severe health issues affecting worldwide, leading to clinical disease and productivity losses. Our main objective was to identify prevalence of the major gastrointestinal parasite in the study area. Our study area was the Mihintale Veterinary Division, which is located in Anuradhapura district, North Central Province, contributing to the low country dry zone agroecological region. Here is the methodology that I used for my study. When sample collecting, 50 farms were selected through the simple random sampling method to collect the sample. When sample taking, fecal sample directly collected from the rectum using disposable medical gloves and then placed into sterile sample containers, which were labeled in unique sample number. The containers were then placed immediately into 4 degrees ice container to maintain the integrity of the samples during the transport to the laboratory. Okay, let's see the procedure. 3 grams of fecal samples ground with 12 milliliter of brine solution, then filter the sample. After that, supernatant filled to the 5 milliliter test tube and covered it with microscopic slides. Then rest for 10 minutes. So after the 10 minutes, microscopic examine done under the 10x power. Here is the results and discussion. 50 goat farms were tested. It was positive for 76% of farms concerning the goat body condition. The very thin body condition 31%, normal body condition 26%, and very fat body condition 12%. According to the body condition, very thin body condition bearing goat showed the highest infection rate of the parasites. When considering the relationship between deworming frequency and parasite infection, there is not significant difference. According to the results, 100% of parasite infection was reported as never dewormed farms, followed by annual dewormed farms and before rain season dewormed farms. However, 6 month and 3 months interval dewormed farms showed the lower infection percentage. While considering the relationship between frequently used dewormers, that mean helminths, and parasite infection, levimazole and oxyclosanide 85.18%, albendazole 84.61%, ivermectin 100%, levimazole plus oxyclosanide and ivermectin 20%, and albendazole and ivermectin 15% were positive. There are the parasite species detected: Hemonchus contortus 50%, Esophagostomum species 14%, Trichostrongylus species 12%, and 12 farms, that mean 24% were not detected any parasite eggs.
Here is microscopic pictures of the Hemonchus contractus, Esophagostromum species, and Trichostrongylus species. Discussion. The overall incidence of the gastrointestinal parasite of goats in Mihintale was about 76%. The incidence in descending order is Hemonchus contractus, Esophagostromum species, and Trichostrongylus species. The incidence of Hemonchus contractus was the highest, followed by the Esophagostromum species, and Trichostrongylus species was the last. Most farmers used medical preparation of levamisole and oxyclosinide as a dewormer. However, the highest effective rate showed levamisole and oxyclosinide with ivermectin, and it showed 80% success rate. The contributing factor to the highest prevalence of nematode due to poor farm management, because 100% farmers are fed their goats in free-range system, unhygienic watering, and poor housing facility. Here is the conclusion of our study. The major gastrointestinal parasite was the nematodes. Among the nematodes, the highest prevalence was reported in Hemonchus contractus and last Trichostrongylus species. Most farmers used levamisole and oxyclosinide as a dewormer, but the highest success rate was seen with levamisole and oxyclosinide combined with ivermectin. That means ivermectin used before or 1 week after the use of levamisole and oxyclosinide, which had an 80% efficacy rate. This is references. My presentation is over. Thank you for your kind attention.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Ratnayaka, for your the findings and the presentations. So then now the presentation is open for the discussion. Nice, Mr. Ratnayaka. So then I will ask one question from you. So, so then based on your the findings, right? So then it's a quite of the case study, no? Right. So then as a researcher, then what is your idea about the application of this kind of the antiparasite drugs? For an example, the most of the antiparasite drugs, once the farmers use these drugs as alone, normally it has built up some resistance. But now as a strategy, the farmers use the combination of the drugs. You know, for an example, the levanchols or the clocinide or the ivermectin, like. So then now it has some high efficacy rate, but with the time, of course, it has developed some resistance also with this kind of combination. Then what is your suggestion for the farmers?
So, my suggestion is continue strong deworming schedule with assistance from the veterinary surgeons, because most of farmers use dewormers, deworming drugs frequently. By same drug frequently they use. That's why this resistance was developed. So.
Right. So yeah, that's good answer. But I think that rather than going for the drugs application, so then it is better to enhance or encourage farmers to keep the well management practices, so that this kind of the incidents we can minimize this incident. So otherwise we have to use this kind of the antiparasite drugs, and then it build up the resistance with the time of the application, right? So then other somehow, or sometimes we can use some natural antiparasite, the natural feeding behaviors or the feed materials which have some antiparasite the ability, right? Like Titonia, like the varieties. And so then somehow we have to encourage the farmers to enhance their management practices. And then I would like to ask one question. So then, based on your the findings, you have mentioned that some farmers or there's some efficacy rate of the application of the antiparasite drugs before the rainy season.
Yes, sir.
So then, is there any reason why before the rainy season? Highlight.
Sir, before rainy season, they some farmers administered antiparasite drugs because they will believe that parasite prevalence in rainy season is high. Incidence was reported in veterinary officers. They suggest to farmers to give given at least before rainy season start that parasite drugs.
Okay, Mr. Ratnayaka, thank you very much. So then, is
Thank
there
you,
any questions?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Ratnayaka, for your detailed presentation. So I will ask one question. So what is your idea about the farmers on awareness of the farmers on gastrointestinal infection in the studied area? Are they aware or not?
Most of farmers, sir, they are not aware about the gastrointestinal parasite because some farmers found they did not use any parasite dewormer, not dewormers, entire their farming life. Sometime their animals may die. They will treat themselves. They did not consider that parasite infections.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Ratnayaka.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Ratnayaka, for your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Nice day, sir.
Right. So then the next presenter is Mr. H.A.R.W. Kotuegedara, and his the title is the evidence of microplastic in giant the tiger prawn or the Pinus monodon captured from Negombo and Koggala lagoons in Sri Lanka. So then I would like to invite Mr. H.A.R.W. Kotuegedara to present your finding.
Yes, sir. My research is evidence of microplastic in giant tiger prawn, Pinus monodon captured from Negombo lagoon and Koggala lagoons in Sri Lanka. This is the presentation outline. Let's move to the introduction. Microplastic is defined as a plastic material with an average size of less than 5 milliliter. Microplastic mainly can be divided into two parts, primary microplastic and secondary microplastic. Why microplastic become a problem? Microplastic have been recently identified as important emergent problem because widespread present in the environment, persisting of microplastic, increasing trend of usage, small in size, potential physical and toxicological risks. Microplastic may have various physical, chemical, and biological consequences of organisms when they ingest because blockages in digestive tract, delayed evolution and diminished reproductive fitness, decreased growth rate and restriction of enzyme production, the growth of microalgae is inhibited, wet of organic pollutant and heavy metals. The tropic transmission of microplastic also causes bioaccumulation and biomagnification of microplastic. As a result, higher predators, including people who consume seafood products, may potentially be exposed to the relatively high level of microplastic. Microplastic in lagoons. Coastal lagoons are inland water bodies that are typically parallel to the coast. Thus, lagoons could be sinks for plastic waste and microplastic during their journey to the ocean. The amount of microplastic on coastal lagoon is still incompletely defined in comparison to open ocean environment. Why Pinus monodon I selected as the experiment species for my research? Pinus monodon shrimp is the most important commodity by value in the international seafood trade. They feed on food matter using their peripod and will consume everything in their path. Sri Lanka was ranked 5th out of 192 countries that release plastic waste into the ocean. Therefore, necessary to investigate the occurrence of microplastic in organisms, water and sediment, lagoon. These are the objectives: to determine and compare the abundance of microplastics and their types in Pinus monodon captured from lagoon and Koggala lagoon, to determine and compare the abundance of microplastics and their types in water and sediment of Negombo lagoon and Koggala lagoon. This is the method. These are the steps for my methods. First one is site selection. I selected Koggala lagoon and Negombo lagoon. Second one is sample selection. I collected 16 shrimp from local market from Negombo lagoon and Koggala lagoon. Sediment sample and water sample from 3 selected sites in Negombo and Koggala lagoon collected into 1 liter glass bottle. This is the microplastic extraction method. For shrimp, I use acid digestion protocol.
This is the microplastic extraction method for water. I use hydrogen peroxide protocol. This is the microplastic extraction method for sediment sample. I use hydrogen peroxide protocol. Sample were observed under microscope, photomicroscope, and images of microplastic items were taken. The items were assessed and described according to photomorphotype, color, and size. When considered about statistical analysis, I use Microsoft Excel and IBM SPSS software, independent sample t-test, and one-way ANOVA used for that. Let's move to the result and discussion part. This table shows percentage occurrence of microplastic in shrimp, case, GIT, and heparangias of shrimp from Negombo Lagoon and Koggala Lagoon. Both lagoon shows 100% occurrence of microplastic. This table shows mean abundance of total microplastic and their types. In Negombo Lagoon contains significantly higher number of microplastic than Koggala Lagoon. This table shows mean abundance of total microplastic and their type in gills, GIT trap, and heparangias in Phineas Monodan in both lagoons. In Negombo Lagoon, gills contain significantly higher number of microplastic than GIT and heparangias in Koggala Lagoon. Also, in gills contain significantly higher number of microplastic than GIT and heparangias. This graph shows prevalence of different type of microplastic within lagoon of shrimp. Fragments contain significantly higher than fibers. Colors of microplastic in Phineas Monodan. Microplastic were in different colors. Red, blue, and black are the dominant colors in Phineas Monodan. Purple is only identified from fibers. This table shows mean abundance of total microplastic and their types in water. In Negombo Lagoon contains significantly higher number of microplastic than Koggala Lagoon. This graph shows prevalence of different types of microplastic within the lagoon water. Fragments significantly higher than fiber. This table shows colors of microplastics in water. Red, blue, and black are the dominant colors. Green fragments were detected in both lagoons. This table shows microplastic in sediments, mean abundance of total microplastic and their type. In Negombo Lagoon contains significantly higher number of microplastic than Koggala Lagoon. This graph shows prevalence of different types of microplastic within lagoon in sediment. Fragments are significantly higher than fibers. This graph shows colors of microplastic in sediment. Red, blue, and black are the dominant colors. Green fragments were detected in Negombo Lagoon. Purple is only identified from fibers. These are the images of microplastic in shrimp. These are the images of microplastic in water and sediment. These are the images sources could be found during the field sampling. Final one is conclusion. Negombo and Koggala lagoons in Sri Lanka have been contaminated by microplastic, and both lagoon shrimp were found to be ingested microplastic. Microplastics could be found in heparangias, gills, and gastrointestinal tract of Phineas Monodan. Gills may be responsible for accumulating more microplastic rather than heparangias of GI or GIT. Comparatively, the shrimps of Negombo Lagoon contain significantly higher microplastic than the shrimp of Koggala Lagoon. Both lagoon water and sediment were contaminated by microplastics. Sediment and water of Negombo Lagoon contain significantly higher microplastic amount than Koggala Lagoon. Major microplastic type of fibers and fragments, no beads were recovered. Blue, red, and black were the dominant colors. Red was the most prominent color of microplastic in both lagoons. In both lagoons, the majority of the fibers belong to large and small size categories. These are the references of my research. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Ms. Pottuigedara, and very sorry for for my mistake, because at the introduction I introduced you as Mr. So then very sorry for it. And then Ms. Pottuigedara. So then I will ask these two questions. So then, what do you mean by the primary microplastic and secondary microplastic?
Primary microplastic, originally microplastic tiny fragments. Secondary plastics are fragmentation done by some fragmentation process, from large particles. Primary one are originally microplastic.
Right. Thank you. And then the second one, that based on your the findings that you have found that the Negombo Lagoon is quite contaminated, much more with the microplastic than the Koggala Lagoon, right? So then based on the water quality and then the sediments and then the giant tiger shrimp. So then what is your recommendation for the consumers? Because this is a very critical the finding. Right? Because you know that it has these giant tiger prawns, so they have the high market demand. Right. So then based on your findings, so what would be your conclusion or the suggestions to the consumers?
In my undergraduate research, I used mainly three organs for my experiment. I didn't do for that muscle part. So in mainly shrimp, we remove their heads and gut while we eating. But can be microplastic can be translocated into muscle part from these organs. So I suggest into eat seafood more when we eat more shrimps can be effect for my this microplastic can be adverse, but normally it not be heavily when we eat it can be damage our organs.
Yes, because normally there's a risk of the transmission of the microplastic from mother to child to the milk. So it has a huge the risk, right? So then Thank you very much, Ms. Kotrugedara. So then, is there any the question from the audience? Right. Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kotrugedara, for your nice presentation. You mentioned that Negombo Lagoon has high contamination than Kogga Lagoon. Did you identify any specific source of contaminants?
In Negombo Lagoon, fishing activities, and this is urban area, so fishing activities, tourism activities more than Kogga Lagoon. So I think that can be the reason for high microplastic contamination in Negombo Lagoon than Kogga Lagoon.
Right. Thank you very much. And my next question is, what is the standard level of microplastic in fisheries for export quality?
So normally we use FTIR and Raman technologies for identify what are the polymer type for microplastic. For that we want macro size particles for analyze the standard level for me. Use FTIR or Raman. In my research, I can't find macro particles for analyzing, so I couldn't do for use FTI technology or Raman technology. So for the export quality, so we can use identify what are the polymer type and what are the things by using FTIR and Raman technology.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the questioning, and then thank you very much, Mr. Kotrugedara, for your nice finding and timely important the research, and then good luck for your further the experimental activities. Thank you very much. Right, our next presenter is Ms. RMMHP Ranatunga, and the research title is Evidence of Microplastic in Blue Swimming Crab or the Proteinus pelagicus and mud crab, Skyla serrata, captured from Negombo Lagoon in Sri Lanka. So then I would like to invite Mr. Ranatunga to present the research finding.
My research topic is evidence of microplastic in blue swimming crab, Proteinus pelagicus and mud crabs, Skyla serrata, captured from Negombo Lagoon. Here is my content. Let's move to the introduction part. Microplastic is particles of plastic less than 5 millimeter length and have been identified major marine pollutants. There are major two types, primary microplastic and secondary microplastic. Microplastic become widespread with dangerous for ecosystem and organism. They have higher durability and they are not easily degraded. Microplastic ingestion has been reported a range of marine vertebrates and invertebrates. And accumulation of microplastic leads severe concern of organism, block gills, damage digestive tract, transform for soft tissues. And microplastic can reach higher trophic level through the food chain. Considering about why it is important to Sri Lanka has become fifth among coastal countries contributing to plastic waste to ocean. And considering about why it is importance of crabs, they are benthic omnivores and microplastic accumulate in gills and digestive tract. And they are very tasty and popular food among the peoples, and microplastic can reach to higher trophic level by bioaccumulation through the food chain. And considering my objectives to determine the abundance of microplastic in Portunus pelagicus and Scylla serrata from Negombo Lagoon, and to determine the abundance of microplastic accumulating in sediment and water sample of Negombo Lagoon. And let's move to the methods part. Firstly, I selected as a Negombo Lagoon as my site, and here you can see the major three sites from collecting sample, water, sediment, and crab samples. Considering about sample collection, 10 samples from each crabs were collected, and from 3 sites, water sample, 3 samples were collected, and sediment samples also. Considering about microplastic extraction from the crabs, firstly, length and weight of crabs were measured, and gill, gut, hepatopancreas were separated, and nitrogen acid digestion protocols were done for isolate microplastic. Extraction from the water, hydrogen peroxide digestion protocols were done for isolate microplastic. And microplastic extraction from the sediment, firstly, microplastic were separated from the sediment by using calcium chloride and air ventilation. Then hydrogen peroxide digestion protocols were done for isolate microplastic. And after filtration, the sample filter papers were visualized under the photomicroscope to observe microplastic. And data were analyzed by using SPSS 2.0 version and independent T-sample and one-way ANOVA were done. Considering about the result and discussion, in the crabs, there are major 2 types microplastic were identified, fiber and fragment. There are no beads. Comparing the 2 crab species, Scylla serrata has higher amount of microplastic rather than Portunus pelagicus. And considering about the major 3 organs, gills have higher abundance of microplastic than gut and hepatopancreas in both species, Portunus pelagicus and Scylla serrata. And considering about the major colors, red and black are the major colors. Blue and brown and other colors can be observed in the crabs. And considering about the microplastic in sediment, sample A has a higher amount of microplastic rather than 2, and sampling site 3 has more less microplastics. And comparing about the microplastic in water, and same as previous, sample site 3 has more less amount of microplastic rather than 1 and 2. And these are some photos I were taken my field visit. There are plenty of plastic waste in the Negombo Lagoon, and plastic debris were identified, and fishing nets were identified in the Negombo Lagoon as a plastic pollutant. And these are some photos from taken from photo microscope. These are some fibers and fragments in the microplastic in crabs and sediments also. And coming to the conclusion, Fortunus pelagicus and Scylla serrata were ingested microplastic, and water and sediment sample were contaminated with microplastic. Higher accumulation microplastic were found in Scylla serrata rather than Fortunus pelagicus, and gill has significantly higher accumulation of MPs than butt and hepatopancreas. Major microplastic types in there were fibers and fragments. Different colors and different sizes were identified. These are my reference, and that's all. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Ms. Ranatunga, for your nice presentation and timely imported the finding. So then now the presentation is open for the discussion. Yeah. Yes, Ms. Ranatunga. So then I will ask one question. So then, based on your findings, that you have found that the Portunus pelagicus is quite the resistance than the Scylla serrata with the accumulation of the microplastic. So then, do you have any idea about the resistance or the sensitivity of these two species?
Considering about their living environment, Scylla serrata live more benthic, and they live on bottom of the lagoon, and rather than Portunus pelagicus. So I think they can mistakenly ingest microplastic Scylla serrata rather than Portunus pelagicus.
Okay. Right. Thank you very much, Ms. Ranatunga. Is there any other questions from the audience?
Yes, I have one question. Mr. Ranatunga, according to your presentation, you clearly mentioned some health issues can be arise because of microplastic, the consumption of fish product contaminated with microplastic. Have you reported any health issues among the consumers who resided around the Nigambu the lagoon?
No.
Because of consumption of this kind of microplastic contaminated fish product?
No, in my research, I investigated microplastic in crabs. Normally, crabs are imported by imported food item. They are not easily eaten by Sri Lankan people, so I can't found that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Ranatunga, for your presentation. And then I would like to, this is not actually the question. So then you know that these cats are the predators, no? So then I think it's better to find the accumulation of the microplastic from the other living organisms in the particular the living environment, because they are they consume the living matters, and then it's better to analyze, or better to expedite your activity for the other living species, because to assess the food chains, definitely with your findings we can conclude, or we can get an idea about the lower steps of their food chain also contaminated with the higher the microplastic contamination. Because when we compare with the colleagues or the Miss Kotue, she also found that the Nigambo lagoon is contaminated with the microplastic, and then to that there's some the Pinus modern species also the affected with the accumulation of the more microplastic. So then actually this the scenario has become a social disaster, because almost all the people used to consume this kind of the high delicious the seafoods, right? So then I think it's better to expedite the works, both of you, right? To assess the contamination of the water bodies, sediments, and then living matters with the accumulation of the microplastic can make the social campaign or the social awareness to get rid from this social disaster. So then I will actually thank you very much and very nice the finding and the timely important activity. Thank you very much, Ms. Ranatunga, for your presentation.
Thank you, sir, for your suggestions.
Right, thank you. And then our next presenter is Ms. RVPK Madhushani, and her research title is The Effect of Different Dairy Cattle Management Practices on the Raw Milk Quality in Selected Veterinary Regions in Hambantota District. So then I would like to invite Ms. Madhushani to present your finding.
Have a nice day, ladies and gentlemen. I am RVPK Madhushani, undergraduate of Southeastern University of Sri Lanka. Today I am going to present about effect of different dairy cattle management practices on raw milk quality in selected veterinary region in Hambantota district. The dairy industry is expanding rapidly worldwide. In Sri Lanka, the livestock subsector has only contributed slightly over 1% of the country GDP. According to the Department of Animal Production and Health report in 2020, in Sri Lanka, cattle population is 1.62 million and buffalo population is almost 0.5 million and producing 450 million liters of milk. In Sri Lanka, there are three main cattle management systems available. One, intensive farming system, second one is semi-intensive farming system, and third one is intensive farming system. Problem statement. One of the biggest concern of dairy farmers is the quality and safety of milk production. Failure to meet quality assurance standard and regulatory requirement affect both farmers and consumers. The majority of the farmers are smallholders, do not have much capital or knowledge to increase the milk quality. These are the research objectives. These studies were conducted in Hambantota district. Convenient sample method used for selection of veterinary region and simple random sampling method used for collecting milk sample. 450 milk samples were collected, obtained from 30 small-scale dairy farm operating under 3 different farming systems. Among them, 5 intensive farm, 10 semi-intensive farm, and 15 extensive farm. Collected data were analyzed by using one-way ANOVA, post-hoc list, significant difference, and student t-test used to compare milk quality parameter among farming system and standard value. Each milk sample was checked by Laboratory Malidu Dairy Private Limited in Nanganukola Palace. I mentioned beginning of presentation 5 veterinary region I select for my research. Figure 1 clearly indicate selected veterinary region Ambalantota, Tissamaharama, Hambantota, Tangol, and Nanganukola Palace. According to my research finding, most of the farmers in cattle farm in Hambantota district engaged with extensive cattle management system. And figure 2 clearly indicate farm engaged period in cattle management system in selected area. Most of the farmers had more than 5 years experience in cattle management system. They observed different milk quality variable among the 3 different farming systems. Attribute to a range of factors including diet, cattle management system, as well as environmental factors such as temperature and humidity. According to the table 2, specifically higher SNF value observed in extensive and semi-intensive farming system compared to intensive farming system. And also there are no significant difference of 3 farming system on fat content, TS, lactose, protein, and water and alcohol. According to the table 3, higher keeping quality value observed in extensive and semi-intensive farming system. Significantly higher lactometer reading was recorded in extensive farming system. Before the laboratory analysis, recessorine tests were performed. As a result, majority of the milk sample in purple pink color, which indicate good quality of milk. According to the table 6, clearly indicate milk quality variable and standard value. In 3 different farming system, milk quality parameter such as TS, lactose, fat content, SNF, and protein was significantly higher than the standard value. And also, lactometer reading and keeping quality is recorded higher value in extensive farming system. According to the Mr. Gunasena literature, factors such as breed, age, feeding practices are affecting milk quality, such as fat content, lactose, TS, and SNF. That's brings me to end of my presentation. High keeping quality and SNF value observed in extensive farming system compared to other farming system. And also majority of the milk sample were not excellent but acceptable good quality level. The extensive farming system milk quality is higher than the other farming system. In further welfare studies of the farming system have to be considered for the improvement of the milk quality. Suggestion of the research area should be improved with adequate awareness program on cattle feeding, forage conservation method, training, milk collecting network, introduce marketing potential and value addition, milk product processing, and etc. That's all about my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention and give me a valuable opportunity to me. Have a nice day and thank you so much.
Right, thank you very much, Ms. Madhushani, for your nice presentations. Now the presentation is open for the discussion. Right, sir, yes. Right, so then, yes, do you initiate or shall I initiate?
Sir, you can initiate, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. So then, Ms. Madhushani, thank you very much for your findings, but I have one the particular concern, because we have come up with some controversial findings than what we are used to teach to our students. Because normally we recommend or we highlighted that we should go for the intensive farming systems in order to enhance the high quality or keeping quality of the milk. But you have come up with some the different the systems or the extensive management system, right? So it's quite controversial findings. It's okay, but based on your findings, right? So then here you have the found the effect of the solid non-fat, right? Solid non-fat is quite the high, significantly high with the different management practices, especially the extensive management is high than the intensive management. So can you explain how this kind of the solid non-fat could be vary with the management practices? Because the solid non-fat, what does it mean by the solid non-fat?
Without water and
yeah, without water, solids, non-fat. It means that all the solid except fat, right? The except fats, it includes the protein, carbohydrate, mineral, gases, everything, right? But the other point you have mentioned that you did not found any significant difference in the total solids. Total solids mean all the milk solids except water. Right? Total solids mean it includes the solid non-fat also. Solid non-fat plus fat is equal to the total solids. But once you break down it into the solid non-fat and the fat, again you may have mentioned that solid non-fat has significant difference. So it has some controversial the things to be the thing. And other thing is that normally all the milk parameters are depend mainly on the feeding and the individual biological factors like the breeds, and then feeding the like activities, not based on the management. Of course, management is the affected, but to the like feeding and other diseases like conditions. Right. So then it's better to you find if you it's much better if you found the try to pay your attention to detect the some disease prevalence of this the cattle or other things. So then you can come up with the very good the solution or the suggestions for your the findings. And other thing is that KQ means keeping quality. Did you measure the resolution test?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Because you could not find any the other the significant difference with the other quality parameters like the COB test or the alcohol positive. The alcohol means that which percentage did you use? 72 or 68?
68.
68, right? So then it means that the milk has good the quality, nearly so acceptable quality, right? So then it means that significant based on your findings, even though it is quite controversial with the what we used to explain, the management practice have not improved the effect on the final quality of the milk, right? That's what I got from your findings. But better to recheck because the keeping quality or the quality of the milk is mainly affected with the milking point and the health of the animals, and then storage and other facilities, rather than the management practices, right? Right. Yes. So.
Okay, Madhushani, I have one question about your presentation. Your study mainly focus, I think, 5 veterinary divisions, no?
Yes, sir.
Veterinary division. But according to my knowledge, I think there are 12 or more than 12 veterinary. Why you specifically focus on these 5 regions? Was there any reason?
During my research time, couldn't go to 12 veterinary region because of the economic criteria in Sri Lanka. No, can't go to both Para area.
Did you consider cattle population or number of farms, something like that, to select the veterinary division for your study?
Cattle population select in my research conducted in Malidu Dairy Private Limited, in this company collect milks in almost 8 veterinary region. I already select in this milk collecting area.
Out of 8, you have selected only 5, no?
5.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Madhushani. So then I would like to ask one question. So then in your suggestion, you have mentioned the encourage farmers to consider about the welfare matters of the animal, cattle welfare. But what is the relevance with your title and then the welfare? Then the title is that the different the milk quality or milk quality with the management activities. So then what do you mean by the enhancing the welfare matters? Enhance the welfare. Can you explain how did you how the farmer increases the quality of the raw milk? Yeah, don't get panic. Yeah, just the ask. welfare includes the feeding and the resting, right? So because you know that milk is a biological secretion, no? It's a kind of the secretion resulted from the various biological activities, right? So then once the animal is comfortable, definitely this animal can produce much more the quality product, and then they are healthier. So then, of course, we can get the high quality output from the animal, right? Thank you very much, Ms. Madhushani, for your presentation. And then thank you very much for the findings and the presentation.
Thank you so much.
Right, thank you. And then our next presenter is Ms. W.S. Sandamini. Her research title is the performances of the gift tilapia larvae fed with different concentration of the Daphnia magna combined with the formulated larval feed. So then I would like to invite Ms. Sandamini to initiate or the start your presentation.
Nice day to all. I am W.S. Sandamini. This is my research topic, performance of gift tilapia larvae fed with different concentrations of Daphnia magna combined with formulated larval feed. Genetically improved farm tilapia was developed in 1988 by the World Fish Center. Under my research, I used Daphnia magna as a supplementary live feed. They already provide proteins, lipids, and vitamin A, D, B, C, and digestive enzyme also. These are the identified problems. Juvenile gift tilapia fish have a low survival rate and growth performance. Currently, fish feed production is limited. The main reason for this is the increase in the price of basis feed raw materials required for fish production. Under my research, I hope to find out if given Daphnia magna as supplementary live feed in addition to the basic diet will affect their growth rate and survival rate of gift tilapia fries. This is the major objective, to assess the growth performance survival rate for tilapia larvae under the intensive culture system using live feed of Daphnia magna under different concentrations. This is my research material is in H-meter, diometer, thermometer, and etc. This study was conducted at the Igniagal Fish Breeding Center in 2022. Firstly, I cultivated Daphnia magna according to common procedure. Here, I already provide phytoplankton contain green water and other favorable environmental conditions to them. Then, I selected same size of cement 9 of fish tank and I already cleaned. Then, they all genetically improved farm tilapia fries 10,000 were added to each experimental tank and I measured their mean weight and mean length. Every day, I maintain water quality parameter also. This is my research design. The research design is the CRD design. Treatment 1. This is my control 1. Under the treatment 3, treatment 1, 3 replicates were fed only by commercial feed of tilapia, not 12% of body weight of a fry per day. Treatment 2, 3 replicates were fed only by commercial feed of tilapia, not 12% of body weight with whole Daphnia magna of a fry per day. Treatment 3, under the treatment 3, 3 replicates were fed only by commercial feed of tilapia, not 12% of body weight with 10 Daphnia magna of a fry per day. Data collection. After feeding end of the 7th, 14th, 21 days, 50 fries were taken from the each tank. That day, their length and weight were measured and recorded. Data analysis. I already analyzed my data by using SBS Statistic 20 software version. This is my result and discussion part. Their initial weight 0.03, their initial length 0.90. But treatment 3 showed highest values of final weight, and final length. Treatment 3 showed highest significant difference than treatment 1 and treatment 2. Here also, body weight increase, percentage of body weight increase, length gain percentage. These values showed highest values in treatment 3. Then here treatment 3 significantly difference between than treatment 1 and treatment 2. Here, specific growth rate, body weight gain, daily growth rate, and survival rate show highest values in treatment 3. But here, treatment 2 also good because treatment 2 showed highest value than treatment 1. It means treatment 2 showed a significantly difference than treatment 1. This is my conclusion. If tilapia larvae in treatment 3 have reached the fry stage even before 21 days, it was concluded growth, performance, and survival rate of gift tilapia larvae can be improved by providing formulate feed at 12% of body weight supplemented with 10 Daphnia magna per larvae per day. So, treatment 3 already showed highest value. So, treatment 3 is good one. This is my reference part. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Sandamini, for your nice presentation. So then now the presentation is open for the discussion. Right. Ms. Sandamini.
Yes, sir.
Right. You asked, right? So then I will ask one question. So then in this treatment, you have selected the 12% of the feeding, right? So then is there any reason to go for the specific 12% of the body weight for the feeding? What is the reason?
Tilapia larvae stage have high growth performance. That's why provide 12% of 12% of body weight increase of that commercial feed, as well as according I already selected this percentage according to the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nation feed formula, and according to my research institute.
Right. So then you did you use the commercial feed or you prepared the formulated feed?
No, sir. Normally government commercial feed.
Commercial feed, because there are there are different kind of the feed fish feed the formula. So then based on that, so then anyway that you use the 12% the body weight, no? The according to
body weight.
Right. Right. So then the other thing is that can you explain how did you feed the Daphnia to the fish?
Normally I provided phytoplankton content green water to them, as well as
no, I mean that you fed the tilapia using with the Daphnia, no? You counted the Daphnia. So then once the next feeding, did you count the remaining the Daphnia in the water body? Oh, just added.
Just added.
Right. So then, because you use the 12% plus 10 Daphnia is the best outcome, no?
Best treatment is because under my control one, they matured within 21 days into fry stage. But my treatment 3 fries earlier matured within 1 week. This is my conclusion.
Yeah, because just my suggestion that because your treatment 1 and 2 level is quite less than the treatment 3, no? The Daphnia amount. So
yes.
Then I just suggest want to perform the particular activity or the research. First, you may make some broad line of the treatments, right? This means that the maybe 5% or the 5, 10, 15, 20 like. So based on that, you can get an idea of what would be the best the outcome, right? So it's the generally. Then you can do the fine tuning, right? Because based on your research, both the treatments or the level, the treatment 1 and 2 level is quite less than the treatment 3 and the Daphnia count. So then who knows that the 12% plus the 20 Daphnia is much more better than the treatment 3, right? Yeah, so then I suggest that once you perform the study, first you make some the broad the treatments, right? And then based on that, you can get an idea about which range is much more ideal. Then you can do the fine tuning with the surrounding this the broad range, right? Because still we do not know this is the best, or are there any other levels, or the level is much more better than you are finding, right? Of course, you got a nice the outcome, but better if you go for some outstanding the level, so the range of the level. Right? Right, thank you, sir. Do you have any the question from your side?
No, let's move to the next one. No?
Right. Thank you very much, Ms. Sandhamini, for your nice presentation. Right? And then the next presenter is Ms. Tanusan, and his finding is the evaluating of feeding values of different drying methods of alternative roughages. So then I would like to invite Mr. Tanusan to present your finding.
Very good morning, everyone. Today I am going to present regarding the evaluating of feeding values of different drying methods of alternative roughages. First, we move into the introduction. In Sri Lanka, the dairy industry is the most prioritized livestock subsector, and it mainly depends on the natural pasture and fodder. Here, the main problem is the lacking of good quality forage year-round. But some local feed manufacturers and feed multinational companies already engaged in the feed milling business. But those feeds are very expensive. So smallholders tend to use the self-mixed feed or the raw feed materials. The main problem in Sri Lanka of dairy industry is the lacking of good quality and cost-effective feed availability year-round. The main objective of this study is to evaluate the feasibility of conserving the roughages in dry pellet form, and the specific objectives are to study the palatability, nutritive value, and keeping quality of pellet. Next, we move into the materials and methodology. The location of this study is the Department of Livestock and Avian Science, Faculty of Livestock, Fisheries and Nutrition, Prime University of Sri Lanka. This study was conducted during March to July in 2016. The material used are 4 main forages, mainly the hybrid Napier grasses varieties CO4 and CO3, Glycidia, Louisiana, and the developed solar dryer was used. And these are some materials used in this study. Next, we move into the major steps involved in this study. The cabinet type solar dryer was designed. The dryer was built with the 3 stack of drying trays covered with the wire mesh and thick black polythene, leaving the air vents. And the drying was tested until the constant weight obtained and compared with the control, and the appearance and aroma was evaluated. Dry matter was calculated in the fresh weight basis, and the dried sample were reduced to 4 to 5 millimeter in size. Pellet was made to 10 to 15 millimeter in size, 10 to 12 millimeter in size. 6 early lactating cow was selected, and the acceptability and palatability of each forage tested by offering 3 forms of forage for the separated 3 times per day for 3 days, and the animals offered by 3 forms of forage and observed for 5 minutes. Intake of preferred form estimated by measuring the remaining amount of feed after 3 minutes. These are the pelleting procedure, and the proximate analysis was conducted for the ash percentage. Geochemical analysis was conducted for the energy, and the statistical analysis was made by using SAS 9.1 SPSS. Next, we move into the results and discussion part. The approximate analysis was conducted for the crude protein percentage. Here, the nutritive value are compared for the both drying method, solar drying and sun drying. The crude protein highest percentage was recorded in the Louisiana and lowest was observed in CO4. Ash percentage, ash percentage was observed in Louisiana and lowest was recorded in Glycidia. The energy percentage was recorded high in CO3 in solar drying method, and in the sun drying, Glycidia was recorded as the highest value. And the palatability, when we compare the palatability, the pelleted form is recorded as the high palatability, and the fresh form was recorded as the lowest palatability. And the comparison between the drying methods. Here, the solar dry is more effective compared to the sun dry method because the temperature deviation and the moisture reduction is high in solar dry, and the time taken for this drying is less in the solar drying method. Turning is important for the both drying method because mainly in solar dryer, each stacks having different drying percentage. The drying rate is same for the both drying method, and the bleaching was observed in the sun dry method, and the difficulties of drying of Glycidia and Louisiana was recorded in sun dry method because of the leaf senescence and shading. The solar dry was recorded as the better and efficient method. Here we can observe the 4 pelleted form of forages, and the acceptability was high in pelleted form. Glycidia was recorded as the most accepted pellet, and the solar dry pellet was recorded as the high palatability. And the dry matter loss caused by the nutrition loss. The fungal attack and mold attack detected after 5 to 6 weeks in dry forage leafy form. Caking of meal was observed after 4 to 5 weeks of processing. The bleaching was observed in the sun dry. Next we move into the conclusion part. This study is indicating the solar drying of forage is the cost effective and fast conservation method. Pelleted forage is the most acceptable and the high palatable and economical pelleted form. Drying and pelleting of forage is potential alternative method of conservation for the dairy farmers. The future scopes, further studies should be carried out to determine the other physiochemical properties such as the activity to increase the shelf life of pellet. Pelleting machine can be developed, and the dryer should be modified for the large scale use. These are some references. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Tanusan, and thank you very much for your nice the findings, right, and timely important findings. So now your presentation is open for the discussion. So, Ms. Tanusan.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank
so
you,
then,
sir.
The findings you may have mentioned in the conclusion part, the solar drying is much cost effective. Fine.
Yes. Yeah.
So can you explain the conclusion, like how do you explain that it's a cost effective than the sun drying? Did you calculate the cost of production?
I calculated, sir, for the grasses and legumes for the conservation rate. Just I calculated nearly 32 rupees for grasses and for the pellet transformation, and for the legumes nearly about 18 rupees per kilogram, sir. But I didn't compare in between the solar drying and sun drying for the cost, sir. But solar drying is more efficient than the sun dry because it's taking less time, and it's not causing any bleaching, sir, because the bad effects are higher in the sun drying than the solar dryer, sir. But in the cost effective form, I didn't compare in between the dryer methods, but only I calculated the conservation cost, sir, from the fresh form to pelleted form.
Okay, right. Thank you very much. Because do you think that this is quite economical aspect Of course, that is the dyeing is the we use for the preservation, but you mentioned that nearly 32 rupees would be the cost for the conservation of the kilogram of the grasses and nearly 18 rupees for the legume.
Yes.
So then, do you think it is cost effective in terms of the farmers or the economical?
Compared to the feeds availability in the market by the multinational companies, those are little bit higher than these, sir. But we can reduce more by conducting more researches on it and doing some efficient methods instead of these methods, these traditional methods. We can do something and we can reduce the cost, sir, because it's
yeah, in the commercially available feeds, it has much more concentrates, no?
Yes, sir, concentrate.
Yeah, now this has some the more roughages.
Yes, sir, roughages.
That's the huge the quality variations, right?
Yeah. Yes,
so
sir.
Then I think you can build up the idea like the combinations of the concentrates with some roughages.
Roughages, yes, sir.
Because you can find some locally available the industrial byproducts like the coconut konak or the rice, the polish, like different nutritional sources locally available with the cheap price. So then you can make a build up with some formula and mix like the TMRO and then you can make some mix the pellet or some mixture
blocks or something. Yes, sir.
So then that would be much more the cost effective and then economical for the farmers in terms of the farmers productivity.
Yes, sir. Yes, definitely, sir.
So this is my suggestion and very nice the approach.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tanushan. So then, sir, from your side, do you have any questions?
No, sir. We can continue.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Tanushan, for your nice presentation and finding.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your suggestions.
Right. Thank you. And then our next presenter is Ms. A.G.S.D. De Silva, and her research, the findings or the title is the benthic macroinvertebrates as a bioindicator to assess water quality of aquatic ecosystems. So then I would like to invite Ms. Silva to continue your findings to the audience.
My research topic is benthic macroinvertebrate as a bioindicator to assess water quality of aquatic ecosystems. Let's move to the introduction. There are different types of aquatic ecosystems such as rivers and streams, lagoons and estuaries, reservoirs and tanks present in Sri Lanka. However, the quality of the Sri Lankan aquatic ecosystems has been affected mainly by irrigation-related watershed management, catchment land use, direct discharge of untreated industrial and human waste, application of excess dose of fertilizer, and the direct discharge of sewage into surface water, tourist activities such as visiting mangroves and fish territories, traditional and modern industrial activities, as well as some of endemic geochemical factors. Therefore, water quality monitoring is important to identify water bodies that are already affected or are anticipated to be affected by future development activities. Let's move to the problem statement and justification. Clean water is essential to life. However, development of industry and urban agglomeration in current era has caused on water quality changes in aquatic water bodies. Adverse changes to water quality of one stream can impact all the bodies of water downstream, such as river or lake. When water quality degrades, changes to plant, invertebrates, and fish communities may occur and affect the entire food chain. Therefore, it is essential to measure the water quality in aquatic ecosystems to identify the human impacts. Water quality is commonly determined by physical, chemical, and biological parameters. Traditional water quality assessment approaches are largely based on monitoring its physiochemical parameters. However, these parameters are a function of natural and anthropogenic impacts and consequently vary in a short time. Therefore, water quality assessment merely based on physiochemical parameters will not give a realistic picture of the water quality. Biomonitoring of water quality with the aid of bioindicator species or indicator communities have been widely coming into practice, and it is a promising tool to assess water quality in aquatic ecosystems. However, there are lack of researches related to water quality assessment based on the benthic macroinvertebrate as a bioindicator in Sri Lankan context. Let's move to the objectives. This research article is aimed to explore role of monitoring benthic macroinvertebrates in water quality assessment in aquatic ecosystems in Sri Lanka. Further, to explore benthic macroinvertebrate as an indicator of impact of environmental perturbation on aquatic ecosystems and organic and inorganic pollution monitoring in aquatic ecosystems. Let's move to the methodology. This study was carried out by using information gathered from various secondary sources such as the referred academic journals and grey literature. Let's move to the results and discussion. There are several reasons for assessing water quality with bioindicator organisms, such as the sensitivity of organisms to environmental changes, low cost of the assessment, and population parameters of bioindicator organisms correlated to the physical and chemical parameters of water. Basically, organisms that live in or at the bottom of sediments are called benthos. Pollution tolerance index is basically used by the United States Environmental Protection Agency to determine the water quality related to macrobenthic invertebrates. The benthic macroinvertebrates are categorized into three sensitivity groups based on their ability to tolerate or to depend on pollution environment. The three tolerant groups are group number 1, organisms that are sensitive to pollution status, group number 2, organisms that are moderately sensitive to pollution, and group number 3, organisms that are tolerant of pollution. Let's move to the group number 1. Intolerant organisms require higher dissolved oxygen content, neutral pH, and cold water. Tolerant index range from 1 to 3. Here are some of the examples given in below. Let's move to group number 2, moderately intolerant organisms. Tolerant index range from 4 to 7. Here are some of the examples given in below. Let's move to the methodology. This study was carried out by using information gathered from various secondary sources such as the referred academic journals and grey literature. Three health status of water are given depend on pollution tolerance index values. If the PTI value higher than 40, water quality is good. If the PTI value in between 20 to 40, water quality is fair. If the PTI value lower than 20, water quality is poor. Example of calculation of PTI is given in the below picture. Red color box has shown the weighted average given for each category of the organisms. Benthic macroinvertebrates are considered as a biological quality element to be taken into account for evaluate the water quality of freshwater bodies, coastal and transitional water. For example, Tribophysidae are indicator of heavy pollution of fresh water. Crinomidae are indicator of average contamination, and Ephemeroptera, Trichoptera, and Odonata are indicator of clean water. There are several reasons. Monitoring water quality using benthic macroinvertebrate is a successful method to determine the health status and biological richness of aquatic water bodies, which are survival of benthic macroinvertebrates depend on water quality and sediment characteristic, fast response to anthropogenic activities and natural stresses. Shifting macroinvertebrates communities can help to identify the impact of pollution as well as effectiveness of pollution control. Benthic macroinvertebrates are limited with mobility, which restricted immigration or avoid the adverse environmental changes. They can be more easily collected, stored, and identified. There are few published researches related to diversity indices of macrobenthic invertebrates in Sri Lankan context. The abundance of oligochaetes in Colombo Lake in relation to environmental parameters has conducted by Costa and co-authors in 1997. Gamlat and Vijayaratna in 1997 have done a study on identification of gastropod and oligochaete species indicative of environmental condition in low-optic water body by Sri Lanka. Patiratna and Veera Sundara in 2004 have studied on bioassessment of benthic oligochaetes of inland water bodies in Sri Lanka. Further, oligochaete composition and densities with environmental parameters in some freshwater streams in Sri Lanka has studies by Veerasundara and co-authors in 1999. Let's move to the conclusion. Any aquatic ecosystem can be polluted or contaminated when exceeds its tolerant level of pollution from pollution sources. Even though natural aquatic ecosystems have some sort of capacity to detoxify certain amount of pollution driven into them, which is called self-purification, unsuitable human activities can cause to exceed the tolerant level of pollution in aquatic ecosystems. It is hard to evaluate existing water quality in aquatic ecosystem because physiochemical parameters of water bodies change temporarily. Therefore, bioindices-based biomonitoring is a promising tool to assess the water quality in aquatic ecosystems. Among different biological tests, benthic macroinvertebrates-based water quality measurement has several advantages. Further, benthic macroinvertebrates are occupied in several ecological niches in aquatic water, and their population parameters are directly correlated with physiochemical properties of water. Therefore, measuring changes in population parameters of benthic macroinvertebrates will give the realistic picture of the water quality situation in aquatic ecosystems. Further, scientific investigations related to biodiversity, sensitivity, and water quality are needed to carry out to evaluate the biodiversity changes within the aquatic ecosystems to deploy recommendation to regulate the anthropogenic activities within the aquatic ecosystems, Sri Lanka. My research topic is, let's move to the group number. Here is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Silva. Again, I made a mistake with the introduction of your title. Like I said, Miss, and very sorry for that. So then now the presentation is open for the discussion. Right. Mr. Silla, this is quite the review article, no? The review papers. Right. So then, yeah, could you please write? So then, this is this relevant to the local scenario or the international or the whole the aquaculture sector in the world?
It is I focused only for the Sri Lankan context.
Yes. Actually, yeah, this is very good the avenue because we observed that two of these the previous studies also paid the attention on the contamination of the water bodies and the water species with the contamination of the microplastic, right? So then actually it's a very timely important the approach. So I think there are just not actually it's very good. So then I think it's better to go for some the finding or the assessment of the possible pathways or the routes or finding ways to assess the water contamination, not like the traditional parameters, but now with the industrial the activities, lot of the contaminants or the pollutants are accumulated with the water bodies like the microplastics. So this is very toxic for the human, not only humans, so almost all the other living organisms. So I think it's better to expedite to assess the new the biological or the bio indicators to assess the contamination of the recently accumulated toxic components like the plastic or the heavy metal accumulations, because they are the directly affect to the humans and then other living organisms of the health. So to that it makes the significant disaster to the social economy and social lifestyle. So then I think that is a very nice approach, a nice the idea generated by yourself, right? So it's a good approach.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Silva, for your detailed presentation. I will ask one question. Are there any models developed for evaluate or assess the water quality using this macro invertebrates? Are there any models?
Models mean there are some indices. One is the population tolerance index, which is we can heavily use in the assess the diversity of the organisms, as well as we can use Shannon diversity index. There are a lot of indices available. So using these indices, we can calculate their diversity of abundance. Then both diversity and abundance of these organisms well correlated with the physical and chemical parameters of water. So we can get the idea about according to their diversity and abundance whether this water is polluted or not.
Right. Thank you very much.
Yes. Is there any other suggestions? No. Right. So then, thank you very much, Mr. Silva, for your nice presentation, and thank you very much.
Yes.
Right. So then, this the last presenter of today's session under the livestock and fisheries and aquaculture sector. The HMAKM Hera, and has the title is the influence of the grass and maize silage on milk yield and milk composition of dairy cows. So then I would like to invite Mr. Hera to continue your findings and share your information with the audience.
Hello everyone. Today I am going to present my experimental presentation about influence of grass and maize silage on milk yield and milk composition of dairy cows. Introduction. Sri Lankan dairy industry mainly depend on cow and buffalo milk production. According to Department of Census and Statistics of Sri Lanka, 40% self-sufficient from dairy and rest of them imported. Next, Minneria veterinary range. About 500 registered active cattle farms and nearly 4,500 cattle in Minneria veterinary range, and daily milk production is about 6,000 liters per day. There is a problem to supply required amount of maize because of reduction of maize cultivation due to Sena caterpillar attack. Therefore, it is essential to investigate on potential of newly introduced fodder grasses to make silage using surplus of production during rainy season to feed the animals during feed shortage. Now, problem statement. The main problem for the dairy industry in the dry zone of Sri Lanka is the scarcity of forages throughout the year. Silage production is the best method for conserving forages. Now, objective to study the effects of grass and maize silage on feed intake, milk yield, and milk composition of lactate in dairy cows. Materials and method. My experimental site was Minneria veterinary range in Polonnaruwa district. This how I selected cows for the experiment. Experimental design is CRD. It has 4 treatment and 4 replication. Treatments were maize silage with TMR. Treatment 2 is Pachon silage with TMR. Treatment 3 is Pachon into maize silage with TMR. Treatment 4 is only total mixed ration. It is control. Silage production. Materials were maize grass without fresh corn, Pachon grass, sugar, salt, silage barrels, and grass chopper. Silage making procedure. First, harvested super napier and maize dried under the shade. After chopping grasses, filling of barrel while adding salt and sugar, then pressing into the barrel, and finally sealed and labeled. Composition of ingredients used for TMR production. 51.6 kilogram TMR provided for 400 kilogram cattle. It is these are its component, and 3% of fodder grasses in TMR replaced by silage before given to the dairy cows. Feeding of dairy cows with treatment diets. Once silage production process is completed, sealed and labeled silage barrels were kept for 21 days to induce fermentation process. Data collection procedure. Silage sample were analyzed for following parameters: moisture, dry matter, crude protein, and others. Silage samples were collected and sent to the Veterinary Institute for proximate and gross energy analysis, and after measured feed intake, milk yield, and milk composition, collected milk samples were subjected to analyze their composition using scan milk analyzer. Data analysis. Collected data were analyzed using SAS package. Now, result and discussion. There is no significant difference between moisture percentage, dimethyl percentage, crude fiber percentage, and either extract percentage. But there is a significant difference between crude protein. Highest value we can see patron silage, and lowest value we can see maize silage. And there is a significant difference between as percentage. Highest are same patron silage, and lowest percentage we can see maize silage. pH value, gross energy value not significant difference, and feed intake, milk yield are same. Now milk composition. This column chart we use. Highest was identified in maize silage, lowest was identified in control. But there were not significant difference between treatment 2 and 3. SNF percentage, moisture percentage, total solid percentage are not significant difference. Finally, conclusion. Different types of silage tested in this experiment were not significantly affected on milk yield and milk composition, like water percentage, SNF percentage, and total solid percentage. However, milk fat in cow milk could significantly be improved by giving maize silage with total milk fraction. Therefore, it could be concluded that the maize silage can be replaced by super Napier silage without affecting milk yield while improving milk fat. Thank you all.
Right, thank you very much, Ms. Hera, for your the findings and presentation. Now the presentation is open for the discussion. Hello, Ms. Hera.
Hello, I can hear, sir.
Yeah, right. So then, thank you very much for the presentation. Right. So then, based on your study, that you have selected the 4 treatments, right? The treatment 1, I think the maize plus TMR, and the treatment 2 is Pacton, and then treatment 3 is a combination of the maize and Pacton, and treatment 4 is the TMR. So then, do you have any idea about the normally what in which form the farmers used to feed their animal, as a TMR or as it is fresh grass?
Some farmers used a TMR, but
it's a majority.
Sorry, sir.
Majority of the farmers, how do they feed?
Fresh grass uses. Fresh grass uses.
Yes. So then I think it's much better if you use the fresh grass treatment as a control, right? And then a TMR also, if you use the TMR also as the treatment, that might be you can get us nice the difference, because normally the TMR, you know what the TMR is, a total mixed fraction, no? Could you hear me?
Sorry, sir. I can't comprehend. I can't hear properly.
Yeah, you know that TMR is a total mixed fraction, no? It has some quite balanced diet. Normally, rather than just as the giving us the raw the fresh grasses. So then in the silage process and the TMR process is so slightly different. Like the somewhat the undigestible portions make some easily digestible during the silage process, especially the damaging of the lignocellulose, the bonds with the microbes or the cellulase enzymes secreted by the microbes. So then I think you could get much more significant outcome if you use the fresh grass as a control. So then you could see, you could have the significant difference between the 4 treatments with the control, right? So then that's one of my conclusions, the suggestions. And other thing is that, could you explain how did you select the maize for your treatment? Is a whole grass or the after harvesting?
Harvest fresh born harvested maize plant.
Yeah, it means that it has some matured grass, no? Matured the plant. After harvesting mean after the removing the cob. But once you select the other grasses, they are maybe you might harvested in the proper the stage, or the maybe 10% flowering stage.
Yes, sir.
Right. So then, but your harvesting pattern is quite irregular. Can you understand what I emphasize? Because you harvested maize in a quite the premature or the post-mature mature the situation, and then you harvested pecton quite early mature, and then it has much more soluble carbohydrate because of its super maturity, while the maize plants enhance its lignification process. Because with the, you know that with the maturity it tend to the more lignification. So then based on your the selection or the sample selection, maybe you have done some something not wrong, so not correct, right? So because once we select the sample, the everything should be in the same situation. All the maize or the pecton or the mixing the other things, the grass that we use for the TMR process should be similar. So then, can you explain what is what are the type of grasses that you use for the TMR? Yes, I mean what is the type of grasses or the fodder varieties that you use for the TMR process? You use the pecton and then the maize as the treatment, and what are the other grasses that you use for the preparation of the TMR?
Sorry, sir, I can't hear properly.
Yeah, what are the grasses that you use for the preparation of the TMR?
Normally, before May flowering stage.
Yes, yeah, yes. So what is the type? Maybe guinea grass or the clone 13, or what are the type of grasses that you use for the preparation of the TMR? That is not correct, but I will ask in Sinhala language. ඔයා මොකද්ද පාවිච්චි කරේ TMR හදන්න? මොන ග්‍රාස් වර්ගයද පාවිච්චි කරේ?
Mana, gini tala mana. Gini grasses and mana grasses.
Guinea grass and mana is yes. So then normally it's mana, what we call this in Sinhala. It's not recommended for the feeding material as the feeding materials for the cattle, and then guinea grass also same, because they are quite less the digestibility than the other two high yielding varieties. But surprisingly, that you have obtained the non-significant values, mean that even though very low quality grasses, what you use the preparation of the silage, sorry, TMR, the guinea grass or the mana, they have the performance similar to the high yielding the crop such as the paction like the grasses, but it's okay, you find it, so then we accept it. Yeah, yes, sir. From your side, do you have some these questions?
No, no, sir.
No, sir.
Yes, right. So then I will ask one last question. During your presentation, you mentioned, Ms. Hera, the silage is best for the dry zone. So can you explain why this? How did you say that? Sorry, how do you say that silage is best for the dry zone?
It has a period in dry zone. We discussed it.
Yeah, that theoretically, normally silage mean that wet preservation techniques. Like hay mean it's a dry preservation technique. Normally in the upcountry zones or the wet zone, right? So then upcountry area or the wet zone, we do not get the proper sunlight for the preparation of the hay. So then if we want to process the hay, we have to use some energy sources like the firewood or the electricity. So that is not economical. That is why we use the silage process for the wet preservation as a wet preservation techniques. We recommend for the especially up country. It is of course we can use for the entire country, but it is the much more suitable for the up country zone. And since we have the enough sunlight in the dry zone, right? So then rather than going for the silage, it's recommended to use the dry preservation like the hay. Right? So that is my suggestions and my point, right? That is much more cheaper and then less cost effective. But of course, we can use, but much more ideal for the much more ideal the hay, preparation of the hay for the dry zone area in terms of the farmers point of view. Right. Thank you very much, Ms. Hera, your findings and the presentation. Right? Good luck. Thank you very much. Right. Thank you very much for all. And then this is the end of the today's the third the session of the fourth national symposium on the agro technology and rural sciences organized by the Colombo University. And this we discussed the several titles, right? Nearly the 10, actually 10 presenters or the new scientists they have found or presented their findings in various disciplines, including aquaculture, livestock, and nutrition. Actually, we could see that a lot of the new concepts and the new thinking pattern and new the divisions, right? In the scientific the scenario, and then with that with this their findings actually we could see that a lot of interested areas, so that we have to pay our attention as a national wise because the lot of the problems are arising with the unconcern of this kind of the areas of the people, the officials, we could the experience with the huge loss and experience with the lot of disasters. So then I would like to conclude that with these findings, actually, most of the findings are much more the relevance and timely important and much more better to expedite in the national levels. And then I highly congratulate and thank you very much for all the contributors, participants, especially for the presenters, for their effort, and then the the findings and presenting. And then this is actually your first stage. And so then you could observe some kind of the positive and the some few drawbacks with your findings. So then don't be upset or the fed up or the get back. So then please get encouraged and the organize and then do the next step in a proper way. And I congratulate almost all the candidates and presenters of the today's session to come up with the much more the standard the outcomes which suitable or which can be applied in the national and international level. And thank you very much for all the personals, especially Mr. AJMC Sirivardhana and Mr. HKRS Kumar, the colleagues as the panel members, and then our session coordinator, Mr. Rifnas, and thank you very much, and all the organizers, and to make this event successfully. And thank you very much. And again, I can congratulate, wish you all the best for all the presenters for your successful findings. Thank you very much.
Which is livestock fisheries and aquaculture. At the end of this session, I would like to thank all the presenters who have shared their valuable partnership with us. And thank you very much, dear sir, Dr. Vinuthu Vikramanayaka, for sharing this session, and especially share your valuable comments with the presenters. And thank you very much, Mr. R.S. Kumara and Mr. AJMC Sirivardhana for sharing your valuable thoughts with us. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
On the technical session number 3 is conducted under the theme of food processing and post-harvest technology. The session is very much interesting because we always dealing with the food.
So this is the time to introduce our session chair, Professor Anil Gunaratne. He is a professor in food science, Department of Livestock Production, Faculty of Agriculture Sciences, Sabaragamu University of Sri Lanka. He has obtained his doctorate degree from the University of Hong Kong, and further is one of the best academics in Sri Lanka, having nearly about 3,000 citations for his valuable research findings. His research interests are starch structure functionality, starch modification, resistant starch, grain science and technology, application of rice starch, bioactive compounds in cereals and legumes, and so on. So meantime, he is having a lot of academic awards and achievements in his academic life. So I would like to summarize few of his achievements in his academic life. He achieved President Awards for the scientific publication in year 2011, 2013, 16, 17 from the NRC Sri Lanka, and NRC Merit Award for the scientific publication in 2010, 2015. Further, he got the Endeavour Research Fellowship for the RMIT University in Australia, 2018. The same year, he was a visiting lecturer, SDTU University, Shanghai, China. In 2014, he has obtained Commonwealth Academic Fellowship of Indoor University in United Kingdom. So in 2013, Sabaragamu University of Sri Lanka named him as an outstanding researcher in the field of food sciences. In the same year, he obtained the University Award for the patent research work carried out for the innovative findings of Veligama coconut beard disease. So actually 2013 is a very much achievement year for him. Same year, he was awarded the University Award for the highest number of citations in the counted year 2013 in the field of food sciences. And also the best university researcher in the 2011 from the Sabaragamu University of Sri Lanka. So actually this is the very brief summary of his valuable career work and the academic duties followed in his academic life. So next we are having two excellent panel members, Dr. Champati Gunathilake, Senior Lecturer, Department of Food Science and Technology, University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences. And then we are having Ms. Prashanthi Chandimala, Lecturer, Department of Food Science and Technology, University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences. By all means, Professor Anil Gunaratne, I cordially invite you to conduct the National Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2023 and continue this exciting session. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for introducing me to the audience, and very good afternoon to all of you. And you all are welcome to the sessions number 3, Food Processing and Post-Harvesting Technology of 4th National Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences. And I think that you know about the guidelines for the presentations, and we have 7 presentations. And so panel members are Dr. C. Gunathilak. I hope now you are a professor now, is it?
Yes.
Right, okay. And the panel members is Miss, you are Chandimala. And you know about that we are far behind the scheduled time. So then without consuming much time, shall we start our session? So, okay, the first presentation is from
Good morning, everyone. I am GHK Nasenika from Department of Agricultural Engineering, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Jaffna. My research title under the changes in physical properties of 2 different banana varieties under different storage conditions after harvesting. Now we move to the contents. Those are the contents that I am going to discuss through my presentation. Now we move to the introduction part. Banana is a worldwide famous fruit type. There are different types of production in the world and the Sri Lanka. As we talk about the world
banana production, it increases 3.2% between 2000 to 2017. As we talk about Sri Lanka, now we cultivate 60,000 hectares of a land for banana production. Then we harvested fully matured banana fruit. After we harvested, we practices different types of procedures. Those procedures called the post-harvest handling. Post-harvest handling, there are different types of procedures. Those procedures are transportation, storage, packaging, and processing. In my research, I discuss about the storage condition. In this storage condition, I have checked the changes in physical properties. Those physical properties are peel color, pulp to peel ratio, hardness, density, volume, moisture content, and the dry matter content. Now we move to the problem statement of this research. We want to minimize those post-harvest loss during the pest attack and the health hazard caused by the high amount of usage of the chemical. So now we move to the overall aims and the objective of my research. Overall aim of my research is the study properties of the biodegradable storage method. And the objective of my research is to study the changes in quality parameters and the physical parameters of different banana varieties under different storage conditions. Now we move to the research design and the method of my research. First, I select a land from a farm in Department of Animal Science, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Jaffna. I have used fully matured Seeni variety and the Puualu variety for my research conditions. So this is the banana sheath box preparation procedures. First, I have selected diseased, harvest, or a fallen banana plant. After selecting this banana plant, I remove the leafy portion of this banana plant. After removing those leafy part, I chop this banana stem. After chop this banana stem, I allow them to sun dry for removing excess amount of moisture. If there is excess amount of moisture after sun dry, I use the flame and the pressing method for removing those excess amount of moisture. After removing those excess moisture, I have used the cardboard frame and attached those sheath to that cardboard frame. Then I have made the banana sheath box. Those are the three different storage methods I have used in my research period. First one is the cardboard box, second one banana sheath box, third one is the hand with no containers. This is the physical properties I have measured in my research: weight, length, volume, peel and pulp thickness, hardness, and the moisture content. Now we move to the results and discussion. First one is the pulp to peel ratio. During the research time period, storage time period, the pulp to peel ratio changes due to photosynthesis. In this graph shows those changes. The second one is the moisture content. Peel moisture content decreases and the pulp moisture content increases during the ripening. Banana box shows the least changes in both varieties. Third one is the dry matter content. Dry matter content reduces during the ripening. For the Seeni variety, cardboard box shows the least changes, and the Puualu variety, banana sheath box shows the least changes. The fourth one is the density, presence of the air voids between peel and pulp. Density reduced because of the ripening. Fifth one is the hardness. It also reduced during the ripening. Sixth one is the pulp to peel thickness. It decreases during the ripening, and banana sheath box shows the least changes for both varieties. Seventh one is the color changes during the storage. This figure shows the first day of the storage, 4th day of the storage, and the after 1 week of storage. This is the sensory evaluation I have done for my research. Those are the parameters I have measured: texture, appearance, color, and the freshness. Those are the results I have get from the 36 penalties for my sensory evaluation. This is the results. This is the sensory evaluation of my research. I have used ANOVA from the SAS analysis and For the design, I have used the complete randomized design. I have used Duncan multiple range test for the mean separation. This is the conclusions I have got for my research. Pulp to peel ratio, moisture content, dry matter content, pulp to peel thickness shows the significant least changes in the banana boxes. Density and the hardness shows the least changes for the cardboard box method. Out of these 8 physical properties, 6 of them shows the positive changes for the banana. So overall performance of the banana sheet box method better than the cardboard box method and the atmospheric storage condition for both varieties. Now we move to the recommendation for future researchers. Those are the sum of recommendation for the future researchers. Those are the sum of references that I have used for my research. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Asenika. Is your name is it right? Correctly pronounce it? Asenika, right? Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your nice presentation. Now the presentation is open for the discussion. And do you have any questions to ask for the clarifications of presentations? Now it is open.
Yes, one question. In your presentation, you analyzed the physical properties. What physical property you analyze using the sensory? That's all parametric, not non-parametric in physical properties.
Yes, sir. Because I am studying the physical properties, I can't analyze the taste and other things because I didn't done the chemical properties for my research. In that time period, the scarcity of the chemicals, so I didn't done the chemical parameters. So I didn't do for the sensory evaluation that tasting and other flavor testing part. That's why I didn't use those parameters.
Actually, yes, taste is not a physical property. I think you mislead understood. Taste. How do you define the taste is physical as a physical property?
No, sir. Taste is not a physical property.
Yes.
If I done the chemical parameters, only I can use the parameters in that sensory evaluation. Or that's why I didn't use taste and other things for that parameters.
Yes, but we are run out the time. That's why I'm not asking much question. But according to your title, it says the changes of physical properties, not in other things. But you have to focus in that manner, I think.
Yeah, so in that time, I check the appearance, texture, and the freshness.
Yeah.
For that one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions? And of course, and one of the challenge in the banana is this storage, and very, I mean, can easily be perished or it can be damaged and feel and other properties. So you have actually tested several storage, not the conditions, is it? Is it not a storage conditions? But if it is storage condition, you have to check the temperature, the RH and other factors. But you just simply produce certain boxes and then they store there. So so what is your idea about this?
Yeah, sir. In that time period, I check. I want to check the different storage. So I in that time
storage mean storage or storage conditions. And I mean that
storage conditions. Sir.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay. Okay. Now I got it. And any more questions from the audience? If there are no more questions, then we will move to the next presentation. Thank you very much for your presentations. Thank you. So the next presentation is from PGI Dias, and going to talk about in vitro antioxidant and anti-diabetic activities of selected herbal infusions. Okay, go ahead with your presentation. Okay.
Audio. Today I'm going to present about in vitro antioxidant and anti-diabetic activities of selected herbal infusion. Along with myself, PGI Dias, Professor R.A. J. Maratana, and a senior professor in US K. Ratnayake engaged in this research project. Diabetes is a lifelong progressive disease without a permanent cure. Currently, 5.37 million adults are living with diabetes, and 75% of them are from low and middle income countries. Diabetes or its complications cause one death in every 5 seconds. The highest amount of expenditures goes to treat and manage diabetes, according to IDF Diabetes Act 2022. Concerning the facts, the Sustainable Development Goals of 2030 target to reduce premature deaths from non-communicable diseases, including diabetes, by 2030. Controlling the diet is a crucial strategy for managing diabetes. There is a trend of formulating food products with health benefits using herbs. However, most of their active compounds and anti-diabetic mechanisms are yet to be discovered. The key objectives of this research are to evaluate the antioxidant activity and anti-diabetic activity of Phyllanthus stabilis, Gendrilla arborea, Artocarpus heterophyllus, Auspechia aptendra, and Hemidesmus indicus hot water infusions. The plants are collected from the Balanghat district and authenticated with the voucher specimen deposited at the National Botanical Garden of Prema Delhi. And the dry leaf powders were stored in airtight containers at -80 Celsius until use. Plant infusions were freshly prepared before each test. All antioxidant assays were conducted using calorimetric methods. The glucose diffusion test was conducted using dialysis bags as demonstrated in this figure. Results and discussion. As you can see in this table, the highest activity for total phenolic content, DPPH and ABTH plus free radical scanning assays, PAP assay, ferric reducing antioxidant power assay, and thiobarbituric reactive species assay were observed by Phyllanthus stabilis and Auspechia aptendra. The activities are lower than respective controls. Auspechia aptendra showed the lowest IC50 value for alpha amylase inhibition activity and the highest activity. Phyllanthus stabilis showed the lowest IC50 value for alpha amylase alpha glucosidase inhibition and the highest activity. Gendrilla arborea did not show 50% inhibition at the given concentration. In here you can see all plants show glucose retardation ability. Activities highest in Artocarpus heterophyllus. Hemidesmus indicus showed -7 at the beginning. Artocarpus heterophyllus leaves contain a high amount of fiber. The fiber particles can trap the glucose molecules as demonstrated in this figure. That may be a reason for the previous findings. Artocarpus heterophyllus showed the highest activity for glucose uptake by E-cell assay, followed by control metformin. The uptake change in ad hoc manner may be due to the concentration gradient of the E-cells and reaction solution. Correlation analysis showed TPC content, total phenol content, and ferric reduced power assay showed significant positive correlation, while TPC and ABPS plus scavenging activity showed significant negative correlation. In conclusion, hot water infusions of all 5 plants showed anti-diabetic activity. Different plants showed the highest activity for different anti-diabetic mechanisms. In that sense, Polyherbalism or combining plants may effectively manage diabetic mellitus over single herb. These are my references, and thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much for the very informative presentations. And now it is open for the discussions. And do you have any questions to clarify with regard to these presentations on anti-diabetic properties of these infusions? So I have a question. Actually, you have tested several plant species,
Yes.
and then you have checked the antioxidant activities and also the glucose inhibitions of, for example, families inhibitions. Do you have found any relationship between these inhibitions and the antioxidant properties?
Yes, at the final slides, I have mentioned that the correlation analysis, so the TPC content and antioxidant activities are correlated with this alpha amylase and alpha glucosidase inhibition activities. Some of them are significant and some of them are not, but of course there are relationships.
Okay, what would be the next step of your study?
Ultimately, our aim is to develop a food product by combining different,
or functional food, nutraceuticals.
Function, particularly my part is this is a somewhat large research project. My part is developing functional foods.
Are these tested varieties species are herbal, medicinal herbs, or?
Yes, they are used in Ayurvedic medicine as well, but not solely for the diabetic. For some ailments, they are using this.
Okay, any more questions? So, if we do not have any more questions, shall we move to the next question? Thank you very much for your nice presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, next presentation on development and the sensory analysis of fiber-enriched paneer from blending cow milk and buffalo milk. The presenter is Suganya. Now go ahead with your presentation. Sorry for the mispronunciation, right?
Hello everyone, I am Suganya. Today I will be giving a small presentation about development and sensory analysis of fiber-enriched paneer from blending cow milk and buffalo milk. This is my overview. Let's talk about the introduction part. Paneer is an important indigenous product obtained by heat treating the milk. It is rich source of animal protein, fat, vitamin, and minerals. It is by adding coconut milk powder, fiber content, shelf life also increased. Let's talk about the problem statement. Excessive consumption of paneer leads to high fat content, leads to cholesterol, cause digestive disorder, weight gaining, increasing of protein leads to bloating and diarrhea. This problem statement, digestive disorder and the diabetes, it's overcome this problem. Paneer is enriched with fiber. This is the benefits of paneer and coconut milk powder. Then move to the objectives part. My overall objective is to develop a fiber-enriched paneer with coconut powder. Then specific objectives are to evaluate its quality characteristic and shelf-life, to analyze the proximate components, optimization of cow milk and buffalo milk for paneer production. Let's talk about the materials and methods. This is my study area and time duration of my research part. Then move to the major steps involved in the study. First, paneer preparation in different ratio of buffalo milk and cow milk. After that, paneer preparation with coconut milk powder. Then organoleptic evaluation. Then proximate and microbial analysis. Then data analysis. Finally, determination of cell life. Preparation of blending cow milk and buffalo milk. First, blending cow milk and buffalo milk with the different ratios. Then standardization of the milk. After that, heating 82 degrees Celsius. Then cooling 70 degrees Celsius. Then addition of coagulant 1% citric acid. After that, cooking and pressing. Then immersing chill water in 10 minutes. Then draining of loose water. And finally, store in the refrigerator condition. Now paneer is ready. After that, selected best one by the organoleptic evaluation. Then again did the coconut milk powder paneer. These are same procedure, but after the heating, addition of the coagulant, addition of the coconut milk powder in the different ratio. Then again do the same procedure, and finally coconut milk powder paneer is ready. After that, allowed to organoleptic evaluation. This is my organoleptic evaluation panel. Then physiochemical properties, pH, color, texture, I was measured. This is the statistical analysis I was measured. Then move to the results and discussion part. This is my first sensory analysis, mean values of sensor evaluation of different formulation. Here the evaluation samples were subjected 9-point hedonic scale. Then sensory was subjected by 30 untrained panelists. More suitable treatment was selected based on their judgment. This is the web diagram of sensory analysis 1. This is the second sensory analysis table. This is the web diagram of second sensory analysis. Let's we talk about the proximate analysis. Here the moisture percentage of samples. Here the coconut milk powder content vary, moisture percentage also vary. In the increasing of the coconut milk powder content, moisture percentage decreasing. This is the as percentage varying the coconut milk powder content. Here the fat percentage also vary in the coconut milk powder content. Coconut milk powder increasing, fat percentage also increasing. Its protein also vary with the coconut milk powder content. Then fiber, it is the most important parameter of this research. Here the coconut milk powder is 0, fiber percentage also 0, control T1. After that, adding the coconut milk powder content increasing, fiber percentage also increasing. Then carbohydrate also vary with the coconut milk powder content. Let's we talk about the physiochemical properties. Here the pH, as per Sri Lankan standard, paneer is the pH in related my research. So results are the same. Then color, delta I mean color change. Here T2 is the high color vary. Then texture, hardness and viscosity I was measured. This is my cost benefit analysis table. Then conclusion, the fiber rich paneer was developed. Treatment 5, 2% added coconut milk powder is the best treatment. Proximate characteristics were analyzed. Maximum cell fiber was found to be at 3 months. Then future code. Microbial quality will be analyzed, caloric value and specific gravity also analysis. Then thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Suganya, for your presentations. And now it is open for the discussions. Any questions to be asked?
Yes, one question. Actually, in your presentation, it says that your main target is to increase the fiber percentage, fiber in the paneer in order to give in to the diabetics patient or some improving. But I found from the result not only the fibers, so that fat and other is increasing. Then that your ultimate target is, I think you can't achieve the target. that is my question. Yes. How do you define it?
Suganya, go ahead with your explanation.
I think maybe lost the connection.
Not connected? Yeah, the same questions also I have. But the target is to minimize the fat content, but it is increased after the treatment. May not be connected. It seems like there is some issues with her connection. So what can we do? And then we'll go. So shall we wait for a couple of minutes or move to the other presentation?
I think it's better because we try to connect her, but unfortunately still it's not connected. It's better to go to the next one.
Go ahead with the other. Yeah. Okay, then Suganya, okay, though you are not on the line, but thank you very much for your presentations. We'll go to the other one. The next presentation is on the cassava cookies, a value-added product of cassava grown in Sri Lanka. Presenter is Irabadu Pittiya. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Hello everyone. I'm HRHD Irabadu Pittiya from Uvavellas University. Our manuscript number 14. This is the presentation about
a value-added product of cassava grown in Sri Lanka. Introduction about cassava. I'm going to talk about what is cassava, where is it, and why it is important for us. Cassava is a starch root vegetable that is a staple food for millions of people worldwide, especially in tropical and subtropical regions. It is also commonly known as yucca, cassava, or topica. Cassava is a crop that can be grown anywhere in Sri Lanka. Sri Lankans use cassava as a staple food. It is a food that offers many health benefits for us. Do you know that cassava has many benefits? Cassava is a calorie-rich vegetable that contains plenty of carbohydrates and key vitamins and minerals. Cassava is a good source of vitamin C, thiamine, riboflavin, and niacin. It's a gluten-free and rich in nutrients, may aid digestion, may help with weight management, may help regulate blood sugar, and it's a versatile ingredient. Our main ingredient was cassava starch, and wheat flour, sugar, eggs, margarine, salt, vanilla, and sodium bicarbonate were added for it. Now let's see how to isolate cassava flour from cassava tubes. First step is harvested cassava. It should ripen fresh. Next, peeling and washing well and cutting small pieces, and obtain cassava pulp using a blender. If you need, you can add the small amount of water. Then mixing with water and filtering, laying 12 hours, and separation of starch and drying well. If you want, you can measure your samples, then packaging, and finally you can make cassava cookies using a cassava starch. Preparation of cookies. There we use normal recipe for this, and baking a cookies at 180 degrees Celsius for 10 minutes. And we used an ice cream scooper to shape the cookies. You can see this table shows the flour composition that we used to make the cookies. This is our control cookie sample. This is the picture of cassava cookies using a 25% of cassava starch. This is 50% of cassava cookies, and we used 50% of wheat flour and 50% of cassava starch. This is our final treatment, 75% of cassava cookies. It is white color and it is very soft and melt in the mouth. After taste, mouthfeel, and overall acceptability are not good. We conducted these tests for the cookies. Determination of moisture content using this equipment. Determination of pH level using a digital pH meter. Color analysis. Determination of acid insoluble ash content. Let's move on result and discussion part. You can see this graph shows the moisture content and pH value of the cookie sample. 50% of cassava cookies had the lowest moisture content and its pH value is 6.95. This graph shows the color and acid insoluble ash content. Let's discuss what are the sensory evaluation results. 50% of cassava starch were the most preferred formulation, and 50% of cassava starch cookies are the best. We used the Kirkavadi variety for this. 250 grams of cassava starch can be obtained from 1 kilo of cassava tubes. The cassava starch thus obtained was used to produce cookies. and it was possible to choose that the most appropriate product was cookies with 50% of cassava starch added. Conclusion. The study produced cassava cookies using cassava starch from Sri Lanka with good quality and consumer preference when replacing 50% of wheat flour. Local production was able to boost the economy and introduce the new product with higher nutritional quality to the market. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, the Rabadu Pittia, for your presentations on cassava starch, application of cassava starch on the production of cookies. And so you believe that your products can be marketed or can be produced at commercial level? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Again, a connection problem.
Yes, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's a very nice presentation, and of course, so you have prepared cookies by incorporating the cassava starch or flour. Do you think your products can be commercialized?
Yes, sir.
Or need further analysis?
We need do some analysis for this.
What kind of analysis need if it is going to be further?
Fat and ash content, microbial and like that.
Okay, what about the cost benefit analysis?
Approximately 10 rupees per one cookie.
Okay, compared to that of the control sample?
Yes.
It's benefited. Okay, we will hope to see your cookies in short time in the commercially or available in the local market. Okay, any more questions?
Thank you, Ms. Arabadupitiya, for your nice presentation. I have one more question. So did you heat the cassava with water when you were preparing cassava starch? Or were you able to make the starch without heating?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you heat it?
No, madam, not heated.
Okay. And then I have one more comment. So as you are discussing that this cookie will be nutritionally high in quality, but as we are heating up to 180 degrees of Celsius when you are making a cookie, so there is a chance of losing most of the nutrients when we are heating the product above 90 degrees of Celsius temperature. So do you have any suggestions to improve this, keeping the nutritional quality as it is?
No idea.
Okay. Okay, then thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you. No more questions? Any more questions? Okay, we will move to the next presentation. Thank you very much for your nice presentation, answering questions. And the next study on the experimental study on the packed bed behavior of dried and fresh capsicum and red chili. The presenter is Premanath, BMK Premanath. Okay, please go ahead with your presentation.
Today we are here to present our experimental study on the packed bed behavior of dried and fresh red capsicum nuts. Our research focuses on understanding the behavior of packed beds of dried and fresh chili peppers. This knowledge is vital for the design and optimization of efficient drying technique. Introduction. Drying chili pepper is an effective way to preserve the crop and extend its shelf life This is especially important in countries like Sri Lanka, where agriculture is a significant sector of the economy and crops may need to be stored for long period of time before they can be sold or consumed. Also, red chili has a higher value per unit weight than fresh chilies, making them a more profitable crop for farmers. By drying their chili peppers, farmers in Sri Lanka can add value to their crops and earn more income. Sri Lanka is a significant exporter of chili peppers, and drying is an important step in preparing the crop for export. Drying reduces the weight and the volume of the peppers, making them easier and less expensive to transport and international market. There are several industrial methods used for drying chili peppers on a large scale. Some of the most common industrial methods for drying chili peppers include spray drying, belt drying, and fluid bed drying. Oven drying, sun drying, and microwave drying are some lab-scale drying methods. As raw materials, we use fresh and dry red chilies. The experiment setup of the packed bed dryer is shown in the figure. There is an air blower operated at 2.2 kilowatt motor and a cyclone separator for retention of fine particles. The bottom of the column has a perforated plate to prevent chili from entering the air inlet. The pressure measurement is performed using a U-tube water manometer on the bottom and top of the column. To measure the air inlet flow rate, thermoanometer is fixed to the air inlet.
Methodology. Experiments were done with heights 10, 20, and 30 centimeters using ambient air. The column is filled with dried red chili or fresh red chili up to the required static bed height. Air was passed through the packed bed of chili, changing the velocity by adjusting the blower's variable frequency drive and measuring the pressure drop across the bed using a U-tube water manometer connected to the top and the bottom of the column for increasing and decreasing velocity. Chili is removed and practical is done to measure the pressure drop across the perforated plate for the same airflow rates. Determination of true pressure drop across the bed is calculated by subtracting the pressure drop across the perforated plate from the total pressure drop. Packed bed behavior is studied by plotting the delta P across the bed versus air velocity at the ambient temperature. Using Excel solver, actual data fits to the modified version of work-plumber equation. Log-log plots the pressure drop across the bed per unit bed height versus gas velocity work required for both dried red chili and fresh red chili as shown in the slide. The data were fitted to the Ergens equation, which is frequently used to forecast the pressure drop in packed beds, model the pressure drop. However, the best fit was obtained for the modified version of work-plumber equation for the flow-through packed beds, which is given in first equation. The simplified version of the equation is given in the second equation. The densities of both dried and fresh red chili were obtained using the density meter. The porosity of the bed was calculated using the equation shown in the slide. Findings demonstrated that for both dry and fresh red chili, the pressure drop increased with increasing gas velocity. However, fresh red chili has a higher density and a higher moisture content than dried red chili. The pressure drop was greater for fresh chili for a given air velocity. 10 centimeter and 20 centimeter bed heights are too low to be used as a packed bed, and low bed height is one of the factors that can contribute to channeling, since it can lead to the formation of preferential flow paths for the drying air. Therefore, 30 centimeter or above are recommended as the suitable bed heights for packed bed operations.
Okay, thank you very much for both presenters for the nice presentations. Now the presentation is open for the discussion. Any more questions to ask?
Yes, But I have one question. Actually, it's a bit confused what you are using that method to drain the chilies, because it has to drain the chilies. There are several methods it used. So that method, we can say that the high temperature air blowing through that, then that some diffusion is created between, and accordingly water is removed to the outside. So that can you explain what is the method you are using? Because what is the applicability that 30 centimeter in commercial? It's I think is that a prototype you are going to accept? What is it? Can you explain it a bit? Is my question clear for you? Can you hear me well?
In our study, we used in our study, we used 3 different bed heights. But for 10 and 20 bed heights, the data was obtained is not much clear, because it is not fitted for the equation because of the differential flow paths and channeling happen. So above 30 meters, we can recommend to be used as the backbed for chilling.
So is this a fluidized bed drain type? What is it? I'm not.
No. We use backbed.
Backbed, okay.
Don't want to fluidize.
So that what is? Are you provide the heated air through this? So what?
Yeah. In this study, we focus on how to behave the backbed. In this study, we don't use hot air, but for drying we can use hot air.
Okay, but you are mentioned it is drying, but for actually it's drying, it's very critical, the air moisture, because if you are providing very high heat, that moisture not removing properly, and it can be remaining with the seeds. So it case for the aflatoxin development while we keeping it some time, because case hardening happened. So that is very important, but I think it is part of some studies I identified accordingly, but
yeah,
confused.
Our study is to study backbed behavior in this time. Then as a next step, we will focus on how drying parameters, temperatures, and flow rates will affect the drying in backbed dryers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think the application of your study might be the fact that in the future designing of the backbed dryers, is it? Your studies can be included in the future designing, is it?
Designs.
Yeah. Okay.
So mainly focus on
still you are the half of the way, right? Of this experiment.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, okay. Any more questions? Okay. If there are no more questions, thank you very much for your nice presentations. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move to the next presentation. The next one is on the effect of various processing techniques on anti-nutritional variables, in vitro nutrient digestibility, bioaccessibility of nutrients, techno-functionality, molecular and structural interactions of finger millet. Okay, the presenter is PCR Fonseca. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Hi everyone, I'm Shavina Fonseca from University of Sri Lanka. And today I will be presenting about my research which I have done in my university. So finger millet. Finger millet is a nutraceutical crop which is also known as super cereal because it's containing lots of nutrients including dietary fiber as well as minerals. So main objective of my research was to evaluate the impact of different biological processing techniques on their biological, functional, structural and molecular characteristic of very specifically Sri Lankan recommended variety of finger millet. So in here I have chosen Aushada variety as a Sri Lankan recommended variety of finger millet which I was obtaining from the Mahayali Parliament Research Center. And now let's talk about the methodology. In here, I have used 4 present techniques, and those are the soaking, germination, fermentation, and the combination. And also here, I have used the control sample as the untreated finger millet flour. And according to that, I have assessed anti-nutrient factors, in vitro nutrient digestibility, techno-functional properties, as well as the structural and molecular interactions. And now let's talk about the results. The first one is anti-nutritional factors. So here you can see the tannin content. The tannin content was reduced for all the present techniques, and very especially you can see the combination treatment got the most reduction. And let's talk about the phytate content. So here also you can see the phytate content also reduced with present techniques. And in the saponin content, in the soaking, fermentation, and the combination treatment has reduced the saponin content for every present techniques even with the time. But very specially, you can see there's a different pattern for the germination, because in the germination, the saponin content has increased instead of reducing. And now let's talk about the in vitro digestibility. So here I have assessed 2 types of in vitro digestibilities. First one is the in vitro starch digestibility, and the other one is the in vitro protein digestibility. So from this graph, you can clearly see for all the present techniques, they have increased the in vitro digestibility for both in vitro starch as well as in vitro protein. And very high amount of digestibility was occurred in the in vitro starch digestibility and for the in vitro protein digestibility, and that's for the combination treatment. And these are the results that I've got for the bioaccessibility and bioavailability of the processing techniques for each of the present techniques, especially for the in vitro proteins. And now let's talk about the techno-functional properties. So here, with every present techniques, even with the time, water absorption isotherm and oil absorption capacity has increased, and swelling power, emulsion capacity, and emulsion stability has slightly modified, while the water absorption capacity, place clarity, and viscosity has decreased. And now let's talk about the structural interaction. So here, these are the scanning electron micrographs. So the first one is untreated finger millet flour, which is the control sample. So here, this micrograph is showing that these starch molecules are compactly arranged in their native states. And when it comes to the next micrograph, which is for the soaked finger millet flour, there are some starch granules which is swelled, and that is mainly because of the absorption of the water. And when you compare with each other, all the processing techniques, the most drastic degradation was occurred in the combination treatment, and that is the 5th micrograph. And now let's talk about the molecular interaction. So these are the results that I've got by using the ATR, FTIR spectra. So when you clearly see this, there's no much very drastic changes for every present techniques, because there are very similar changes and very similar deviations. But overall, we can say there's no much drastic changes when it compared to the molecule, when we compare with each other for the molecular interactions. So at the end, we can conclude that all the present techniques will significantly reduce the tannin content as well as the phytate content, but very especially the saponin content of germinated flowers increased. And all the process techniques, they have increased the in vitro starch as well as in vitro protein digestibilities, and the combination of soaking, germination, and fermentation, they have greatly improved most of the functional properties. And at the end, we can conclude that processed flour, it could serve as a potential ingredients in order to improve the techno-functional and biofunctional properties in value-added cereal products. So here are some future suggestions for the future researchers. And with that, it brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. I hope that you got a very good idea about what I have done for my research. Thank you very much and have a nice day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentations. And now the presentation is open for the discussion. Any more questions for the presentations?
Ms. Fonseca, thank you very much for your nice presentation. So I have one thing to get clarified. So you mentioned that you measured the in vitro nutrient digestibility, especially protein and starch. Can you just briefly mention how did you measure this? What is the method you followed? That means what is the technology you used for the in vitro nutrient digestibility analysis?
Hello? Can you hear us?
Ms. Fonseca, can you hear us?
There's a connection issue, I think, with.
Also, I think.
Hello? Can you hear us? Maybe not, right?
Yes, yes, I think her connection is lost.
Muted. Is it? Ms. Fonseca, can you hear us? So what you have to do and move to the other presentation?
I think because we try to contact her, but unfortunately we are unable to contact her. I think it's better to go to next presenter. We are
Next
now
presentation, okay.
behind in the time also.
Yes, yes. So we'll go to the other one. Move to the other presentations. Okay, the other presentations. Is it the last one? Or okay, the presentation is on the post-harvest quality improvement of commercially important cut rose cultivars with the application of different silicon sources. Presenter is G.Y.A.D.D. Pereira.
Hello everyone, I'm Dini Pereira. I'm here to share my research work conducted under the title Post-Harvest Quality Improvement of Two Commercially Important Cut Rose Cultivars with Application of Different Silicon Sources. So this is the introduction. Floriculture industry in Sri Lanka began in 1970s, mainly for exportation of cut flowers and live plants. Under cool climatic conditions in upcountry, we cultivate many ornamental cut flowers, but among all of them, roses are holding a higher demand in the local as well as the global market. However, we have been facing pre- and post-harvest quality problems since the beginning of the industry, making it difficult for us to meet the expected quality standards. Silicon has been shown to improve many quality parameters of ornamentals, so therefore it is very much important for us to check the pre- and post-harvest quality improvement of cut roses on application of silicon which are grown under local growing conditions. The major objective of this research was to develop suitable silicon application levels at plant establishment for two cut rose cultivars in order to improve its post-harvest performance. This research was conducted under the plant house conditions at Wellas University. As plant materials, we used two popular cultivars of cut roses, White Success and Grand Gala, which were established in soil-based media and was treated with three different silicon sources as shown in the table. Potassium silicate was applied weekly for 5 weeks as a drench. Sodium silicate was applied as a foliar spray weekly for 5 weeks, and rice ash was media incorporated at plant establishments at 3 rates as shown in the table. The controls did not receive any silicon supplementation. As data, we measured pH and EC before and after completion of treatment application, plant available silicon in soil-based media, and silicon deposition in different parts of the cut flower was measured. After harvesting the cut flowers, they were placed in conical flasks containing 500 ml of water under normal lab conditions, and the following parameters were measured daily until senescence: water uptake, water uptake to loss ratio, water balance, relative fresh weight, vast live flower opening, whipping, and browning. So this was set up as a complete randomized design with 3 replicated experimental units. Analysis of variance and two-case tests were conducted for the parametric data using MinTab 17 statistical software. All the non-parametric data or the rank data was analyzed using SPSS statistical software. The Akruska-Wallis test and pairwise comparison was conducted at 5% significance level for these data as well. So as results, measures of soil media and plant potting media gave an average of 3.21 milligrams per liter of silicon. pH before any silicon was at 5.9 and EC was at 1.5 decisiemens per meter. After applying silicon treatment and fertilization, pH of the treated and untreated plants media varied between 5.5 to 5.7 and EC varied between 2 to 2.7 decisiemens per meter. So this table shows the silicon accumulation in different parts of the cut flower. You can see that the highest significant amounts were deposited in the cut flower when it was treated with potassium silicate drench treatments at 3 different levels. Again, the same output is depicted in these graphs, where again several treatments have lowered the loss of water, whereby improving the water balance and uptake to loss ratio of water. Potassium silicate treatments as well as two other treatments show the improvements here. The same treatments have shown to improve the cumulative water balance, cumulative water uptake to loss ratio, and thereby improve the vast life of the cut flowers. Here, this table shows the vast life performance of the cut flowers with application of silicon treatments. You can see that again, potassium silicate treatments they are improving the vast life by 3 to 4 days than the control plants. However, the petal opening, wilting, and browning, there was no significant improvement of petal opening with application of silicate treatments. However, among all the treatment combinations, potassium silicate applied at 80 ppm and 150 ppm showed significantly lower percentage of wilting sign development in grand gala. Similar, 80 ppm has shown to reduce the percentage of browning sign development in grand gala, and white success cultivar demonstrated no significant improvement of post-harvest quality parameters with respect to wilting sign development or browning. So my conclusion is that most of the post-harvest quality parameter improvement occurred in potassium silicate drench treatment. It was evident that the source rate and method of silicon application influenced the amount of silicon deposited as well as the degree of post-harvest responses observed. Considering overall improvement, potassium silicate drench can be recommended as suitable treatment to produce cut flowers with best performance in the vase. So I suggest that the long-term impact of these treatments should be observed on post-harvest quality improvement of cut roses, and it is needed to consider other abundantly available natural silicon sources to be used as an effective source of silicon for ornamental production. So these are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pereira. Thank you very much for your presentations. Now it is open for the discussion. Do you have any questions for the clarifications?
Yes, Ms. Pereira, I think, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. So then that is, it's okay that in experimental base, in laboratory base, it's fine. So what about your industrial application in this one? How does it apply in industry? It's very, we have to think about that. What is the
yes,
opinion
sir.
about that? Yes.
Yes, sir, we have done a cost-benefit analysis as well. So when considering the parameter improvement, actually in this research, there are two parts: improvement of pre-harvest parameters and post-harvest parameters. So in a previous experiment, we conducted the pre-harvest improvement. So there are also the potassium silicate treatments has shown to significantly improve the characters such as bloom size, but the stem length and the full bloom size of the cut roses, and even the color parameters of the red variety grand gala that we have selected. And post-harvest parameters, when we considering the vast life and the wilting, browning sign development, so they were reduced with the application of the potassium silicate drench treatments, specifically at 150 ppm. So there is a relation between the improvement of pre-harvest and post-harvest parameters in these cut flowers. And with respect to the cost-benefit analysis, there were 18 treatments. Out of them, so the moderate increase is there with the cost. But anyhow, when we consider the parameter improvement with the in potassium silicate drench application, it is not significant. So therefore, this treatment can be adapted with future research, of course, because we have done the treatment application for 5 weeks, right? So we have to check the further improvement with time as well, whether there is any difference that happens with time.
And also, I think we should also think about, now we have only selected rice husk ash as a natural source. So in Sri Lanka, there are other material with high silicon content. So I think if we can check them as well, that would be beneficial, because there is no much cost involved in that sort of plant-based silicon sources.
Okay, any more questions? Right, Ms. Pereira, I have a question actually, not just for the clarification.
Yes, sir, of course.
So, you know, the silicon application, just you are concerned about the properties of the flowers.
Yes, sir.
And what about the overall growth of the plant? Does it affect?
We didn't measure, actually, I just measured the bud size, stem. Yes, they increased. We didn't measure the plant height and all. We just considered the cut flower itself. So yes, the girth increased, apical and basal diameters increased of the cut flowers with application of most of the silicon treatments. Some are not significant, but there is an increment, but the significance was there with the potassium silicate application as a drench.
Does it affect for the other the parameters of the plant? I mean, like pest and disease resistance?
Actually, since we conducted this in the plant house, we didn't actually pay attention to that though. But throughout the time period we kept the plants, I didn't observe. Actually, the black spot disease is very common in rose plants, but we didn't observe any disease up until 3 months we have kept until the harvesting happens. So within that period, I didn't observe any disease development, no gray mold. But actually, we had a pre-test. There, we actually selected these levels by that. But we found that over application sort of deformed the plants. Like the leaves were shrunken and the flower buds were deformed at some treatment levels. So likewise, but answering your question, within the 3 months with these levels of application, I didn't observe any black spot disease or gray mold.
Okay, thank you very much for your explanation.
Thank you so much.
Okay, do you have any questions? So no more questions. And thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. And is it finished, all presentations?
According to the schedule, it's finished now.
You finished all the present. Okay. Okay, let me conclude the sessions, the remarks of the session, and the first of all, let me appreciate all the presenters for sharing your scientific findings with us. And indeed, we found that some of the presentations were rich in the scientific findings. Though these scientific findings still in their preliminary stage, indeed, these findings will lead further exploration of these materials by the scientific community. That is important to open the door for more research, right? And the other fact is that, of course, and you have to continue it until achieving the remarkable findings, of course, which have the real applications in the field. And so please continue your studies. And there are many studies that I think they are on the half of the way, and the continuation is required. But you know about one of the problems, the biggest problems we are having is that just publishing a paper or abstract, they believe that this is the end of the research. Nowadays, we are thinking concerning about the research beyond the publications. Research beyond the publications are one kind of achievement, but it is continuation is important to achieve the real applications in the field. Okay, once again, and I highly appreciate the coordinators and the technical staff members session, then coordinating this event, and also the panel members, maybe Dr. or Professor, Professor C. Gunathilaka, and MSUR Chandimali for your contributions, done as the evaluators of the presentations. And finally, again, let me highly appreciate all the presenters for sharing your nice finding with us. Thank you very much. Have a nice time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Shall we now wind up the session? I cannot hear you.
So can you hear me now?
Now, yes, of course.
Right. So I would like to thank you, sir. So we have completed 7 innovative research findings in the field of food sciences and post-harvest technology. Dear sir, Professor Anil Gunaratne, I would like to thank for the commitment which have given to this session by consuming your valuable time. So we have shared a lot of scientific findings from our researchers. So that will be important for us for the improvement of this food sciences area. So next, I would like to thank you very much for the panel members, the Professor Champati Gunathilaka from the University of Columbia Institute of Agro-Technology and Rural Sciences, and Ms. Kushanti Chandimala, lecturer from the University of Columbia Institute of Agro-Technology and Rural Sciences. So this is the end of the session number 3, and thank you very much for joining with us. And
thank you very much.
Please be wait until for the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. Welcome all to the session 4 of the course. Good afternoon, all. Welcome all of you to the 4th session of 4th National Symposium of Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2023. The session 4 is Innovations for Sustainable Agriculture. I extend a warm welcome to all the panel members. It is my great honor to introduce the esteemed chairperson of this session, Professor Asanka T. Ampitiyawatta, Director, University of Colombo, Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences. Senior Professor in Agriculture Engineering, Department of Export Agriculture, Faculty of Agricultural Sciences, Sabaragama University of Sri Lanka. Professor Asanka is a distinguished expert in the agriculture engineering. He possesses over 23 years of teaching experiences within the university system. As a researcher, he actively contributed to conducting alongside undergraduate and postgraduate students. He generously shared his expertise as a visiting lecturer and served as a valuable resource person within the university and non-university bodies. Moreover, Professor Asanka has a vast range of administrative experiences on his remarkable journey. Few of them are as an acting Vice Chancellor, Sabaragama University of Sri Lanka, Dean, Faculty of Agricultural Sciences, and Dean, Technology, Sabaragama University of Sri Lanka. Head of the departments, Department of Biosystem Technology, Faculty of Technology, and Head of the Department, Department of Export Agriculture, Faculty of Agricultural Sciences. Further, he was an important member of numerous boards and committees and played a pivotal role in the development and implementation of numerous national and international projects. Also, I warmly welcome other panel members to the session 4, Mr. B.P. Sirivardhana, Post Coordinator, Department of Agrotechnology, UCIRS, and Mrs. Kasuni Katipiaratti, Lecturer, Department of Agrotechnology, UCIRS. On behalf of the organizing committee, I warmly welcome the chairperson and the panel members to the session 4 of the 4th National Symposium of Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2023. Dear sir, I kindly invite you to chair the session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Nenka. So you all are welcome for the final session of this 4th National Symposium on Agriculture, Agrotechnology. So today this session is on innovations for sustainable agriculture. So there are 8 presenters in the lineup. So I think all of you know the presentation guidelines or symposium guidelines. So since we are far behind the schedule, so let's invite the first presenter of this session. Our first presenter of this session is Sri Kandaraj. The presentation is on effect of water retention by water, repellent and non-water repellent leaf litters under different litter depth and water input levels. So it's over to you, Mr. Sri Kandaraj.
Good morning, everyone. Today I'm going to present my research study on the topic of effect of water retention by water repellent and non-water repellent leaf litters under different litter depths and water inputs levels. Here are the contents of my presentation today. As an introduction, leaf litter
can facilitate plant growth by altering temperature, moisture, and light availability. It might change the amounts of water retained in the litter layers and the proportion of water that passes through the litter layer. Depending on the characteristics of the litters, different amount of water pass through the litter layer, and the layer can control the amount of water retained in the litters. Depending on the environmental conditions, the decomposition rates of the litter layers will be changed by altering the thickness of the litter layers. But it's not clear how these factors influence the trapping of water through water repellent and non-repellent litter layers. Therefore, this research was conducted to assess the effects of water repellent and non-repellent litters on the trapping of moisture by considering the impacts of litter thickness and amount of water inputs. The general objective of this research is to determine the water retention through water repellent and non-repellent litter layers. The specific objectives are to assess the effect of water repellent and non-repellent litters on trapping of water, assess the effect of litter thickness on trapping of water, and assess the effect of amount of water inputs on trapping of water. Let's move to the materials and methodology. These are the litters I used in my research study. Mahogany and acacia leaves were used as non-water repellent litters. Casuarina and pine leaves were used as water repellent litters. CRD factorial is the experimental design. Here I used 4 different litter thicknesses and 6 different amounts of water. These are the measurements of basic soil properties. Before starting the experiment, the litter was thoroughly dried and the litter size was reduced. In the preparation, the masses of empty pot weight and the pot filled with soil were measured. Then, net was placed on the surface of the soil and litter filled with various litter thicknesses. Litter weight was measured before adding water. After adding water, the pots were kept for 1 hour and litter weight was measured again after draining all the water. Let's move to the results and discussion part. The graphs show the relationship between the amount of trapped water and the litter thicknesses of the 6 amounts of applied water. Research revealed that the amount of trapped water increased with litter thicknesses and the applied amount of water. The highest amount of water is trapped by thickest litter layer. Moreover, a clear difference could be observed between the applied amounts of water. When comparing mahogany and acacia, mahogany has the largest leaf surface than acacia. Therefore, mahogany retains more water than acacia. In here, both casuarina and pine retain less water compared with mahogany and acacia. The needle-like structure and the water repellent nature of the surface due to the waxes found in the leaves might influence the retained amount of water. That might be the reason for water repellent litters retain less amount of water compared with non-water repellent litters. According to the results, the impact of different litter thicknesses, repellent litters retain less amount of water compared to non-repellent litters with different amount of. As a suggestion, further experiments are required for more clarification. Before concluding, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to my supervisors for the great support and guidance. Thank you for your kind attention.
Presentation. Now the presentation is open for discussion. So I encourage the panel members and others to clarify if there's any problem.
Thank you very much. Nice presentation. And I need to clarify one thing, that when you determine the liter for this study, what is the parameters that you have used to determine the type of liter? I mean that when leaves are there, so we cannot determine the time when the leaf falls out from the tree. So what is the parameter you have selected? The same age liter or different age liters?
Same age liter. It's a fully dried liters.
All right. In the moisture percentage.
Oh,
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Any questions?
This is only for my clarification. Just one question. Are there any reason when selecting that plant material like Casuarina? What is the reason?
We can go with other non-repellent litters also, but according to the crisis level, due to that problems, we have also, but due to these problems, we used Casuarina and pine.
Mr. Kandaraj, I have one clarification from you. So, what is the practicability of your research? So that means how can we apply into real things, real world?
Normally, if the rainfall level is increased, decomposition rate also increased. So the litter thicknesses are decreased. Therefore, maybe the soil erosions may happen. For that, the water retention of the litters may be used to protect the soil surface.
Okay, right. Any other questions? If there are no any other questions, so we can wind up your presentation. So thank you very much, Ms. Srikandaraj, for your presentation. Okay, with that, we can move over for our next presenter. Our next presenter, KDBV Vijay Singh. The presentation is on yield and quality of groundnut oil expelled using virgin coconut oil expeller. It's over to you.
Good morning all. Here I would like to present about my research topic on yield and quality of groundnut oil expelled using virgin coconut oil expeller. I am from the National Institute of Post-Harvest Management. First of all, we will have a small introduction about our topic. The groundnut is one of the important oilseed crop in legume family. It's a good source of protein and fiber. Here in the circle part of the chart, you can see the fatty acid content of groundnut oil. However, in our country, groundnut is being used as a roasted, fried, boiled, or salted snack and confectionaries. It is not commercially being used as an edible oil except little quantity in northern and eastern part of Sri Lanka. In Sri Lanka, groundnut is grown mainly in Monragala, Kurunegala, Ampara, Badulla, Puttalam, Mullaitivu, Anuradhapura and Ratnapura district. Red Spanish, Tissa Valava, Indi, Tikiri, NKG1 are the main varieties cultivated in Sri Lanka. The annual production in Yala and Maha season is about 27 metric tons in 2018 and about 36 metric tons in 2020. Overall objective of this research is to develop a process line for groundnut oil extraction as a solution for the initiation of agro-based industries in Sri Lanka. We will move to the methodology. First, we purchased in the variety groundnut from local farmers, and the nuts were dried until the moisture content reached to 10 to 11%. Here we used the sun drying method. Then the dried nuts were fed into the decorticator for the shelling purpose. Then the shelled nuts were directed to the household level steamer, and the steamed nuts were fed into the hopper of the virgin coconut oil expeller. Here we used 3 treatments as we changed the steaming time. 10 minutes, 15 minutes and 20 minutes used as the treatments. The first picture you can see the crude groundnut oil. It means the oil after the immediate extraction, and the second one you can see the refined groundnut oil. Here the refinement can be done by two ways. One is the sedimentation and another one is filter press machine. But for the small scale we can use the sedimentation. Then the quality and the quantity of the groundnut oil was tested by using 6 parameters: oil content, specific gravity, saponification value, free fatty acid, refractive index, and the color values. Here we use the standard methods for the testings. Then move to the results and discussion. Here the higher oil yield was obtained in the 10-minute steam sample. There is no significant difference between the 10 and 15-minute steam sample. When considering the other parameters, free fatty acid, saponification value, relative density, and the refractive index, all these 4 values in all these 3 treatments are in the range of SLS standards. Here in the color values, you can see the positive B values. This indicate all the samples are in the yellow color. So finally, we conclude that the higher oil yield was obtained in the 10 and 15-minute steam samples, and the quality parameter study of the yielded groundnut oil, emphasis virgin coconut oil expeller, yielded good quality groundnut oil after steaming treatments, and quality parameters did not show much significant difference among the treatments. Thank you.
Now the presentation is open for the discussion.
Right, Ms. Vijay Singh, thank you very much again for your nice presentation. That I need to ask one clarification, that in your the groundnut oil yield, it was good in the 10-minute steam and the 15-minute steam. So what happened when it steamed up to 20 minutes? Can you just give us that information, please?
Jason, can you hear us? Jessica, can you hear us? Are you there? So please unmute your mic and call. So for us. Mr. Jessica, please unmute and answer. What can you do? So I think she's not in the Zoom, maybe the connection problem. Huh? Sujay Singh, are you there? Can you hear us? Are you Sujay Singh?
KDBVJ.
KHDW. Okay. Hello, Sujay Singh, can you hear us? So please unmute and answer.
Okay, let's skip.
Okay, so then since we are far behind, so we can move to the next presentation. So our third presenter, I will introduce our third presenter, WHH Madhumali. The presentation topic is mung bean flour as a binder for pork sausage. So it's over to you.
Welcome to my presentation topic on mung bean flour as binder for pork sausage. Introduction. Sausage is most delicious, nutritious, pleasurable and convenient processed meat products. Binders used as a functional ingredient in meat emulsion increase the yield and improve emulsion stability. Among commercial available binders, soy protein of non-meat protein are widely used as a meat binder because of their functionalities. But it is expensive and less nutritive. Therefore, find alternative ingredient used as a binder. Moonbeam. It is important dietary grain legumes rich in protein, fiber, and bioactive compounds with excellent gelling, pasting, water binding, and thickening capacity. Significance of study. Moonbeam flour is a cost-effective, high nutritive value, consumer health benefit, and benefits for farmers and processors. In objectives, to produce pork sausage and evaluate the suitability of moonbeam flour as replacer for isolated soy protein in pork sausage. Experimental site, materials and equipments, preparation of flour. Moonbeam grains were taken and cleaned and washed 2 to 3 times and drained, then sun-dried 2 hours and milled into flour. Research design, level of 3% and 6% incorporate flour and 2% isolate soy protein was added as a reference sample. Treatments were designed based on the previous studies. Then processing steps of sausage, mincing, ball chopping, stuffing and linking, cooking, showering, chilling, vacuum packing and freezing. Those are samples. Then laboratory analysis, proximate analysis and physiochemical analysis were conducted. Then sensory evaluation by using 5-point hedonic scale with 7 sensory attributes: texture, tenderness, color, juiciness, flavor, overall acceptability and appearance by using 30 untrained panels. Then data analysis by using ANOVA's as 9.0 version. Then move into result and discussion. Proximate analysis, ash and moisture content is not significantly different among treatment. Consider fruit protein content. The highest protein content was found in isolate soy protein, followed by 6% moonbeam flour. Isolate soy protein was more than 90% protein by dry weight, so it is effective to increase protein content. In crude fat content, the addition of 6% moonbeam flour increased fat content value is 23%. The addition 3% moonbeam flour incorporated sausage have high fiber content than reference sample. Then result of water holding capacity. The water holding capacity of sausage has significantly different between treatment. The high water holding capacity was found in reference sample followed by 6% moonbeam flour. Then result of cooking loss. Sausage with lowest cooking loss was exhibit from moonbeam flour treated sample, and this is more in 6% moonbeam flour treatment. Then result of emulsion stability. Emulsion stability means significantly total fluid release and fat loss of sausage. The addition of 3% moonbeam flour had high total fluid release, indicating weaker emulsion stability among the tested samples. Then it is apparent that the water holding capacity has a negative correlation with emulsion stability. Then result of pH. pH values range from 6 to 6.2 for tested samples. Moonbeam flour incorporate samples significantly reduce pH. Then result of sensory evaluation. There is a significantly difference between color, flavor, texture and overall acceptability. In conclusion, the addition of moonbeam flour had a significant effect on some nutritional, physical and sensory properties of pork sausage compared with isolate soy protein reference. In overall evaluation of physical and sensory attributes, it can be concluded that product with 3% moonbeam flour gave the most desirable quality characteristic over the control, and thus could be considered as a potential alternative for isolate soy protein. Recommendation: further experiments are necessary to conduct microbial analysis and cost-benefit analysis of pork sausage. Acknowledgement, preferences. Thank you very much, all of you hearing me.
So, Ms. Madhumali, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Thank you
Yes.
very much for your nice presentation, an important topic. So I need a clarification. So what are the normal material, normal things that are using in as a binder for folk sausage preparation?
Isolate soya protein, case.
The soya protein, okay. Then in soya flour. In addition to what else?
Casein.
Okay. So now, do you know the price of these things? The price of 1 kilogram of soya flour and price of 1 kilogram of mung bean flour?
1 kilogram of soy protein price is 2,800 rupees, and 1 kilogram of moonbeam grains in 800 rupees.
Moonbeam grains or moonbeam flour? So I think moonbeam grains is about 1,205 or 2,500 something. I think soya bean powder is cheaper than the mung bean at the present market condition. So maybe there may be some finding, but in practical application, so I think you can't go for commercialization this product since at the moment mung bean prices are very, very high at the market, right? So think about the prices also. That's my comment on that. Any other question?
Yes, related to that, why you have used the mung bean instead of the other legumes?
I read several previous research papers. In many papers have legumes, and some legumes have high binding ability. So I think moonbeam is suitable for my research. At that time I can found easily in our area, so that caused to use moonbeam in my research.
Thank you very much, Ms. Madhumali.
Yeah, any other questions? Kasumi, you have any?
Are there any special reason to go for the pork sausages instead of chicken sausages?
In my training placement, they seen in pork sausage, mainly pork sausage. So I read some articles. Also, they process chicken sausage to many research, and then so I need to change that, and I like to use that research for pork sausage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Madhumali, for presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So our next presenter, KHDM Premaratna, the research topic is fertility management of differently managed rubber growing soils.
You all are warmly welcome to my presentation. I'm KHDM Premaratna from Faculty of Agriculture, Rajapati University of Sri Lanka. Today my topic is fertility management of differently managed rubber growing soils. So let's move to the presentation. These are two outlines. So let's start with the introduction. Rubber is a fast-growing tropical crop mainly cultivated for the latex production. The rubber cultivated land area has increased in the recent year, but rubber yield per hectare and the rubber productivity has decreased significantly in the past few years. This is the major problem in this sector. When talk about the homogamy soil series in this study, but consider as the rubber growing soils for the experiment. These soils contain the irregular polyzoic soils. These soils are moderate deep than the gravelly loam to sandy loam texture. When talk about the problem identification, as I said earlier, nutrient availability and the low productivity has the most available problem in this sector. So nutrient availability is the most important factors to high growth rate and the high yield. For this low nutrient status, there are two factors effective. One is the extremely hot and wet tropical climate conditions, and the highly weathered soils are unable to supply adequate amount of all the nutrient which are required to rubber plant growth. And this area having a high rainfall, this is also a major problem. And other one is the continuous cultivation, as such as monocultural cropping system, has reduced the soil fertility and the productivity of the soils due to the soil deterioration. Because of that, soil physical and chemical properties have become degradation. It encourage the soil erosion, reductions of soil organic matter, and the alteration of soil pH and the nutrient levels of nutrient removal by the cropping timber. This is the because of that, cultivators are applied more and more inorganic fertilizer. This is reason to environmental hazard, and this is not cost effective to cultivators. So that it should be practiced the soil conservation practices. When come to the soil methodology part, soil sample collection, the writing sample were collected 0 to 15 soil sample in depth. It's a composite sample covering the tappet block, and this sample it's followed the random sampling method, and the other details are clearly mentioned in these tables. And when come to the soil analysis parts, soil pH, soil organic carbon, available ammonia, available nitrate, exchangeable potassium, exchangeable magnesium, and soil texture were measured analysis using this standard method. When it comes to the soil treatment, there are two treatments. One is homogamous soil series with the soil conservation practices. Other one is a homogamous soil series without soil conservation practices. And data analysis part, statistical analysis of all the experimental data were done by using data. When from the result and discussion part, soil pH, soil organic carbon were significantly different between the soil conceived field and the non-conceived field. And the highest mean average value also can be seen in the conceived field. When come to available ammonia and the available nitrate, there are no significant difference between the two treatments, and but the highest mean average value can be seen in the conceived field. When come to the soil exchangeable potassium and magnesium, exchangeable potassium can be seen in the significant difference between the two treatments, but exchangeable magnesium can't be seen in a significant difference. But these both parameters can be seen in the highest mean average value in conceived field. When come to conclusion, soil pH, soil organic carbon, exchangeable potassium shows the significantly highest under the conceived rubber field. Other tested parameters were not significantly different among the two practices. By mean, these findings demonstrate that soil conservation practices with the properly managed soils result in the high levels of nutrients, which is tend to enhance the soil fertility levels. As I talk about the suggestions, site-specific fertilizer application should be practices with the soil conservation practices. Can we get the more productive soil to plant the rubber plants? And further, can we conduct a research to improve the soil fertility applications, fertilizer application, while reducing the runoff and leaching losses of the fertilizer? It's reduce the environmental hazard. As example, coabic fertilizer tube can be used. And this is all about my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Premaratna, for your presentation. Now it's open for the discussion. Any questions?
Ms. Premaratna, nice presentation. Can you just give us the information, the procedure of the soil sample that you have obtained for this study, the procedure of soil sample taken for this study? I mean that I'm asking, you are taking the soil sample from different depth or the same depth likewise?
So, we collect the sample in the same 0 to 15 soil sample in depth. And its sample was taken by the as a random sampling, covering the tapping block. And we take the composite sample. We take the 15 sample from the covering the tapping block, and that sample was composites. Then we analyze. After that, we analyze.
Right. Another thing that the conservation soil means the how much, what is the time period that they are conserved their soil or the land?
So actually, we get the that age of the plant in it's these plants are immature plants. It's mean 1 to 5 year, like small planting planted field.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Premaratna. Thank you.
Okay, any questions, Ms. Paspi?
Yeah, thank you for the nice presentation, Premaratna. I have some clarifications. In your presentation topic, you have mentioned it as differently managed rubber growing soil. Can you explain it? What is differently managed soil?
Actually, ma'am, differently managed mean we use actually this field all practice the soil conservation practices. Some field are covering the cover crops and plant the cover crops, and with the terrace and the hedges and strong stones drains.
So much. Okay, thank you. I felt that although you have mentioned it as a differently managed, you are only focusing about the soil conservation method as the treatment. And also different soil conservation methods in rubber. I think it is better if you can mention treatment, what is the soil conservation method you have practiced specifically. Other than that, and also the fertility level, there are different practices. If we focus in the differently managed, it can be the moisture conservation method, likewise, because this period before stepping, you have done this research. I think we can get clear idea if your topic can be changed. If it is basically focused about, it is about the soil conservation method. Different soil conservation methods on the fertility. It is only my suggestion.
Okay.
Okay. So, Ms. Premaratna, I think my question is also very same with the Ms. Kasri's question. So I want to clarify what are the soil conservation practices in two fields. As you mentioned, you have mentioned some things, but what are the soil in other fields, the fields which were not conserved? I think there may be some methods they have practiced. So we cannot find any rubber field in our country without soil conservation practices. Methods are different, but they are using any method, any one method to conserve soil. In
So
yes.
mainly we focus for the cover crop. The other lands are not without planting the cover crops. That's we can.
Yeah, so that should be in your, I think, no? In your topic, it's mentioned differently managed rubber. Differently managed means there are a lot of methods, right? So please pay your attention in your future studies. So the treatment should be selected very carefully, right? Then you can focus very deep, focus very well for your targets, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So our next presenter is Vijay Singha. The presentation topic is on influence of soil amendment and their hydrophobicity on the formation of soil aggregate.
Dear sir, madam, colleagues, you all are warmly welcome to my presentation. As you can see on the screen, my topic is influence of soil amendments and their hydrophobicity on the formation of soil aggregates. First of all, I'd like to give a brief introduction about the study area. Soil aggregation is a process of aggregates of different sizes are combined and held together by organic and inorganic constituents. It consists of the process of formation and stabilization. It gives better soil-water relationships by reducing soil erosion and improving phosphate distribution. Since ancient times, different types of soil amendments, biochar, and inorganic reclamation agents such as limy materials are used to enhance the quality and the fertility of the soil. These materials may alter the aggregation process of soil when amended with the soil. Several studies have found that hydrophobicity has some beneficial effects on soil aggregation. So hydrophobic litter materials such as Casuarina extrafolia may alter the aggregation process of soil when amended with the soil. There are some pieces of evidence showing how these soil amendments affect on soil structure under long or short-term conditions, but information that's on how the hydrophobicity influence on soil aggregation under short-term conditions. So this study is to determine the effects of organic and inorganic soil amendments on the temporary improvement of formation of soil aggregates. The objective is to identify effects of different types of soil amendments on the temporary improvement of formation of soil aggregates. The methodology. The study was conducted as a laboratory experiment in the Department of Soil Science, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Ruhana. Surface soil was collected from faculty premises and the soil was thoroughly air dried and natural aggregates were broken using spatula during drying. There were 4 different soil amendments. They were cattle manure, Casuarina, biochar from Casuarina, and calcium oxide. The soil amendments were mixed with sealed surface soil. The experiment had 5 treatments. T0 as central used 100% of surface soil. T1, 2, and 3 used 3% of cattle manure, Casuarina, and biochar from Casuarina respectively. T4 used 1% of calcium oxide. As the initial moisture content, 80% of the field capacity of soil was added and the moisture content was maintained by spraying moisture on moisture loss basis. After 5 weeks of the establishment, aggregates were carefully separated according to 3 sizes. They were 3 to 6 millimeter and 6 to 10 millimeters. Finally, the total weight and weight of aggregates in about 3 categories were recorded. Then the results, the total weight of aggregates and aggregate formation of all the categories was significant at the probability level of 0.05. The sample with Casuarina showed highest formation of aggregates. According to Duncan multiple range test, the treatment that used Casuarina as soil amendment was significantly different from other 4 treatments. This graph shows weight of aggregates according to 3 size categories. 3 to 6 millimeter category showed the highest weight of aggregate. Aggregate weights of 3 size categories as the percentage of the total aggregate weight of each treatment was calculated. The 3 to 6 millimeter size aggregate category showed the highest proportion among foam aggregates and the lowest percentage was recorded from less than 3 millimeter category. Several physical factors and inorganic and organic stabilization agents caused to formation and stabilization of soil aggregates. So the aggregation of soil is a result of action and it is a complex process. Analyzing results, it can be concluded that the hydrophobicity of soil amendments may promote the aggregation process of soil when compared with other soil amendments. However, further experiments are necessary to identify the formation trends of aggregates in relation to the soil amendments considering longer time periods. These are references. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Vijay Singha. Can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So I want to clarify from you. So how did you categorize soil aggregates? What's the method you followed for that?
So, categorize soil aggregates manually. Prepare a scale less than 3 millimeter, 3 to 6 millimeter, and 6 to 10 millimeters. Using prepare scale, I categorize soil aggregates.
Yeah, that is the measure categorization class, right?
Yes.
So how do you separate those aggregates? So by your naked eye, or how did you measure those?
Soil aggregates are manually separated, sir, using spatula.
So what are the aggregate class?
Less than 3 millimeter, 3 to 6 millimeter, and 6 to 10 millimeter.
Is it accurate method to classify by your naked eye or your manually classification? What's
Yes,
the
sir.
standard methods for those things, aggregate classification?
By sieving, can separate.
Why didn't you use those standard practices for that one?
When sieved, the formed aggregates can be destroyed. So the problem can be happen. So then I separated aggregates manually, sir.
Okay. So any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Vijay Singha, for your presentation. So our next presenter for this session, Ms. U.S. Herathan. The presentation topic is on Glycidia sapium, leaf green manure decomposition and mineralization under diverse nutrient management strategies in irrigated lowland rice cropping systems. So over to you.
Hello, I'm Mali Herath. The title of our study is Glycidia sapium leaf green manure decomposition and nitrogen mineralization under diverse nutrient management strategies in irrigated lowland rice cropping systems. Leguminous such as Glycidia sapium has proven to be potential alternatives to mineral nitrogen fertilizer. The nutrients in this is the process of decomposition. Hence, decomposition can be defined as the biological disintegration leading to mineralization of complex organic molecules into simple inorganic forms that are available for the plant uptake. The way of managing the major agricultural inputs, that is whether conventional or organic, affects the decomposition process by causing changes in the physical chemical environment where the decomposition takes place and in the size and the composition of the decomposers. Therefore, in order to synchronize the nutrient release by green manure with the patterns of uptake by the crop, it is necessary to understand the rate and the patterns of release of nutrients by these green manure under different nutrient management systems. The study was conducted to explore the dynamics of biomass decomposition and nitrogen mineralization pattern and also to quantify the amount of nitrogen mineralization from Glycidia sapium leaf green in diverse nutrient management systems in a lowland irrigated rice ecosystem. Moving on to the materials and methods employed in the study, there were 3 nutrient management systems. In the conventional nutrient management system, only inorganic fertilizers were used. Both inorganic and organic fertilizers were used in the integrated nutrient management system, while only organic fertilizers were used in the organic nutrient management system. The decomposition and nitrogen mineralization was studied using the litter bag technique for a period of 8 weeks. And the litter bags were placed in the above mentioned 3 nutrient management systems under 2 depths as S1 0 to 15 centimeters, S2 15 to 30 centimeters. And the litter bags were retried weekly to determine the dry mass and the total nitrogen content. Accordingly, the rate of decomposition and nitrogen release were calculated.
Let's move to the results and the discussion. The decomposition of leaf litter expressed as the loss of dry mass followed a similar pattern in both depths under all three nutrient management systems. The rate of decomposition can be illustrated as an initial rapid phase, which is followed by a slower latter phase. About 33 to 44% of dry mass was lost during the first week across all the three nutrient management systems. And significantly higher dry mass loss was observed in the organic nutrient management system as well as in the S1 soil layer. Same as the decomposition, nitrogen mineralization displayed a similar pattern in all the three nutrient management systems and the two depths. The rate was higher at the beginning and it was followed by a slower rate. And initially, during the rapid phase, about 46 to 57% of nitrogen was lost. And significantly higher loss was observed in the S1 layer of the organic nutrient management system. The application of Glycidia sapium leaf litter at a rate of 6,000 kilograms per hectare could deliver 57.58 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. Here in the study, the highest release was observed in the S1 layer of the organic nutrient management system. And across all the three nutrient management systems, about 26 to 33 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare was released during the first week. And about 80% of this nitrogen was released within the 4 to 5 weeks of the study. The accelerated loss of mass is attributed to the breaking down of the readily soluble compounds, and the decomposition of the recalcitrant fraction occurs in the slower latter phases. Synthetic agrochemicals can possibly alter the microbial diversity and the abundance, causing lower rates of decomposition. Also, microorganisms in the upper layers of the soil can utilize easily decomposable material, resulting in higher rates. It can be concluded that the decomposition and the nutrient release followed a biphasic pattern with 50% reduction within approximately 2 to 3 weeks of both dry matter and nitrogen. Higher rates of decomposition and nitrogen mineralization were observed in the organic nutrient management system and the S1 layer. Incorporation of Glycidia sapium leaf green manure at appropriate rates and frequency with correct placement may deliver nitrogen at a higher use efficiency. These are the references used in the study. Thank you.
Presentation and very important topic, I think. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear.
Yeah. So it's open for discussion now. Yeah, Ms. Kasumi, do you have any questions?
It's only for my clarification. So, what do you think about your when you are that these results when you are introducing it into the practicable level? So, do you think it is practicable to apply in the farmer level?
Madam, there's one issue because the rate is higher. We have applied Glycidia sapium leaf green manure at a rate of 6,000 kilograms per hectare. That's quite a large amount of leaves. So we prefer to incorporate this in the integrated nutrient management systems as well as by combining with some other kind of a legume leaf.
Yeah, I also think it is better you can find some alternatives.
Yes, ma'am.
So here I have one clarification, and your research topic, Glycidia sapium leaf green manure decomposition and mineralization under diverse nutrient management strategies in irrigated lowland rice cropping systems. Am I right? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Right. Then I hope to get which management system has the best method. But according to your graphs and tables, I think three methods are very similar. There's no significant difference between those three. Am I right? Did you get any significant difference between three nutrient management methods regarding decomposition and mineralization? In your results, did you get any significant differences between three nutrient management methods?
Ms. Herat, can you hear us?
Sumali, can you hear us? Disconnect. Okay. Then we will move to the next presenter of this session. Analysis of decadal changes of rainfall variability in the southern Sri Lanka. The presenter is Gnanadeepan Subramaniam.
Hello everyone, today I will present my abstract on the topic of analysis of decadal changes of rainfall variability in the southern Sri Lanka. This is the outline of my presentation. I'll start off my presentation with a brief introduction. Rainfall has been the primary source of water not only for agriculture but also for an array of industries. Rainfed and irrigated agriculture play a significant role in the Sri Lankan exports, while many industries rely on electricity, which is largely generated from hydropower in Sri Lanka. There is a temporal and spatial variation in the rainfall pattern all over the world, and no exception for the Sri Lankan context. Variation in the rainfall pattern has paramount validity in the fields of agriculture in order to decide the crop calendars. And also, the study of rainfall pattern and trends is essential to manage electricity supply via alternative power supply, and also to decide the criteria to minimize the risk of floods and landslides. Southern Sri Lanka consists of all climatological regions, and also there are three major river basins, Walave, Nilvala, and King, which bring a large volume of water to the adjacent coastal waters. Few studies reported the rainfall variability in Sri Lanka, and those studies have selected very few rainfall stations for a region. But for an accurate analysis, it is essential to select more rainfall stations per region. Under this context, a comprehensive study on rainfall variability of southern region of Sri Lanka is yet to be studied. Therefore, the main objectives of the study were to analyze the spatial and temporal variations in the rainfall of southern Sri Lanka over the last 30 years. In order to accomplish this, 10 rainfall stations were selected to gain spatial variability of rainfall and to cover the whole geographical area of the southern province. Daily rainfall data from 1990 to 2020 was obtained from the Department of Meteorology. This is my study area with the selected rainfall gauges. Initially, data screening was done to assure the quality of data. The procedure started with a rough screening of the data, then it was checked for any trend in the data using Spearman's strand correlation method. Then the stability of the variance and the mean was assessed using F-test and T-test. Finally, the data was tested for any absence of persistence using serial correlation coefficient method. Missing data was filled using the standard methods such as inverse distance weighting method, arithmetic mean method, normal ratio method, and linear regression method. Thereafter, using non-parametric Mann-Kendall test and sense slope estimator method, annual and monsoonal trend for these each station within the southern region was computed. Finally, to assess the interdecadal variability of the rainfall in the southern province, the mean annual data was calculated for the period of 1991 to 2000, 2001 to 2010, and 2011 to 2020 using the all 10 station. Then the ArcGIS software was used to plot the spatial distribution of the mean decadal rainfall, and IDW method was used to interpolate the mean annual rainfall values at regular intervals. Produce the following results. Screening of the data satisfied all the tests, and a few stations had rainfall gaps and was filled using the methods described already. And according to Mann-Kendall and Sense-Slope value, there is a subtle variation in the trend observed in both annual and monsoonal rainfall patterns of the southern region. Especially Patagona and Navarella has an increasing trend, while Tanzania has a decreasing trend seasonally and annually. Therefore, the region close to Navarella area received a comparatively higher rainfall in 2020 compared to 1990, which we can clearly see in this diagram. And there were no any other specific pattern in the rainfall of other stations. And the maximum and the minimum rainfall of southern region in the last 3 decades were depicted in Avarella and Yala, respectively. To conclude my results, there is a spatial and temporal variation in the annual rainfall of southern region. Navarella and Yala received the maximum and the minimum rainfalls respectively. There is an increasing trend in the annual rainfall of Bategama and Navarella, while Dandini Tank exhibited the decreasing trend over the last 3 decades. The zone which receive annual rainfall less than 1,400 millimeter has not been changed over the time. The zone which the annual rainfall exceeds 2,200 millimeter has been expanded with the time, and it is pretty clear in 2011 to 2020 compared to the 1990 to 2000 decade. These are my references. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Jnanadeepan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much for a nice and important presentation. So it's open for discussion now.
Yes, Mr. Jnanadeepan, nice presentation. So this study mainly based on the secondary data, right?
Yes.
Right. Can you just tell us, when you are studying about this research, the causes for these changes of the variability in the rainfall in the southern area, or you select especially southern area for any purpose?
I didn't, by considering the gaps in the literature, there were no studies, especially for the southern region, related to rainfall analysis. So that is the main reason for selecting southern region. But we didn't further analyze for the reasons for these causes of trend analysis. So the trends within the short distance, especially from Badegama to Dandani, it's a very short distance, but there is a trend which is increasing and decreasing. So which we can go further in this research to see what could be the reason. Especially we can do a correlation analysis with any other parameters, precipitation, humidity, or SST, sea surface temperature. Also, we can consider some climate changes, indices like El Nino, and we can correlate these things and see what could be the reason for these possible changes.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Jnanadeepan.
Okay, any other questions? Yeah, Mr. Jnanadeepan, I have one big clarification from you.
Yes, sir.
Now you have discovered positive and negative trends in each places.
Yes, sir.
Are they significant? Are they all significant?
No, sir.
So then there's no results of your study if they are not significant. But you have, when you go back to your table, you have marked all upward and downward trends. Right?
Those are only
those may be natural trends.
Yes.
So right, if you get the results, they are maybe increasing or decreasing. So if there is a significant results, then we can go ahead or plot or any other thing. There's no significant changes, so we have to accept that.
Significant changes were observed only in 2 rainfall stations.
Yeah,
One
that is the result. So you can't tell there's an increasing or decreasing trends in each and every locations. So you have to highlight only the places where you got significantly different result. Right? So others are natural. Because last year maybe 2,500 millimeter rainfall, this year maybe 1,600 millimeter rainfall. But when we analyze it, so if it is significantly different, then it is a considerable thing, right?
Yes.
So please correct it, and when you are going to publish in other journal law, please mention only the significant changes.
Yes.
Right? If it is not, that is not valid, right? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so let's go back to Ms. Sumali. Are you there? Sumali Herat. It's not there. It's there. Herat, Sumali Herat. You are not disconnected. Hello, Ms. Umali, can you hear us? Okay, let's move to the next presenter or the final presenter of this session. BWNYNB Vijayatunga, the presentation topic, the potential application of gizzard fat in chicken sausage processing.
I'm going to present about my research study about potential application of gizzard fat in chicken sausage processing. This is the content of my presentation. Commonly, chicken sausages are produced as emulsion type sausages. An emulsion type sausage is a mixture of meat, fat, water, spices, and additives, which fat is dispersed more or less uniformly in a continuous, highly hydrated protein matrix. Gizzard fat is a common fat byproduct considered as a waste, which could be used as a fat source for chicken sausage processing. The portion of fat around the gizzard consists more unsaturated fat than that in chicken skin. It could be a promising alternative considering even its nutritional benefits. Little has been done to explore the potential application of such kind of fatty byproducts for further processing. The objectives of the study, these were major raw materials. This is the research design, 3 treatments with 1 control sample with 100% chicken skin as fat source. Here, this was the sausage recipe used in the study, which was developed after several primary trials. These are the production steps of sausage making. These are some figures of sausage I produced. As physicochemical properties, approximate content of protein, moisture, and fat, cooking loss, emulsion stability, water holding capacity, pH, and texture were evaluated. Sensory properties of final product tested, and the data analysis followed using one-way ANOVA, comparing significant differences with Tukey's mean comparison test. Treatment test done to analyze the sensory data. Estimate contents, the protein and moisture contents were significantly reduced with increasing levels of gizzard fat, while fat content showing a significant increase. The content of protein, fat, and moisture within the fatty ingredients used in the study could be the reason. Cooking loss is very important in sausage manufacturing. Cooking loss showing a significant decline with control. The declining trend of treatments come with increasing levels of gizzard fat. Reason could be the firmness of sausage emulsion with increasing levels of gizzard fat. The water holding capacity showing a significant difference compared with treatments and control. There is an increasing trend of water holding capacity with gizzard fat incorporation. This also come up with developed firmness with gizzard fat incorporation. Emulsion stability develops with higher levels of gizzard fat incorporation, even showing a significant increase. pH shows a significant decrease, resulting lower pH. Could come up with acidity of fatty acids within higher levels of gizzard fat incorporated samples. Hardness measured as one of texture property, it also reflects the firmness of sausages, significantly increased with more incorporation of gizzard fat. This is how the data of sensory properties reflects. Only color of sausage samples has been showing a significant difference among all the other organoleptic properties. This may reflect with color change due to incorporation of gizzard fat, but it also accepted. But its acceptance holds under considerable level in gizzard fat incorporated samples. As a conclusion of the study, gizzard fat incorporated at the levels of 75% and 100% improved the total fat content, water holding capacity, emulsion stability, cooking yield, hardness, and sensory attributes, indicating its potential application as an alternative for traditional chicken skin.
So, Vijay Tunga, hear us?
Yes, I can.
Yes. Now the presentation is open for discussion.
Right, Mr. Vijay, nice presentation. And so when we are doing this kind of study, I think the sausages we are trying to keep as long as we can, right? And what about the microbial activities or the keeping quality of this processed sausages?
I didn't done any experiment or any testings to find the microbial activity or the microbiological properties in this study. Only the physical, chemical, and organoleptic properties I observed.
Yes, but actually that is one of the significant parameter you need to determine when you are doing this processed food item, microbial activity. So I suggest that in the future you can do the microbial activity to complete your study, right? Thank you very much.
Yeah, any other questions, please? Okay, Mr. Jagannathan, I have one clarification. Now, your topic is the potential application of gizzard fat in chicken sausage processing. Yeah, but in your presentation, you mentioned you used chicken skin also. Chicken skin plus gizzard fat. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that. So what are the proportions? Skin proportion and gizzard proportion to extract oil? Sorry, fat?
I used 4 samples.
No, my question. That is not my question. Now, for extraction of fat from gizzard, sorry, there are 2 types of component used: skin and gizzard, right? So, what are the proportions of skin and gizzard? Maybe 50-50% or 75% to 25%, like that?
Yes. There was one sample with 100% chicken skin, and another 3 samples used with 50% skin and 50% gizzard fat, and 75% skin, 25% gizzard fat, and 100% gizzard fat incorporation samples.
Okay. So then, what are the methods you followed to extract gizzard fat or the skin fat?
Yes, in this for this study, I used manual method. This means that I manually removed the fat portion around the gizzard, and cleaned it, used for the processing after blast freeze.
Yeah. So, do you think
in industrial level, I think that we can use modern types of gizzard harvesters with further modification to extract this kind of byproducts, this kind of fat. If this is possible to incorporate with this kind of food processing, and considering of this importance, we can do further modifications in gizzard harvester machines. So,
yeah, another clarification, but comparable to skin, where very little amount of fat is available in the gizzard. Am I right?
No, sir. The composition
No. The fat yield comparable to the skin components, the very little amount of fat is available in gizzard.
No, sir. This is not the gizzard. The fat portion around the gizzard I use. Not the yes.
That should be clearly mentioned, you know. The gizzard is separate part, the round parts are separate.
Yes.
That
is commonly called as gizzard.
That's the misleading point, right?
So, according to my literature review, that was mentioned as gizzard fat. That's why I used that word.
So, do you think it has a commercial applicability?
I think it is possible because yes, that is true that we have to do further modifications and further research to find the microbiological results also. Up to now, I think that is applicable. Yes.
Okay. Right. Thank you, Mr. Vijayatunga, for your important study. So, okay, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes. So, with that presentation, we have came up to the final stage of this symposium as well as this session. So, let me wind up this session giving some concluding remarks. So, I think all of the presenters are at the young stage or initial stage of research. There may be a lot of things to be considered in your future research career, because you have to carefully select the treatments, carefully select your measurements and those things. So I think since it is maybe the first time or the initial stage, so you can get some important points or very good experience by participating in these types of symposia. And one other thing, so I think when I go through when I went through the author list, there may be you have your supervisor or the other authors are very good experienced person. You can contact those persons and modify your research in future. So those are my comments. So I congratulate all the presenters for participating this very important event. Thank you very much.
We have moved to the last moment of the last session of the 4th National Symposium of Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences. So I sincerely express my heartfelt gratitude to the chairperson, Professor Asankadi Ampitiyawatta, for generously dedicating your valuable time to be with us. Also, I extremely grateful to the panel members, Mr. B.P. Sirivardhana and Mrs. Hasuni Katpiarachi, for your valuable contributions and active participation. And I thankful and congratulate all the presenters for sharing your valuable research findings with us at the 4th National Symposium of Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2023. Now we are going to wind up the session. So thank you very much everyone once again. Thank you.
Namo